Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like, you're on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over.
One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his blades. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowler just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way. GK have done it.
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
This Saturday was a hard one to follow up with heading into Sunday today. In EMEA, Vision solidified top 4, and in NA, GK lost their first series versus Team Liquid. And Extinction versus Space Station Gaming was the giga banger nobody expected to happen. But we've got to lock in still for our Sunday matches here for Week 5. Again, I'm Ash, and I'm joined here by Jaws and Reinforce this time around. How are you doing, Johnny?
I'm great. I'm great. The tourist is back in town. I get to do a little Overwatch this time with my friend Jaws. I haven't seen you in a while, a few weeks. It's good to see you, Jack.
Yeah, it's good to see you. And whose fault's that, huh? Who's that? I've been inviting you. Check the logs, check the DMs.
You were talking about how you've been meeting up with Costa, and I was not invited.
Yeah. Why? Sorry, it's just because we both had time off, bro. I'm sorry, man.
Fair enough.
I was really busy. Anyway, my bad, Ash. Took over.
Hey, no, you're good. I saw that you're having some good time on vacation, that is for certain. But no slouches in the server yesterday in that Team Peps versus Vision matchup, right? I think we talked about that consistency coming out from Team Vision, but I gotta give it to the fact that Team Peps, they did still have those moments of clutch that we talked about yesterday in one of our interviews, especially on Esperanza. That's Kitsune Rush that managed to switch the tide there, Jack, over in overtime, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it wasn't. I mean, look, there are a couple of people on Peps that were trying to play out of their mind. I think Zorro, especially on the Soj, was just a beast. But the problem is, when you play against Violet, who's going to disrespect you on an off-angle perma and just going to shoot everybody in the head with kunais, there's not really much else you can do but check him. Peps had a few ideas where it's like, okay, we're going to play 2020 Overwatch, we're going to play 2019 Overwatch, we're going to beat Rush Engage like every single fight, and it just didn't work out at all, and it was a little bit of a disappointment from Team Peps. But on the flip side, you know, looking at the positives, I think Vision look great. I really do. I'm excited for this team going into playoffs. They could really truly be that dark horse to upset the top 3.
Yeah, I feel like Vision is one of those teams that we've kind of been recognizing that they should contest with the top 3. Like, maybe they can challenge a team like Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds, and you can see in the standings right now, they're third, obviously. But I think on playoffs, it's going to be really interesting to see if Vision can compete with the top teams in the region.
Yeah, but yesterday's win was also so important for them, right? Just to make sure that they're really solidifying that placement within top 4, dodging that lower bracket once we head into playoffs and whatnot. But this is just about how we kind of expected, I think, standings to look generally, right here, Jack?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that kind of Virtus Pro Vision match is going to be really fun. That's the last one of this stage in week 6 next week. And that one's going to kind of determine, can they actually punch up? Are they going to be a playoff team? Is Violet just going to be able to permanently off angle? If they play with that much disrespect again against Virtus Pro, it's going to 1 or 2 rays.
Come on.
Violet's going to get punished and hit an Ajax or like a Rush Jax or something, or Violet's going to get away with murder and just kill the rest of VP. It's actually going to be a banger. That last game is going to be crazy.
Hey, I mean, it definitely is regular season. John, are you believing in that? Or do you think that they have what it takes to punch up against Virtus Pro?
I feel like Vision, they have like the magic, you know, they could just one day they could just be like, okay, Violet is out of his mind, it's 2019 2020 again, and Violet just like starts popping off and takes down these incredible players and I Twisted Minds over this pro. I could see them do it. Choice One, I'm always putting respect on Choice One, you know, big fan of that guy. So I think that Vision, they have what it takes, but it have to be like a any given Sunday kind of situation where they would be underdogs, but they could punch upwards and take down one of these teams. I could see it. I have a lot of belief in those guys.
Hey, it could be definitely in a matchup where they might take us by surprise, just like that Extinction versus SSG game. But speaking of games, we also got another one on deck. Not the emoji game this time around. We're actually playing Grid Game. If you guys aren't familiar, we have to guess all 9 players correctly according to the categories, and we can only use a player once. I'm gonna need a little bit of a carry for this, guys.
I like how OWCS broadcast is turning into the dual stream. I like this.
What do we want to start with? That's my question. Like, let's start with Vision. We're just talking about them. Someone pick a category. Korean?
Korean Vision.
Okay.
Is Choice One or Violet?
You have to pick one. Because you have to think about the other categories too. You have to think about the other categories too.
Okay,
you can only use them one time.
But top 4 OWCS, is that they got in top 4 in the past, or they're top? What's the top 4 relate to? Anyway, DPS Vision.
Right now.
I mean,
should we say top Cookie? 4 right now?
Top 4 right now.
Okay, so Vision, Cookie for DPS. Let's lock that in.
Yes. Cookie DPS.
It has to be Violet. Sure.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, the Korean Vision Esports is Violet.
Okay, we're locking in Violet for Korean Vision Esports.
Or do you think that the best player on Vision?
The one.
Yeah,
okay,
it has to be Choice One. Choice One Korea. And then Violet for top 4, right?
Okay, so let's lock in Violet.
Almost?
Let's lock in.
Johnny is like screaming, like.
Let's lock in Choice One Korean Vision Esports.
Okay.
Is that what we're looking for? Okay.
Yes.
Let's go. Let's go. Do you guys want to wrap up the Vision section since we're already here? How are you feeling?
I mean, I said Violet, but
I mean, I said Choice One though, so it's fine. We got it correct.
Okay.
No, I meant the top 4.
Let me jump in. Oh, top 4?
Yeah.
Yeah, surely that's Violet then.
So, top 4 OWCS, Vision Esports, Violet. Not that one. We don't have that one in.
That's wrong.
We don't have that one. We can move to a different section.
Yeah, let me go Virtus Pro Korean.
Okay. Virtus Pro Korean JWoo. Let's lock it. Prod's making me nervous. Like, I'm getting silence on the other side, and I'm like, do we have it? We're waiting for the reveal, but okay, we're doing well. Johnny, you pick a category.
Yeah, go on, Johnny.
Virtus Pro top 4, Kevster.
Okay, we're locking in Virtus Pro top 4 Kevster. Wrong.
Wrong?
No.
Do I not understand this category? No Violet? No Kevster? What?
But it's because you can only use a player once, Johnny. So like, what if he's for a different category? What if he's a different option there?
So you would say Virtus Pro DPS Kevster instead?
Okay, Virtus Pro DPS Kevster. There we go.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, okay.
It's like Sudoku. Like you can't have multiple.
All right, well, I'm real curious on the top 4 category. What is going on here? This smells fishy to me.
It must be current.
It's current.
Okay, so currently top 4 is Alcad, VP, Vision, and TM, right? So we'll get that last. Let's go for okay. Our DPS player or our Korean player?
And they're playing in EMEA right now.
And they're playing in EMEA.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Violet! I'll just keep saying Violet until we get Violet somewhere.
Violet, our player, Korean? Yeah.
Okay, there we go. We're getting it.
Yes.
So let me clarify the top 4 category right now. It's a top 4 OWCS finish.
Oh, so okay.
Oh.
Okay.
In 2025, any stage.
2025. Right.
Oh.
So Would it be Choice at 1? No.
We already have
Wait, we
round.
already got choice of 1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Skyle?
Skyle? I think Skyle, yeah.
Vision?
Yeah.
Skyle
'cause-
for top 4 Vision.
yeah.
There we go. There we go. Okay, we're cooking now. We're getting
It was
better
on
understanding.
The Ultimates for like a very short stint when that whole thing was happening. I don't even know how to describe what the Ultimate thing was, but Skyle was on it for a bit.
No one knows how to
That's all.
describe
That's
that.
all we need to know. But we need to lock in for the last 3 guys. Give me what's your Overwatch League player for DPS that plays in EMEA?
Come on, man.
Okay.
You
Well,
guys can debate this together.
Shockwave?
Checkmate.
Pick one.
Mate's also there, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not feeling those 2 answers, guys.
It's a Gen G player. Production just told us.
You're getting hints. No more hints for that
Cheating,
one.
we're cheating.
Backbone?
Well, Backbone or Bone Back.
There we go. There we go.
Okay, nice.
Okay, do you guys want VP or do you want Overwatch League? Pick your poison for the second last.
We'll let's do VP.
VP? Okay.
VP. Nah,
Top
alright.
for OWCS, any stage of 2025 for VP.
Okay, we already got Kepster.
So, Festola would be one.
I mean, you could go with like few categories like Shockwave, Vistola,
Yeah.
like
Choose one.
All
Choose
of them?
one.
you choose. You
Shockwave.
choose. I'm just
You
saying
want-
names.
Shockwave.
Can we lock in Shockwave? Let's go.
Yes. Okay.
Last
we go.
category, guys. Come on.
Top 4.
We're so
WCS
close.
Player, but they're also an OWL player.
That play in EMEA.
That's a lot of people.
Funny Astro?
Funny Astro? You want to lock that one
Funny
in?
Astro's-
Not that. Nope. You're wrong, Johnny. Sorry.
Is it the game's supposed to be their exclusive? I feel like there's anyway. All right.
Who was on TM that was in Overwatch League? Funny Astro. Psycho is in Overwatch League.
Yeah.
Psycho?
Can we lock in Psycho? Prod? Do we like that? They don't like that answer, guys.
Simple then.
Simple. It has to be simple. It's the only answer left.
Let's go. Let's go.
There were like 4 answers to this square. Oh my god.
We suck
You know what?
hard, man.
We
I
filled
think
it
it's supposed
all
to be
out.
exclusive, but okay. Yeah, we'll
Hey,
go with it.
we filled it all out, and that's all that matters,
We did.
guys. That's all.
Oh, my lord.
We managed to complete the game, so I'm
Shouts out,
happy
start
with
the
that
game.
at the very least. No, for real, that's what I'm talking about. But speaking of the games, let's take a look at the schedule because, again, it's hard to follow up with what Saturday looked like heading into today. A much more chill day, I would say here, Jack.
So true, so true. Yeah, the Alcad game, probably going to be Alcad 3-0. I mean, I want to see some gnarly predictions in the chat, but it feels like an Alcad 3-0. Gen G, I think a lot of people are going to be hate watching Gen G for this one. Versus Twisted Minds. I don't know how you feel, Johnny, but like, are Gen G actually going to be able to like swing up here? Because they've just been disappointing to say the very least. Like losing to Vision in the first week. Like everybody was like, what? How's that even, like, what, how?
Okay, well, in hindsight, we know that Vision is good, and I think some people would have predicted Vision to be good. I'm enjoy watching Gen G. It's not hate
Enjoy
watch.
watching.
It's something else. It's like watching an anime. I'm not an anime person, but you watch the story of the character in the anime. So I need help from all the weebs out there to determine what anime Gen G is in this case, because they're just all over the place. They started off the stage and they were atrocious. Like they were so bad the first week when they tried to play like Exodial and Tracer and stuff. They're just terrible. But I really saw like the improvement on a week-to-week basis. And I okay, they're starting to put people
You
in the
might be
right
coaching.
characters. Exodial and Sojourn, the Symmetra is there. I love to see it. Featured co-streamers, by the way, tons of biceps here, Ash.
Yeah, huge arms on the side of Hottie. Maybe we'll get Hottie's chat to also answer your question as far as
I will
which
too.
anime. Our role was yesterday, but if he's watching along, definitely. So we'll see. You guys definitely cut back to us about which anime Gen G represents here on OWCS, but we're gonna have to wait until a little bit later until we talk about them because we got to get into that Alcadia versus Good Guys matchup coming in first here. huge David and Goliath match. I think our expectations, like Jaws said, is going to be that 3-0 here for Alcad.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Alcad, they've lost 2 maps this stage. Like, man, there's a lot good guys need to do to, I think, even find a map in this series. Alcad just look head and shoulders above the rest. Obviously, they've already qualified as well. Is there ever going to be a doubt that they are number one? Them and TM as well have had a pretty nice opening game, went to all 5 maps, and they've had this rivalry since mid-season 2. This team is just so good. They can play everything, and of course they're playing Symmetra with Checkmate, and it just works out because he used a sim region. I don't know how. They just continue to make it work.
Hold on, I just bet 63,000 channel points on Alcazia.
Dude, what's it? Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
I think you might be.
97%. Like I know it's 97% Alcazia. I know I'll win like 200 channel points back, but I really do feel like at 97% chance of winning, I'm still getting good odds on Alcazia here because they're that dominant in this series. So I just went all in on Alcazia with my channel points.
I mean, I can't really blame you, right? You look at the lineup that you've got with Ziad. Lavda's been so consistent here as well, and the back line is so good on the side of Alcad. You really, it's hard to bet against them, that's for certain. But then talking about good guys as well, I think that you look at this team, and even though they are in that kind of promo relegation zone, I want to get your thoughts, Johnny, on what you hope good guys can maybe take away from this game as far as like learning or experience or things that they can try out for the future. Some silver lining, give me something.
Well, first of all, I don't think they probably play Alcazia in scrims that much. So, you know, it's always good you get to play an opponent that you don't usually get to play, especially when they're that good, because it is a bit of a meme, but truly playing some of the best teams, it's like the best practice you can get, because then you realize like how big of a gap it is, and you will figure out a ton of stuff throughout the series. You will be exploited several times throughout the series, and then you go back in VODs and you'll be like, oh, well, like we did this wrong, we did that wrong, and like you will just have like a list of like 10 things that you could have done better, and then you can use that for the rest of your practice, right? So that's a great opportunity for them. I think you just gotta vibe with this one.
Yeah.
You just gotta have a good time, recognize that you are the big underdogs here, and if you start popping off, give yourself a chance, and then we'll kind of see what happens throughout.
Any players as far as like maybe pop off potential here, Jaws? Like we know the expectations, right? But I think even in that Extinction versus SSG game, we gave a lot of love over to the DPS, maybe someone who can have like a bright moment. Do you feel like anyone on Good Guys maybe stands out in that way as someone that we're expecting to grow going forward?
Do you even need to ask? Crocs on the Hog? Come on, man. That's it. That's the difference maker. Crocs, Hog. At the end of the day, look, Hawk got it done on Hog. Suravas did the other day. That means Crocs can also get it done in this series and be dominant. Is it going to be good, and is it going to get banned out? Yes and no. We'll see. But it's going to be tough. They just got to, like Johnny said, go in, just no expectations for themselves, know that they are severe underdogs. I mean, look at the chat, 97 to 3%, and just have a good time with it, vibe out a little bit. You know, the comms are going to be kind of lighting up as well. I just want Crocs to bust out his Hog. I'm going to be real. That's it. That's all I want to see.
Yeah, I think a matchup like this is always great to kind of train that mental and ensure that you're able to maintain the good vibes that you guys are talking about, but we're not gonna have to wait too much longer. Let's head straight into this Alcad versus Good Guys games. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Ash. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one, Johnny. I mean, what are your predictions for this? Is it a 3-0, a 3-1?
Oh, yeah, no, 3-0. If GGA doesn't get a point, like I'll believe it. Like it'll be that one-sided. So sorry, I'm being like honest here, but I think it's really tough because I don't even think Hog is a good pick here, Jack. Like, I can see are going to be able to play around the Hog.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it's pretty good against like the ball and stuff. Like, okay, there are merits to the Hog in this current meta, but Ziad's pretty good at this thing called Diva, which is very good against Hog, and also Ana can be played, and yeah, it's going to be a rough one. Lijiang Tower is our first map, and Lijiang, not too much of a surprise, but I would like to see again if you are Good Guys right now, just come out the gate swinging. Come out with some crazy, gnarly, off-the-wall pick.
Like what?
I don't know. like counter sim tour, build a comp or something? I mean, Lab just played like Bastion and stuff like that too.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see Alcazia there, you know. They're definitely going to pull out like the Symmetra Bastion or something on Gardens, you know. And so typically it'd be like, okay, we'll pull out something wacky. Well, that would be the Wrecking Ball, Wu Yang Kiri, Freya Venture, or what have you, right?
That's deep.
But at this point, there's so many default comps now, Jack, that are there truly any kind of like cheese picks? Like Torb? But Torb is kind of legit.
Good point. Yeah, actually, good point. Are there any cheese picks right now? Hog, yeah, because Hog is like... Hog can be played. I mean, Doofus, I would say at the moment, weirdly, is like more off base than like a Hog. So, honestly, Crocs, you do you, buddy. Let's get some highlights in there for the Twitter reel.
Wait,
all right, yeah. Actual Doom, real Doom.
I love this. So
lay me up here, Johnny. How does the Doom work here?
Well, the reason I love the Doom in this scenario is because it's very all-in, right? And you're already down X 4 versus 5. But essentially, we've seen Doom in the past, and it's very explosive. Like, you go in, you try to deal a lot of damage and have a lot of follow-up. Crocs falls down to his death. Very sad indeed. But it is a bit of a lottery character. Like, either you just like get a mega punch and you set up the rest of your team, or you do absolutely nothing. And in this case, Crocs did nothing and swapped over to the Roto.
That's space. Hey, we're going in.
Good luck.
Closing the gap is going to be difficult with the Hog.
Okay.
Initially. But it's instantly Suzu'd. And now it is time for Crocs to take infinite damage from the Freya. Attempt hook, goes back in, hits the breather. Infinite damage incoming. And can you hear how many take aim shots Crocs is taking, by the way? Just like that little weird noise. Well, Kyo does end up going down. Crocs now still hunting front of the hook, potentially. Jonowitz falls, almost gets booped off the map, but actually decides, you know what? I'm going to walk off. Oh, no, because he had booped him. Okay, quick reset. All good.
It really came down to like the Zeus. Oh,
what is my guy doing?
What, yo?
Okay.
What is happening right now?
He just emoted out of the Diva mech. Oh dear. Well. Oh, good.
Okay.
Crocs is one again. And Bolus. Suzu'd, he's dead. Pull pork, they call that. Wow.
That's tough.
That's tough.
Hey, Jack, how do they get back into this one?
Yeah,
they got ultimates.
Johnny.
They got Kitsune Rush.
Let me check the script to see if Hox lands a hook. Siad is on. I have not seen this since like Overwatch 1. What am I seeing? Bro is in the back line. On
totally committed. No abilities.
Yeah. Oh. Nice pulse and checkmate too. Man, they really want lunch. Or dinner, I suppose. It's EMEA.
Yeah, that is true, actually. It's evening for those guys. It's 10 a.m. over here, so I got like yogurt on my mind, not full pork. Anyway, SXJ's in the backline here, and he's dead.
He's dead. He's dead. I just want to give everybody some update from the side of good guys. They were discussing cat names and cat breeds earlier. Hang on, let me do this rush fight real quick. Well, Crocs ends up getting Rone over, and overtime is here. Connects with a nice sound barrier. Will they end up getting a kill? Well, yeah, they get one at least. Self-destruct on the point again, but it looks like it's just the Tracer and the Lucio. Sound barrier hits two. SXJ at least a little bit more sustainable on the point. And everybody from Alcad looking pretty healthy to me. 99%, should be 100 in just a moment. SXJ dies, Jonowitz doesn't get back to the point. And let me finish my point. They were talking about top tier cat names and bread. X said bread is also a top tier name for a red cat. So yeah, there you go. That's what's going on on the minds of good guys right now. Cat names, which is
bread actually a good cat name though?
I think so. For a red cat, I think that's a cute name. Bread.
Okay, so we got Crocs here. If he's skinny and ginger, call him Baguette. With name when he's stretch. Okay, I'm reading a Discord message, so the grammar is not perfect here because Crocs is typing in Discord, but that's what he's saying.
Okay. Well, let us know in the chat. Do you think bread is a good name for a skinny ginger cat when they stretch?
Or Baguette. I think Baguette.
Baguette.
Well, it's for the skinny one.
Oh yeah, Baguette. Sorry, yeah. All right. Well, we do see SXJ at least on the bench here, so
Here we go.
Nice here from Good Guys.
I like
the
this
teleport
comp.
from Keo, it's going to be... Yeah, it's not going to be used like super offensively. As actually almost getting one tap there by Checkmate. Attempted the one clip, but didn't end up getting it. Crocs using that TP to get a different angle onto Alcad. They should be able to sniff this Doom out pretty quick. Landon picks up the Mega Health Pack. Nice little punch initially. Tries to get the power-up punch, but not quite there, sadly. Nice Suzu onto Ziad. Keeps the mech fully intact. Goes for another punch. Oh, straight off the map, Kelly. Oh, he does go off. Good punch from Crocs. Oh, Lactus also won. Yeah, takes the skies there with that updraft. They can punch into the wall. A double for the Doomfist. Okay, Good Guys. They finished their cat talk, and now it's time to lock in.
Oh my lord. If I was Matt Morello, I'd be making UFC references right now. But I'm not. But this is what I'm talking about. It gives you a chance. You just go in, hit a couple of punches, and suddenly you won a team fight against the best team in the EMEA.
It's pretty good. Actually, it reminds me of Dildox comms the other day. What if we just lock in for a round, guys? All right, Checkmate. He's got a pulse bomb in his hands. Looking for that high ground. Oh, Crocs is already dead, sadly. That's a lot of damage from Labda, too. Oh, it's going to be a tough battle now. Really easy flip as well for Alcad.
Yeah, that's a bit like one-sided. That's the Doom experience. Like sometimes you get 3 good punches and sometimes you die early. I guess SXJ is swapping to the Tracer here as well, so you just have to be a bit more on the ball. Like you can't get recall force early because you need to synchronize with Crocs here on the Doomfist to get those joint dives going together.
Checkmate. Throw the pulse bomb high ground. Just lob it over the top. You won't. 2 rushes. Ziad in the back. Here comes the wall, though, for Good Guys. They're going to make good use of this. Going to stop Ziad doing anything. Self-destruct on the line. Which side are you going to choose? The wrong side for the Kiriko player. Sound Barrier comes in, hits 2 again for Good Guys. Kellex also letting loose the beat, but Croc staying alive. He's got Meteor Strike as well for that additional support. Ziad, though, without a self-destruct, is it going to be able to survive too much longer on this point? You've got to imagine the healing from Kellex is going to come in. That defense matrix running pretty low as well. Ends up escaping to that mega health pack as Croc's taking, once again, infinite damage from Labda. Meteor Strike coming in. Pulse Bomb connection onto the Sim. Already down. And there is the bowler straight on top of Crocs. He's going to be able to put his arm up, though. Hits that block. And actually gets a power-up punch, too. But, oh, unfortunately, Labda too keen with the kunais. Straight between the eyes. Crocs ends up going down. Alcad still in control. 25% to go and 0 ults for Good Guys.
I can't believe they held on to the point there because it looked really good for GGA for a second there. 82% here. GGA's got no ultimates. See if Crocs can cook something up.
He's got to get power-up punch at the very least here. Still taking so much damage from across the way from Labda. Looking like Robin Hood. It's decent damage from the Kiriko here, but Kyo ends up going down. Teleports into the backline, trying to create some space. Overtime triggered by SHJ. Crocs goes for another punch. Ian Pajonovich is the next to fall for Good Guys. Landon drawing the ire there of Good Guys. Is 13 HP Kiriko. A fine, tasty snack for a Tracer or a Doomfist, but unfortunately, they are just going to have to fight on to this rush now. And Ziad gets the final kill with the Bunny Blaster. Alcad, they're going to finish the map 2-0.
You know, kind of what we expected here, Jack. But still, there was a little bit of fight in the Doomfist. I'm coping.
Yeah, I like the Doom.
But a couple of fights here and there, and it could have been closer. I mean, I think that's just straight up true when I say it like that. But I'm just saying, GGA, they kind of gave themselves a little bit of a chance here with the Doomfist. The stats don't say that, but...
Hey, 4 and 8 on the Doom. That, like you said, that's the Doom experience, Johnny. The Doom experience is you either go crazy and you look unkillable, or you kind of get dunked on by the other team. And unfortunately, at least on this map, Croc's got a little dunked on the Doom. Although, he had a couple of good opening punches. But unfortunately, Alcad, they are still proving why they're number 1. Why is this in the...
Why are we showing this?
that was... Honestly, actually, just keep it. Just keep it in the highlights. That was good.
Who's working replay today and was like, oh, let me add this in real quick.
Let me get this one.
Croc's cooked here.
Yeah. Oh, the chat's loving it, I'm sure.
Yeah, chat's loving it.
Stuff. Like you said, it is kind of expected. Alcad are going to win these, but again, you know, I think Good Guys, they're showboaters a little bit. They like to come out, have a good time, have some funny picks, have some good Doomfist bouts, have some hog plays, you know, I think it's great.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, a couple of these fights here and there, because there was like a 3-on-3 on the point here. And maybe if GG are able to close that out, like they could get like 60% here on control center. And then you're like, oh, we're a fight away. There was that first fight on Night Market as well, where Katsia, they had used the Susu. And if you just hit one hook, no Susu available. I know there's a diva on the field, but like you can have a pick that leads to a fight win there. So I am coping out of my mind right now. But there was a few competitive fights, Jack. I don't know if that sounds promising, but there kind of were.
Someone in the chat apparently said their cat's name is Toast. That is pretty. That's a good name. Any bread-related name for a cat, I really like that. Because, you know, cats are kind of loaves when they sit down. So yeah, it's kind of cute. I like that. I like that. Shout out to that person's cat. It's pretty.
I feel like naming animals after foods can be very like hit or miss. I feel like toast works, but like I wouldn't name a cat like Meatball. Like that would not.
Dude, Meatball is a phenomenal name for a cat. What are you saying? That's
really?
a sick name.
Oh, we'll have to see what chat says.
I think that's good. Okay. That's good. I know a ton of people's cats' names like Nori and Mochi and stuff like that. They're really good ones too.
Yeah, like literally Zoe's cat. It's called Nori.
Yeah, Nori, and then I think Jay's cat is called Mochi. I can't remember, but yeah, good cat names. Keep them coming. Keep them coming in the chat. DHL moments though, make sure you check that out as well. You can win a trip to Stockholm in the finals, which is coming up rather soon. ESL.gg/DHL-OWCS. The link's down there. You don't need me to say it every single time, but just predict the EMEA or NA winners, and you don't even have to get it right. But if you predict Alcad, then you may be correct, or maybe a little Team Liquid after that win. Yeah, you don't have to be correct, but still it's good times to join in, because taking a trip to the World Finals, it's even better when it's free, Johnny.
Hell yeah. Love traveling. You get to go to Sweden. You just get to experience Sweden. Like, how often do you get the opportunity to do that? And you can then just check it off. Like, I went to Sweden. I've been at the Overwatch World Finals. Like, traveling is good. You go touch grass, people. Not for the next 4 or 5 hours, but in general, go touch grass. Go try different foods, different experiences. You know, go explore the world, okay? Don't just sit in Discord chat all day. Don't just be in Twitch chat all day. This is an opportunity to do kind of both. You can be at DreamHack World Finals and then also be in Discord on your phone at the same time. Great.
You could be doing that. Or you could be, you know, watching the games live. But yeah, it would be a good time. So make sure you go check that out. Thanks to our DHL moments for that one. Suravasa, the pick for good guys now, Johnny. See what the ban's going to be, but again, it's maybe honestly at this point, Alcad, if you end up targeting Crocs, I'm going to be very mad. I'm going to be very mad. Do not
what are they
ban
cooking?
The Hog. Do not ban the Doomfist.
What are they cooking with the Suravasa pick?
Oh, they actually did.
Oh,
you guys are trolling.
You
guys are trolling. You don't want us to have fun, Alcadzia? This is so sad.
I mean, it is a little bit sad because I would have loved to see Doomfist, but also I can't believe we're seeing a Doomfist ban. Like, even that is a little bit surreal. It's just like, wow, we banned Doomfist in 2025.
In the year 2025. I mean, when was the last time people were banning Doomfist? I don't think ever, since we've had bans like in place.
Maybe yes, T1, but even then, I'm like,
oh yeah, true. Yeah, T1's actually.
Because Donghack played some Doomfist.
Donghack's Doom. I think Donghack's Doom is probably the best in like OWCS right now, I'd say. I can't think of another player that might be better than Donghack.
Well, it would have been Cardifan, but
that's true. Yeah, that's true. Cardifan there. Facts. All right, Suravasa is the bat pick. Alcad banning the Doomfist. Freya ban though for GGA. Johnny, what do you think about Freya recently? It's been creeping a little bit more. Obviously in NA as well, we've had a lot of like double flex, but with the teams that are playing more, that have more like hard hit scan players, the Freya's been steadily climbing there. It's Freya and Sojourn. Like, what do you think about Freya in this meta?
What I think has been most interesting is how you've seen Freya become like a go-to comfort hero for some, which is not too surprising. But what I guess I'm trying to say without being distracted is that, like, you see a player like Chronic, for example. Like, Chronic will just straight up just play a lot of Freya because Chronic is really good at Freya, right? But I think most of the time in Overwatch, you think very, you know, depends on the hero skill sets. Like, oh, we need this hero. Like, Sojourn is really good at, you know, dealing with big heroes like Mauga, Roadhog. Like, that's an example of, like, that's a reason why we're picking Sojourn, right? Sometimes Freya is not the most optimal hit scan pick, but we still see that a lot of damage players go to Freya because they find Freya to be their comfort, and they find that they can have more impact on that hero. Obviously, you have a ton of burst potential, and that's something that good guys don't want to deal with right now, as they're actually going to go roll out with the Mauga.
Yeah, speaking of burst potential, you get landing a stomp on the front lines. Normally a good way of insta-killing somebody. Siad going dangerously low there. Had to dive into that mega health pack, and Crocs unfortunately overstepping. Got a railgun to the back of the head. I actually don't mind the Mauga here on this map, especially this first point. But the problem is the D.Va is just so good against the Mauga. Cardiac Overdrive gets popped. Siad just holds right-click until the cooldown expires. And then you get no health back, basically, for hitting any shots. Nice first cap from Alcad.
Yeah, but I feel like the Symmetra kind of mitigates that at least a little bit, where, okay, we're gonna play Brawl on Saragossa, which this is a really good Brawl map, right? And so now we're using Mauga and Symmetra to combine to deal with some of this D.Va protection if need be. But Overwatch getting picked, can't have that happen.
Yeah, not great. I love Mauga gameplay. I hated Mauga meta. I think it was horrible to watch, but...
What are you saying?
I'm saying that it's funny watching Mauga sometimes, because D.Va's just like, they are just looking at each other within an inch of each other, and Mauga's just unloading all the, like, both of his guns in turn. She just matrixes the whole thing, and you do no damage.
Right.
It's just like, yeah, this is just like the most non-fight of all time.
Yeah. I feel like if you're gonna play like a tank hero that's a little bit, you know, unorthodox, I mean, we have been seeing a lot more Zarya at this stage. So like maybe you want to play that with it as well, and Symmetra can help with the teleporter to kind of like get Zarya around, right? But the Mauga doesn't really do anything right now, Jack.
Yeah, he kind of just chills out for a little while. Well, they did manage to get a touch at least, so overtime is triggered. Rush though for Alcad, this is dangerous. Yeah, Crocs, I don't think he's going to be able to survive.
Oh my lord.
Survive against the might of this DPS duo. Checkmate doing a lot of work there as well, cleaning up the kills. Nice little triple for the Tracer. Yeah, easy rush fight for Alcad.
Sideboard, Jack.
Sure, go.
I have Landon on my fantasy team, and Jake has Checkmate. And so I'm kind of monitoring who's doing best between Landon and Checkmate, and it's not going well because Checkmate is absolutely pounding right now.
Oh, yeah. We didn't do a fantasy segment this morning. Okay, Johnny, I have decided to join your team. I'm doing very poorly, so I've decided to join your team so I can take
$50
credit. $50?
$50.
That's that might be worth it. I don't know. We'll see. I'll check in with you again. Because I suck, apparently. I'm just really bad at fantasy. Well, there's the self-discharge. Oh, nice double boot. No, Jonowich almost getting a double boot there off the map, but unfortunately mobility exists. Oh, whoa, Siad ends up getting stunned, but Lambda receives a sound barrier just in time. Good guys also unleash their own. A rush as well. Good guys might enable them to get the cap, and they do. Crocs lands a stomp onto Siad, and the entirety of Alcad right now is split. This Lambda overclock didn't really find much of anything. A cage fight available for Good Guys in this next fight as well. And honestly, Good Guys trading beat for beat there is kind of large for them, because this Crocs cage should be pretty free at this point.
Yeah, I mean, GGA's composition does quite well if you're just not able to take some of the damage that Lambda is able to deal, right? So in that situation, Checkmate doing a little bit of dance right now, but Lambda was so out of position that it just made Crocs' life so much easier on the Mauga in the previous fight. Kitsune Rush combined with the Sojourn, that's bad news for Crocs. But if there's no Sojourn on the field, suddenly Crocs is having a field day.
I suppose Checkmate doing a dance in there, but realistically was just looking for the third person peek. Oh, Crocs dies instantly. Ah, okay, that's not good. Well, now no cage fight can be had. Unfortunately, that's just going to be a clean flip. I think Good Guys, they just can't lose anybody else. Just back up, run away, hold S. Do not hold W and win, hold S, and then go back to spawn. Okay, well, you're all going to get reset. That's fine. You still got cage fight. We'll see how Alcad end up playing this, because especially this close spawn, it has changed. Like, the geometry does allow you to hold up. We'll see if Good Guys end up coming back in this fight. Let's get a quick listen and see how they do.
I can chip you on point.
Yeah, go.
Yeah.
For me?
Whoa. Bah.
Allez, allez.
I'm dead. One.
Oh là là, I'm not taking that.
I think you're resetting. One on five. Divers.
You're one going in.
There's to be an I'm dead.
Allez, back to the lobby.
John is dead.
I'm gonna die as well. Please.
Yes!
No! What do you mean, yes?
It's okay, no one got you in your fantasy team, it's okay, don't.
Okay, we can touch, no?
Someone can touch.
No, I can't.
Yeah, you will go for it.
Yeah, and I die.
Oh, yeah.
I can't.
You're playing for KD, I see. That's
I
fine.
literally can't.
Soy one.
Jack was.
Why? Can you fight with me?
You wanna fight? Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
No pings.
I don't know.
Blue half.
They're all getting out.
Kiri no TV, Johnny.
Keep killing.
Chase Kiri. What is he doing?
I don't know. It's not done.
They're all
He's
on me.
American. You don't get it.
America!
Go
Chase?
point,
No,
go
go point, go
Come
point.
on, come on.
Ah, there's a Korean on me. Yeah, Pep.
What
Get
does
out,
this
get out.
mean?
Go point, I ult
come on.
first. Go point, I ult first.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Give up.
You spin me? I ult.
Be point.
Bro, the accusations there were crazy. What is Landon doing? He's American, you wouldn't get it. Oh, TJ Jackson. Oh, tragic. Oh, Johnny, it's all falling apart, man. Oh my God, I'm still recovering from that listening, man.
Should have done the listening for that.
Oh, yeah, we should have been. Oh no. Oh, that was tragic. Bro, it's so funny when Jonowich was like died in this spawn, and they were like, "Yeah, no, you're not on anybody's fantasy team. Don't worry, buddy." Oh, W contact.
Oh my lord. What is happening?
Checkmate's on the kind of flank here with this pulse bomb. Looks like SXJ may have checked him. A little mark on the tracer. Everybody's now back on the point. SXJ now looking for a small opening. No pulse bomb in SXJ's hand. Landon, Suzuing, standing up to the might of SXJ. He wouldn't get it though. He ends up TPing away and killing Kyo as well off the back of that. Sound barrier for Calyx is good. Outcad with another fight.
Oh, they were locked in. They were locked in during those comps. Oh, look at the American. He's popping off.
He's popping off.
3K for the American.
You wouldn't get it.
I wouldn't get it. Oh, here's the Zarya swap I mentioned earlier.
Oh, yes. Good. Last fight, though.
Reverse sweep territory.
Yeah. Oh, here comes the American rush here. Look at Landon on the bridge. I'm just going to run it down now. Nice headshot, actually, on Crocs. Yeah, ends up just getting deleted. Checkmate.
Close.
Finishing up with the last kill. Yeah, and a 3-0 there for Alcad. God, we got... Speaking of highlight packages, we've got to get those comms. We've got to get a... You remember we used to have a comms check back in the day in Overwatch League? We need to...
Yeah, the observers do it currently, actually.
Yeah, we need to just continue. We need to make a whole, like, 2-hour montage of all these comms. They're fantastic. Checkmate with Zero Deaths, too. That is... Hey, that's good for the fantasy, Johnny.
No, this is the wrong fantasy. Oh,
well, Landon's 18 and 2.
I got the American.
The American Landon.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
The checkmate is on it. That's a sugar-free Sarabasa performance.
That is, yeah. Man, sugar-free yesterday was ridiculous. Always kind of the hard carry. A lot of good value pickups, by the way, for fantasy. The Tracer players, they do farm. Unfortunately, though, yes, it is going to be another loss there for good guys. But Alcad, they're looking as strong as we expected, despite the Mauga switch up here for the tank.
Look, I mean, Labda I'm playing the Sojourn and I'm playing as a Mauga. Like, I'm free farming. I think that's like best case scenario. Like, I don't think there's a hero you want to play against more than a Mauga. And so I can't even say that GA gave themselves the best chance to win here.
Yeah, it feels like maybe the Zarya would have been a better pick from the start, but all good. This is a really rough reset there. You're trying to reset so close to the point where, like, a good team is just going to run at you constantly, and being able to chase you down there is pretty easy. See Checkmate with a pulse. Yeah, Checkmate was dominant. Look at that, 20 kill streak, looking clean with it. Yeah, Alcad look great. I mean, there's not really much you can say, to be honest. It's just a clean victory as we go on to the next map.
No, I mean, I feel like we kind of have to mirror the communication from GGA. Like, we can't just sit here and be like intensely critical of, you know, every single mistake, because I think GGA recognizes in this one that it's going to be an incredibly difficult series, and you kind of need something like Crocs on a Doomfist to kind of like make something happen for it to be competitive, right?
Right.
And there was just no way in for GGA to win some of these fights in this map with Doomfist banned especially.
Yeah, you need that playmaker. Man, we're not really a playmaker. I mean, you can. The rush is big playmaking if you land like a big stomp, like the charge, sorry. But with Doom, a bit more playmaker potential, just how mobile he is. And you can set people up with punches pretty well, although people are very good at not shooting the block, which a lot of you in solo queue should be better at doing that too. Stop giving people like Quake Dom punches, man. That guy just insta-kills people. Takes over the server. We'll see where we go next. And they can't ban Doomfist at least for the next one. But if you're favoring like Rush kind of style maps, like, hey, you want to go to a King's Row? Little hybrid action, maybe?
I'm always an Esperanza fan.
Esperanza fan?
I am. I just think that like it's a map that you can upset people with. Boom. There we go. I called it right there and then. Because like it's push. Like I'm sorry for the people who always clown and control. The real bandit in the map rotation is push maps, because you can get rolling and get like 100 meters in like 2 seconds, because you're like, oh, we gotta first pick the first fight, we had ultimates the second fight, now we got cap, and now we got a 100-meter lead. Okay, so I'm just saying this would be my go-to upset map if you wanted to get an upset win against Hellcat.
This is insane push slander coming from you, Johnny.
I love push, but it's, come on, let's be real.
Come on.
Yeah, we need to be honest about the fact that push can lead to some upset map wins.
Yeah, okay, that's true. I thought you were hating on it, saying it was kind of like a control. We all know everybody clowns on control. It's the throwaway map at the start of the series. Come on now. Everybody clowns on it.
Yeah, but I like control too, so I can acknowledge that both push and control is a little bit fraudulent, but I still love both map types because they're really fun to watch.
I think Esperanza is definitely for me. I think out of all the push maps, I think it's my favorite too, actually. I think again, I think the high ground is probably an issue. Especially if you win that first fight, it's just so tough to win second fight, and it's like, okay, control, and then you get checkpoint and you just kind of snowball out of control. But I think push as a mode in general, like you said, there is a lot of opportunity for upset, but the problem is if you lose lead so early, that upset potential just slowly just creeps out of distance. Diva ban, okay, and an Alari ban. Alari ban's pretty interesting. Not the best support for this map, but I don't think Alcad need to ban anything too crazy.
I mean, this opened the doors for the Road Dog, kind of, if you wanted to play the Road Dog, right?
Yeah.
Like, get the Diva out of there. You can play the Road Dog now. But to continue on with the push rant,
right?
I have to get this off my chest.
Okay, go on.
And people in chat are not going to be happy with me. I know that Apply is not going to be happy with me.
Oh, no.
But I love New Queen Street. I think it's a great map. Now, I don't like that the high ground past the cap is like so... It's just like too strong. The high ground is just way too strong, okay? But hear me out. Snow.
Okay.
It's got snow.
Was that it? Was that it?
Yeah, that's it. We don't have Volsky anymore, so we need to treasure the snow maps. It's kind of like nighttime for some of these maps. I like nighttime maps. Everyone likes the nighttime maps, and I like snow maps. So I need to be the keeper of the snow maps. Maybe it's my Swedish heritage, but I love the snow maps.
Dude, he loves Wrath of the Lich King. He loves Sweden.
True!
He loves...
Get me to Dragonblight right now. I'll do some
quests. Get me to Northrend. ASAP. I think New Queen Street gets a lot more hate than it deserves. I'm going to be honest. I really like playing Tracer on that map. It's a very fun map to play on, but as a support, it feels a little rough because there are like 4 spots you can hold. That's it. It doesn't feel great.
There's any point
Crocs is on hog.
Hey, Crocs is on hog. Sorry, I just kept going on.
No, it's fine. That's okay. You'll forgive it. You'll forgive it.
Okay.
Look,
we'll pick that up later.
I want to see big things for you, Johnny, because I am half part of your plan now, so I want to see big things from Landon here. And 3 points.
Me too. Please, Landon. Good Suzu.
Suzu. Yeah, good Suzu. He was half HP. Good Suzu, Landon. Keep it up. Well, checkmate's down, Johnny. So you know what? Jay can't get points around that because he's dead. EJS with a nice little kill there. But yeah, he's going to get hooked in. But Hazard getting hooked, not quite as serious as many other things. Okay, well, that's a double for the Kiriko. Another hook onto the Hazard. Yeah, and he can just instantly use that spike guy to just block so much of that damage. This 1v1 is a 1v1 of all time. Another hook, third hook onto the Hazard, and eventually Crocs is felled by Landon.
Yeah, I feel like with Ramatra getting a slight nerf going into stage 3, Hazard has kind of just taken the place where it's like, you know what's good? Blocking. Blocking's really good, and Hazard has a very good kit, very versatile kit right now. But able to mitigate a lot of this damage from the roto hooks, it just makes for a pretty natural tank pick right now, and obviously combines beautifully with checkmate all the time.
Okay, a little queen from Crocs now. It's going to serve a little bit better into Ziad, that's for certain. Checkpoint, though, has been already capped by Alcantia. Checkmate in with a kill onto the Kiri. But no, Crocs holding it down to the Queen. I don't mind this pick whatsoever. And in fact, Jonowich is going to clean up Landon as they regain control of the bot. Not exactly fight, but maybe they catch Checkmate out. Jonowich going for the 1v1 and the 8. Yes, okay. Kunai headshot. A little staggered spawn there for Checkmate. As now good guys can get some payload progress. Or some bot progress even.
Yeah, I mean, the Jungle Queen is definitely like an unorthodox pick. We've been seeing, some Jungle Queen here and there. Hawk played it yesterday against Ramatra. Do not advise that. But it definitely throw a, spanner in the works here.
All double rush. Nice TP, though. Wow, Landon was like 1 HP. Pulse bomb for SXJ, a little wide. Just made a small dent in the floor, but it's all good. Amongst the chaos, Landon is fallen. I mean, now Arcadia, they're going to have to seriously think about backing up. Looks like Ziad just trying to make things even, trying to go for one pick, but another fight win from good guys, and here picking up that last kill. I mean, Alcad again, they're kind of faltering in this mid-fight, and this should be a late kill on Lambda too, although Kelix does swing in for the rescue on the Lucio, but not to be found. Nice chase from Crocs.
Yeah, this is really good, and punishing some of these players on Alcadia. Obviously, like you said, there's a ton of damage to Ziad in the tank line duel, but later on you can see the shout, and they're really pushing some of these low HP targets, like Kelix, for example, like really making things troublesome for them. And coming up on this rampage as well. Obviously, you have to wait for the Susu, but it could be a massive ultimate to swing things in the way of GGA.
Man, the punishment here on the front line. Crocs is taking infinite damage. And I said lag spray though, and waiting for that Suzu. There it is.
No Suzu!
And a break to the back line. Kelix, Ziad, Anti. Nice rampage coming through from Crocs. SXJ with the cleanup as Croc hunts for more. Spots out Checkmate, but this is the bot moving. And Johnny, this is going to be lead taken as well.
Yeah, things are starting to look really good here. Just snowballing with this Junker Queen pick. As well, SXJ, you got a pull spawn coming up on a Kitsune Rush. This is the momentum that I talked about coming in GGA's favor. Now, you have an opportunity to win this map. Can you close things out?
SXJ with a pulse bomb. Spots the out on the high ground. Maybe even thinking Alcad are going to come high too, using a little staircase on the left-hand side. Now, Checkmate in his sights. Crocs is going to go in again. I mean, look at how fast Ziad is falling. I mean, jumping in, walling off, trying to get heals, but a rush coming in for good guys. They've got the bot on their side of the map as well, so they can get even more push. Checkmate takes down the Freya, but realistically, it's not going to matter. A late death here for Landon as well is not good looks for Alcadia. Trying to get away, use that TP, but Jonowitz maybe even follow up with a kill. They're in the mega health pack room, so if they get these late kills here, it's going to be disaster for Alcad. Post bomb for Checkmate off screen, actually does end up connecting with Crocs, but ends up shrugging it off. And now the wraparound comes in, it's Lambda. Wings clipped, Crocs takes him out. Come for the Queen, you best not miss. Alcad, they got 3 ults, they've stolen the bot, and they're resetting to mid now.
But still, though, they're at a man disadvantage here, and they might be pushing the bot, but this is not going to yield anything. Landon is going to drop the Kitsune Rush, but GGA quite happy to just back away from this one. Oh, but Crocs goes down. That's terrible news.
Really nice burst there onto Crocs. And a good downpour, too. Actually, he ended up connecting with 2. Okay.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush there really helpful from Landon, of course, because it looked shaky there for a second. And now Alcadia, they have the momentum in their favor. Coming up on this Bola shot as well. Jonowich, AJ in the previous map here, Jack.
Redemption.
If we see that happen again right here, that just can't happen.
Now, check this out, check this out. Okay, Kyo's dead. Well, that's not good. Jonowitz, do not... my heart leapt as well. I'm like, oh my God, no, don't. Okay, well, unfortunately, I mean, Alcad now have taken the lead. All that momentum taken out of the sails of GGA. They're finding pigs, but yeah, the majority of Alcad are still alive. Calyx is going to be able to come back with B. It's going to be a beat fight, maybe even a rush too to start us off with.
Yeah, I feel like you have to avoid it for Crocs here. You can't really utilize the Rampage because you're going to need it later on. You have to try to win with this Kitsune Rush from Eggs. That's a nice pick on the checkmate, actually. Now you can utilize Kitsune Rush. This should be a relatively cheap fight win here for GGA. And yes, you're down in the hole now, but you at least have the ultimates required to try to bring this one back.
Yeah, you hit a good Rampage here. Maybe, you know, try and force out Suzu, hit a Rampage, and then make Calyx use beat. Use a later beat for yourselves. I think that's going to be the game plan. Crocs sniffing out the flank. Almost lands that knife, actually, as well. Ziad's already in, though. They're trying to go for a big flank. Soundbarrier in, actually. Prompts a response. Bonus goes wide. Crocs dodges. A stick onto the Queen. An axe swing straight on top of Ziad. Ends up going down. The Rampage damage plus the denial of the healing there comes in clutch. Nice little Gracie onto Lapta, but Lapta too slippery. Ends up using the updraft to get away. Jonowitz with the chase, and now in a 1v1 versus Landon. Suzu used. Nice little boop into the corner. He's trying to find the win. He's trying to find this single kill, but Landon, he's getting away. A nice kill from Crocs, though, will even the tide. However, with Checkmate still alive, anything is possible for Alcadzia. A fight in the mid, not exactly good for GGA either, Johnny. They need clean fights here to gain the lead again.
Absolutely. Alcadzia wasting so much time right now, and good guys, rather. They would have really needed a fight win here because now Alcadzia, they're able to regroup. They have a Kitsune Rush to go. 2 minutes 20 to go here. GGA desperately looking for some kind of win condition. This next fight is going to be a big uphill battle.
Rush as well for Landon. Nothing left in their arsenal, but they might not even need it. A teleport from EGS to get away. Downpour. Oh, and it's a big one too. Connects with 3 people, maybe even 4. The person under the bridge. Nice little amping up from Jonowitz. Crocs just trying to get back to the point, trying to stall, trying to just die there so they can spawn together. Oh, Ziad standing tall, my son. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go. 111 meters in the bank, Johnny. Uphill battle indeed. Ult's coming online, though, for GGA.
Ults are coming online here, but I feel like Ziad has made a nice adaptation in the middle of this map. Early on, Ziad was getting caught a lot by the damage from Crocs, and GGA were targeting him, but now I feel like Ziad is playing more careful, not getting picked as much here. So how can you find an early pick in one of these fights if Ziad is playing better?
It's going to aggro. Jonowitz with the American checkmate with the American. You wouldn't get it. Keo does end up getting traded for Labda. All good, though. Again, Alcad, they're basically just stacking ults at this point, Johnny. Don't use any. Just wait for the last fight. But GGA, they've got a good opportunity. Again, double support ult and Rampage up.
Yeah, I feel like the problem for Alcadzia here is, though, that they need to get the ultimates out. Because they can't let GGA get away with cheap fight wins here. You kind of need them to waste some kind of ultimate here in this one.
This ends now. Landon dead, checkmate down.
Another cheap fight win.
Keo. Another fight win, and a cheap one at that. Just save Keo. Okay, only 1 casualty of war there, but they find the team kill.
Hey.
They find the team kill indeed, and for Alcadzia, this now spells, you know, kind of bad for them because they will come up on this sound barrier, but they're going to be at quite a disadvantage here. How can they avoid this Kitsune Rush? Can they put pressure on Jonowitz again? Obviously, they know Jonowitz has the sound barrier here. Can he maybe force a mistake?
They've got to go early, Johnny. I really do think GGA need to just go now. Ziad's already in. Gets pulled in briefly there with the knife. A small boop away. Half HP now is the hazard. Teasing this upwards climb here. They're waiting for this sound barrier to come online. That being Alcadzia, and it just came on in just like, what, a couple of seconds ago. Sound barrier connects. Jonowitz in trouble, though. Oh, the 3 bolts. They're just raining on his head. But the sound barrier ended up connecting just in time. Jonowitz does end up going down. A Rampage connects with the tank at the end. It does end up getting cleansed. It's SSG and Crocs. They keep them alive. GGA have found the fight win. They burned both support ultimates, though. So this is now the final fight. Landon's got the rush, and that is going to be the deal breaker here for GGA if it's successful.
Yeah, you can't sit back here now on the card. You have to push aggressive. You have to be proactive and try to find a pick early here. Obviously, you know Landon is going to have this Kitsune Rush. Can you force a Suzu early? Landon drops slow. That would have been a massive pick. He's won! Oh, it was so close.
Rush, but it's in a good spot, Johnny. It's on the point. Checkmate ends up going down. Postman goes wide. Bot continues to be pushed here. 4 good guys. EGS does manage to kill CR2, but SXJ is basically a non-factor in this fight right now. Has to continue to touch the box. Spawn positions are so close. EGS trying to heal everybody up, but Crocs goes out of LOS. Laughter takes the kill, and with that, it is just SXJ on the points. No recall, one blink remains, and Alcadia hold on. A series win for the team, but Esperanza way closer than they expected.
Wow. I mean, Lambden had essentially 1 health. We were 1 health away, 1 health point away from GGA having a 5 versus 4 man advantage in that very last fight there. That was ridiculously close. And SXJ almost came up with the individual play that would have resulted in a map win for GGA. So you gotta give them credit. You know, they left it all out there in map 3. They got so close to a map win against the best team in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, that is a map you can go back and review as well. Like, okay, this was close. Like, how did we do it? Yeah, SXJ, unfortunately, in that situation too, you're so like stuck to the bot. You can't like follow up with Crocs' aggressive positioning. Checkmate in the end came up with a couple of kills too. That was a close one, man. That could have very much been a map number 4. You're feeling pretty proud if you're GGA right now. Unfortunately, though, it is Alcad still on top. 6-0, Johnny. And I think that's 18-2. Plus, which is a plus 16 map differential.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, they've been ridiculously dominant so far. Alcadia, best team in EMEA, like I've said several times throughout this cast, and they just won't drop a beat in this one. Curious though how, you know, the Jungle Queen gave them some problems, but at the end of the day, Alcadia, they're clinical, Ash. They close it out.
Yeah, they definitely are clinical. The 3-0 that we expected from Alcad, but more of a bite back, I think, than we were expecting from Good Guys in this matchup. Like, Esperanza being that close, it being so close to even Good Guys taking a victory there and taking us to a map 4 is insane for a team that is down in that 7/8 slot there for rankings right now, Jaws.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. You're so happy, actually. I think they can come away with this one and go, okay, actually, we logged it. We did the dildogs. We're going to lock in for a second, guys. And they made that extremely close. First 2 maps, not quite there. Obviously, we saw Crocs, Hog, Doomfist having a little bit of fun, but they really started to, you know, believe in themselves halfway through map number 2 as well. I mean, it was impressive, honestly. Taking an Esperanza that close, and even Johnny was kind of saying, like, look, these map types, these push gamers are comebackable, and especially for teams that are underrated like that, it is possible. It is possible. Unlike Control.
Yeah, because even in the end there, like what, GGA had 77 meters and Alcadia had like 111.
11, yeah.
Yeah, and GGA, they're like, we got 4 ultimates and we just want to fight just using the overclock. Suddenly we have the ultimate advantage here going into OT, and we're 1 fight win away from closing things out. So that's what happens on push, right? It gets ridiculously close. This was a huge fight from Keo that kind of like set up the entire overtime scenario to begin with. So yeah, ridiculously close. And I think for GGA as well, it's a good sign that it's this close, because they have a match against Peps next week. And if you're able to win that, we have like a 3-team tie scenario for the 7th and final relegation spot, right? So
yeah,
GGA, they're very much fighting for their lives in OWCS.
They definitely are, and I think that a close match like this, despite the loss, definitely lights a little bit of fire under them, potentially heading into the week 6 there, like you were talking about, Johnny. The fact that, you know, it might give them a little bit of that confidence boost, seeing how close they were able to take it on this map of Esperanza up against a team like Alcadia. Overall, though, I think that I'm excited to honestly talk to Good Guys in a little bit. We're going to do a little losers interview this time around, maybe chat with them about the cats and everything like that. But that lower portion of the standings is definitely looking super scary. But EGS, how are you doing? We wanted to get a quick chat with you guys ahead of week 6. And first things first, I heard that you would love to get a cat named World Eater 3000. Sick name. I have another cat name that I want to get. If I get a third one, I can't say it on broadcast though, so I'll plug it into chat later. I do have my cat Toad here as well. So tell us a little bit more. I think that what was really impressive is in a underdog matchup like today, for me, getting to listen into your guys' comms throughout the broadcast and seeing how you guys are able to maintain like those good vibes and that good energy into a match like this, can you walk me through it? Like, what are like the personalities on the team like? And I feel like it's just such like a huge boon to have for a team.
The personalities on the team are all of us are kind of differently vibed. I've been playing for years already with Crocs and Kia, so I know like how they think, how they behave in a team environment. But like Simon is the most like normal one out of us, I could tell. I mean, a 6J, not Simon. Sorry.
The most normal.
Yeah, and with the
that's a good way.
Yeah, the most normal one. That's all I can say. I feel like Crocs is by most the craziest one out of all of us.
Is he bringing the vibes all the time then? Like making everybody laugh?
Oh yeah,
that kind of thing?
He's the most loud one, of course. He just screams a lot. Sometimes just starts singing random songs and all of that.
I mean, you got to have like good vibes, like mental vibes too, going into this series. Obviously, Alcat are undefeated. What was going through your head though with that last map? Because that was very close. You guys must be actually really happy with the performance on Esperanza.
I thought we could win that. We kind of fumbled the last fight mostly. I was really going into this match. I thought that we would just get 3-0'd in like half an hour. It was a little bit longer than that. I thought we couldn't even take a map, not even a point, but we didn't. It was close though, closer than I expected, even on the last map.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really close from our perspective because you almost killed Landon, who had that Kitsune rush, obviously. And like, if you're able to get that pick, suddenly the last fight become way more winnable for you guys, right? And you almost closed out the map. So it looked like you made the right play. Didn't manage to kill Landon, which was unfortunate, and so we were so close to a map win. But I think we gotta end it with the cat stuff here. You have a cat poster in the back as well. Do you just love cats in general? Is that the vibe?
No, I actually got a dog. I don't have a cat.
Let's go!
Yeah, I got a dog. He's somewhere behind me. I don't even know where exactly. I was just joking with the team about Jerry, like from Tom and Jerry.
Oh.
And then one day I was like, I would get a cat, and if I would call him like Planet Destroyer or something like that. So I just asked the admins what would they call cats. You can just call cats the most random names and it will stick around.
Yeah,
I think it's the most fun,
true.
right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
Is anyone else on the team?
A red cat.
It's a get name.
Yeah, a red cat called like fucking War Destroyer is just very good.
That's fire. That is super fire. Does anyone else on the team have a cat?
Our manager has Crocs has 2, I feel like. And I don't know who. I don't know about anyone else. I know Crocs, I think, has 2, and our manager has like 1 or 2.
Okay, fair. We're gonna need you guys to post some pet pictures on Twitter later. We need the pet pics. We want to see your dog Jerry too. Absolutely.
I don't have any pictures of him. Like actually.
You gotta go take one. I have one last question. Okay. I think recircling back over to week 6, do you feel like, I know that it was hard for you guys to lose out on Esperanza, but now knowing that you guys are like so close to beating the top team in the region, do you feel like that has injected a little bit more confidence into the team going into week 6, heading up against Peps?
I believe we can win that match. I really hope we can win it and qualify for playoffs. Someone did the math, and I think there's a scenario we can actually like be above them, and Genji is still above them because they won. I don't remember how it goes, but like if we win the game, I think 3-0 we qualify. Someone did the math. I don't remember who.
Well, we'll definitely keep our eyes out for that. It's always nice to know that there's still like that hope to work on right there, EGS. But again, it was so nice to talk to you. Thank you so much for doing the interview. And it was great getting to know more about maybe the future cat that you'll be getting one day.
One day, or day one.
World Destroyer.
Yeah, the World Destroyer.
It's a good name.
That's a fire name. Super fire name. But it's nice to hear that there is still some of that hope here for good guys, right? That bottom area of the rankings is not quite locked in yet from that 4th to 7th place. So there is a world where, depending on how the rest of the games go for EMEA, that they could take it, and they have that confidence for that matchup against Team Peps here as well. It's showing that at least the gap is starting to close a little bit there, Jaws. You can see the improvements in these teams.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, look at Peps' schedule. They have VP next, and then their last match is against good guys. Gen G have Alcad, and they have Twisted Minds up next. So, like, there is a real world where good guys end up, if they win against Peps, they end up going to playoffs. Like, that's such a ridiculous feeling, I'd imagine. Like, coming literally down to the wire to that last match, it's going to be good. I hope their spirits are high coming into next week. You know, maybe look over Esperanza again, look at how they could have done that better, because that was a close map versus the EMEA #1.
Definitely is. I think talking about worlds, alternate universes, different timelines, we got to remind you guys that World Finals is right around the corner over at DreamHack Stockholm. And the tickets have been on sale for a minute now. So you guys go check out that link that you have on your screens if you want to join us over at OWCS Champions. Johnny, what are you most excited about for World Finals?
I mean, it's always fun to see everyone in person, you know, seeing the players, teams, you people that I work with as well. The fans.
That's crazy. Yeah. You people is crazy. We just got egoed.
I get to see you people. But also, you know, we got the VIP packages. You know, we sell the 1-day, 3-day tickets, but you can get the VIP package. You get a meet and greet. You can get the American signature, because I'm assuming the American will qualify.
I'm sure he will.
It's a great opportunity to see these people in person.
Because they had like sofas or couches for the Americans, like right next to the screen and stuff, like the giant screen. Yeah, it was a good time. The VIP package is definitely kind of worth it, and yeah, it's going to be just a blast.
Can I get nerdy for a second, by the way?
Go on.
Okay, for 1 second.
All right. So on the table, it's not gonna be 1 second. On the table, it looked a bit weird because the map differential is Peps -2 and GGA is -11 in map differential. But when it comes to map wins, Peps have 7 and GGA have 4. So theoretically, if Peps lose 0-3 to Virtus Pro, that sets up a position where if GGA 3-0s Peps, then they have the same amount of map wins, 7, and they beat them. And so maybe, I don't have the rule book in front of me, but that's why I'm assuming they have the head-to-head and they have the same amount of maps wins, and so maybe that would be enough to see GGA obviously be the better team and skip out on relegation there. But Peps couldn't take a map of Virtus Pro because that messes up everything.
We'll have to see. We're going to have to see what the permutations end up looking like. But while you guys go check out that link there for DreamHack Stockholm, we're going to send to a quick break, and we'll be right back with our next matchup.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down.
My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing. I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving backline.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my god! Go to world! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like from my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time.
Okay, match number 2, Twisted Minds versus Gen G. I already know that I have one non-believer on the desk with me in Jack, but Johnny, okay, you've been talking about how Gen G, they've been improving. What's the copium?
Okay, first of all, I don't believe in Gen G.
Okay, never mind. I have 2 non-believers.
I find them entertaining. I find them a really fun team to follow and watch because they're progressing. You can see the improvement week in, week out. A lot of pressure on this team because they're a partner team. So you're like, Krusty, you're supposed to be one of the best coaches in Overwatch history. Are you a fraud? So it's like there's a lot of like big storylines here. Just like, what is happening with this team? How are they so bad? They play Exodial on Tracer in week 1, and then slowly but surely they're like, okay, Backbone is able to play the Tracer hero at somewhat of a level. Exodial finally looking hit scan, can make big plays for us, and I feel like they're kind of figuring things out. Here we are watching Twisted Minds as well. Obviously they've been looking really good because Quartz is just phenomenal at hit scan, but Gen G, I think they're the most entertaining team in town. I'm not saying they're the best, I'm not giving them a chance, but they're really fun to follow, so I can't see what's next in episode 5 of Gen G.
Episode 5? I guess we are in week 5. That does actually make sense. I think Twisted Minds, they are entertaining in the way that they do win a lot of games. They are very, very good. I think with Psycho's Edition 2, Quartz just on the hit scan, Quartz, Sojourn, Quartz, Casty, any kind of hit scan pick, he is a beast. Psycho 2 on the Tracer, phenomenal. And KSA, kind of the master of all tanks, it feels like. But this meta specifically, he just plays Zarya, run it down. Astro plays a whole lot of Lucio, we know that. A little bit of Juno, but actually Wu Yang looking really good for TM as well. Like, this team is stacked from top to bottom, and Astro's been bigging up Simple ever since he joined the team as well. Just an unbelievable flexible player, and this is perfect for this meta too, where you can be so aggressive.
Yeah, I think that you have to keep in mind, like, this Twisted Minds team, they're the ones that really took Alcatia to their limits in that best of 5. So this is a really tall task for Gen G. Despite all of the improvements that, Johnny, you had been talking about, it's also so late into the regular season, and I know that you're not on the train with me. We're not believers here on the desk apparently today. But what is a shining light, do you think, they're on the side of Gen G?
Well, I think that last week they looked really good and they had Crux figured out. Like, going into this matchup, a ton of people picked up Crux for fantasy, and I mean, I don't know what you guys believed in. That was quite delusional, in my opinion. But I think this was like a fantastic match from Gen G, because, like, okay, we have a plan. How are we going to deal with the Roadhog? And they executed perfectly. Exodial looked fantastic on the hit scan here as well. Backbone. Reaper is like pretty good in the meta right now, so obviously like a viable pick, especially if you want to get like a Tracer ban in there or something as well. Like, Reaper is a pretty good replacement for a hero like that, right? And that suits Backbone. Like, he's a bit of a flex specialist, right? So I just like that Gen G, they look well oiled in this iteration as they're progressing through stage 3. They figured out their identity, they know their hero picks, and now it's all about executing. Are they going to have a tough time against Twisted Minds? Obviously, but I think that they're starting to look really competitive, and what matters is the playoffs. If they can keep improving on a week-to-week basis ahead of the playoffs, they could become a little bit of an underdog.
Yeah, the Silly Heroes is where it's at. It really is. And Backbone's perfect for that. The Reaper has been creeping up in popularity. It's honestly kind of perfect for the match last week. Obviously, we saw the little lower third where Tread went like 58-9 or something silly on the tank. But if you're playing against someone like Crocs, you know he's going to run just beefy tanks, Hog, a little bit do maybe, and you can just kind of run at them. Twisted Minds aren't really going to give you that opening, and I do fear for kind of the Silly Hero specialist. They're going to come up with something a little crazy, I think, to kind of trip over TM here, Ash.
I gotta hope so, right? I think that there's definitely a huge mountain to climb here for the side of Gen G. And with how late it is into the season as well, this is a huge litmus test to see how far they've come with the improvements that you guys have talked about. And I think the biggest question that I have today, too, is Matt was talking about it yesterday. Will Gen G stop their ban supports only strategy, Johnny?
I mean, they stopped it last week, and suddenly I think we had a full rant about this. Yeah, Matt does that sometimes. Don't worry about that. But they did actually like kind of deviate from it. You know, I mean, they banned the Roadhog at times from Crooks, for example. So like they're starting to do that as well. Canale is also in the mix. We haven't mentioned that, but Canale obviously playing in Sky for Gen G has made a big difference as well in how they're playing the support ultimates, for example. And so that's been a big boon for them coming in last week. It's going to help them in this matchup. I think we'll have to see.
Well, I can't wait to get straight into it. Gen G versus Twisted Minds coming up.
92-8%. Is it that one-sided, Johnny? Is chat cooking? They normally do cook.
92. I mean, look, 92 is such an extreme number that I don't think I would bet on 92. If you bet channel points on 92%, you must have like ridiculous belief in Twisted Minds, and I have a really strong belief, but I'm thinking like that's just not worth it. Like the risk is so high. What if you lose all your channel points, chat? You might lose all your channel points in the next 2 hours, and then you are going to be so boomed you can't even go play ranked for the rest of the day. No, you have to like touch grass.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You have to work like side gigs to get the channel points back. So you have to like get a lemonade stand going.
I mean, yeah, you could be doing that. You could be doing that.
It's not worth it.
You know what would make the channel point predictions a little spicy as well? If we did it map by map. Because that way is a little more risky, because there's always maybe one or two that could get snuck away from a team that's maybe favored. Twisted Minds end up banning Lucio against Gen G. Freya ban on the side of Gen G. So no Lucio actually for Crispy. Might be a bit of a problem here. Crispy, very good Lucio player, although the other heroes in his pool not quite as strong. And on a map like Ilios too, we'll see how this impacts them. Looks like we're jumping onto Lighthouse for our first stage.
Yeah, that is definitely a hero that we expected to get targeted throughout this series, but it already coming out on map 1. I mean, that shows how Twisted Minds, they feel very confident going into Ilios here. We have seen that Crispy flexes over to something like a Juno in the past when this happens, when Lucy's not available.
Small pause, all good.
Small pause.
Small pause.
All good.
It wasn't Lighthouse. All good though. We're back.
It's all good.
It's all good. I think the Freya band's really smart too. Ilios is so good for Freya, man. It's really unbelievable. I think what are the ins here for Gen G, Johnny? Like, what player really needs to kind of step up? Obviously, with the Lucio ban, it's going to be tough for the backline, I think. Gen G's backline are probably going to struggle a little bit. Twisted Minds. Astro, you know, I think at this point in time, in this timeline, it's like, okay, Astro, very good Lucio player. We know that. Probably one of the best in the world. However, his Juno and Wuyang are good too. Like, they're up there. He's not just this Lucio OTP like people used to tout like a long time ago. He's clean on a lot of these new heroes, especially when it comes to double flex, which is so important in this era of Overwatch.
I mean, I think I would say that Twisted Minds, one of the reasons they were so good in Stage 2 and EWC is their ability to play double flex support, right? We have seen them quite often actually just wanting to play something like a Juno Kiriko, for example, and they got so much value from that double flex. So obviously, yes, Funny Astro, primarily a Lucio player, But like you said, I think their ability to flex recently has been really strong. And so for Gen G here, you think maybe, okay, we have been seeing some Lucio players. They like to flex over to the Wu Yang FD God, for example. Historically, a really strong Lucio player. Started playing more Wu Yang. Crispy now, able to pick up the Wu Yang. And so it adds some versatility to these players who historically have, hate to say it, been OTPs. But it's going to be really tough against Twisted Minds, who I think have way more experience playing this double flex.
Moon Hamster, obviously that is simple. I think he's got
what's going on here?
He's hiding from us. He's hiding. He doesn't want to be discovered, so streamer mode enabled. Good early kill though. Wow, Canal takes down Psycho. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh. I think Exodio had his entire life flash before his eyes there. The whole 19 years of his existence. Jeez. Okay, good start from Quartz, but they should end up losing this first cap. Aggressive positioning from Tread 2. Getting on top of Quartz is probably going to be Tread's #1 priority, denying these off angles.
I think we're really going to keep an eye on Exodial here. Obviously getting picked early. Oh, backbone. Fine. I mean, this is backbone territory right here, but Exodial is going to have such a tough matchup against Psycho on this Tracer. And you kind of have to combine with your D.Va and Reaper here. Can you make sure you don't get forced a recall early, or you're able to have some say in some of these dives coming out?
Yeah, okay. Well.
Okay, Crispy.
Yeah. Okay, well. Crispy. I mean, a good position normally for the Wu Yang to be up on the high ground. You can see the main choke point pretty well, and you can weave the water orbs quite easily. Kinell's on a nice little off angle here, but Tread is going rather low. Ends up teleporting into a dangerous spot. Takes a full body shot there from Astro. They end up losing the mech as well. Kinell unable to stabilize the rest of the team. Gen G to get wiped.
Yeah, that's brutal for Gen G getting picked early like that, and you can't have that happen to you. Twisted Minds in control now, and we're starting to get up to these ultimates. Kinell has a slight advantage when it comes to the Kitsune Rush here, so if you're able to make use of that, obviously it's hard to catch anyone on the side of Twisted Minds here, but some pressure on towards the point, and you could get a lot of positioning, which could help you down the line in one of these fights.
Exodio obviously back in the trace. You already kind of mentioned that as well, Johnny. Exodio, very much known as the capacity player a long time ago. Backbone ends up going down to Simple. That rushes in a decent spot too, covers most of that point. Tidal Blast onto Psycho, and Crispy uses his on his own self. Unfortunately, doesn't get a single knockdown there. Twisted Mind still in control, and look at the ult bank as well. Just dirty stuff. Wow. Making a couple of body shots from Crispy as he regains control of this high ground. Self-destruct for TBNT, but again, it should be a fairly easy retouch here. Although the flip does come through. Actually, a couple of pixels too late there. TBNT now onto the high ground. Guardian Wave already used, and good luck, Crispy. No CDs left to save himself, and Canal nowhere to be found either. Both supports dead for Gen G, although it was a nice cap from Gen G. It doesn't really matter in the end. Twisted Minds, with TBNT resetting himself, end up getting a team kill.
Well, I hope they would have capped with the amount of ultimates they wasted there. But it's a tough look for Gen G because I think they had the right idea. They get Kitsune Rush onto the point. They get a lot of space, but Backbone going down early, that's going to make things way tougher for Tread in the front line. And then Crispy, I mean, you know, having to use the ultimate defensively like that, it's just a not good value. And so Gen G expending a lot of ultimates, getting picked early. They're not really able to execute with the good plan they have.
Jeez, Backbone, 25 HP. Crispy's already dead, takes a railgun from Quartz. I mean, not looking too hot right now. TBNT does need to survive here. Don't want to lose mech. Quartz gets another, man.
Quartz just on fire right now.
Yeah, he's pretty good at the video game, some say.
Any touchers?
Yeah, any touches. There's gonna be one at least. You think Tread at least gets there, right? Oh, I was so scared for Backbone's life there. Looks like Tread actually got pushed onto the point by TBNT there, so all good, a little helping hand. However, now try and step up to the plate. Quartz has got an overclock. Oh, aim straight at your skull. Canal ends up going down to Funny Astro as Quartz waits for Backbone to TP. And a Death Blossom for Gen G can't even be used. That'll be round. Twisted Minds picking up one.
And I think we're seeing, Jack, that it's just absolute like skill death. Gen G are struggling with their execution right now. They're getting picked early in these fights, and they don't even really give themselves a chance to win some of these fights. So great Lucio ban by Twisted Minds that I think kind of like opened up this map. kind of like establish some of these compositions, right? Because I think we're even seeing Crispy, you know, struggling on the Wu Yang right now. Getting picked early on some of these fights isn't really getting value from the Wu Yang pick, and that's Twisted Minds forcing that error, forcing Crispy to adapt. And Crispy is struggling with adapting right now.
Now that Lucio ban paying dividends for Twisted Minds. Full kind of comp swap here from Gen G. Backbone. I don't know, back to Reaper? I mean, on the... Yeah, he does do that after the TP, but... Yeah, so Azaria on this point. Decent again if you think that TVNT is going to run the D.Va again, but... I mean, he's on the hazard now.
Yeah, I think this gets really tricky because you don't have a ton of mobility if you're Tread here, of course, and so you kind of have to play these narrow angles, right? But that's going to free up Quartz, and Quartz is going to have a field day, taking these flank angles, getting a lot of poke done, and maybe opening things up with a rail.
Yeah, look at that. Backbone Ninja trying to TP to force a position of Quartz, but Quartz just gets a better position on the high ground. Now looking for Crispy. Oh, rushing Torrent does manage to get away as Exodio is actually the one that starts off the fight with a kill. TVNT down, and Twisted Minds turn tail and run. Backbone stays alive on the point, and that's their biggest boon for the team, Johnny. The point fight for Gen G is very strong with the Reaper.
Yeah, the Reaper Zarya is something we've seen more of in Stage 3. It does mean that if you push onto a door at this point, then Psycho has to stay out of trouble. TVNT was a bit reluctant there as well of taking any space whatsoever. And you see Twisted Minds, they're trying to think of ways to engage, but wow, Simple getting picked early as well. 4 versus 4 though.
They do trade, yeah. I mean, Crispy also ends up going down. High charge for Tread now, looking for a kill onto TVNT. Spike guard utilized and expended. TVNT couldn't stand up to the ire of Backbone and Tread there. Tread is 1 HP, needs heals. Oh, Lucio Azaria, such high charge as well. It could be another attempt of an engagement here from Twisted Minds. A rush on the point to help sustain, but Backbone's already used that Wraith Form to back away. 9% on the board for TM, although with the kill onto Quartz, that is definitely going to be a dampener on their plans. Psycho looking for a way into this fight with a Pulse Bomb, but it looks like Twisted Minds are going to be happy with maybe even a cap, but with Tread coming back on the D.Va, it should be quite easy now to stop this cap going through. Both title bars utilized there, but no initial kills, but a later rush on the point from Simple should be good for Twisted Minds, but they're still yet to cap. Eventually, Backbone does end up going back to the Underworld, Simple putting a kunai between his eyes, as Twisted Minds eventually get flipped.
Yeah, so there's a lot of great percentage build for Gen G here, of course, and a lot of ultimate trading back and forth. But now if you're Gen G, you put yourself in a position where Exodial, a good overclock, obviously up against Quartz is very tough, but Gen G, they have an in here if Exodial can come up with a nice play.
Downpour's going to be tough too. Oh, Exodial takes one with him. You take that, but Exodial ends up killing 2, in fact, before he ends up going down. TVNT with the kill with the jagged wall of all things. That is a messy fight. Tread doesn't have mech though, and a Downpour still available for TVNT, so you're expecting the hazard to use it here. Downpour connects with Kineo, and it was just so perfect. Picturesque, in fact. TVNT connects the 2, and Twisted Minds hold on to the capture.
Oh, that's a big shame for Gen G there, because you felt like you would have won that fight after Exolial gets 3, but TVNT surviving long enough on the hazard to stick around when it's a 3 versus 2 scenario. Big downpour as well, so big play from TVNT right there, and Gen G. Now are they gonna come back into this one? They're getting close to a Kitsune Rush here. Kale gets picked early. You get a quick reset though, you get a quick reset.
Yeah, Kineo
it's not the worst.
The cork board there by the wall. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, you've got Overclock out, which is probably one of the more scary ults for Twisted Minds in the hand of Quartz.
I think it's just so tricky here now though, because you don't have any kind of speed, right? You have a Kitsune Rush. Okay, Tread's gonna swap over to the D.Va. They want to try to get this touch, right? Maybe it'll have to be an Exodial triple blink, which would mess up their team fight potential. Twisted Minds, they should go early here if they can.
Are they going to get touched? That's the question. They're hunting for Exodial. Yeah, like you said, triple blink, recall, straight back to the Mega Health Pack, and there's the rush to try and sustain now. Pulse Bomb from Psycho goes a little bit wide, Backbone jumping over it, and the retouch comes in. So Gen G at least now fighting on the point, which is exactly where they want to be. Tidal Blast available for Crispy too. They're going to try and force this issue. A defensive one onto Quartz, ends up getting knocked down, but still survives. Guardian Wave tops him all the way back up. Simple now with the rush can lay this down, and this is going to be a big swing of momentum for Twisted Minds. They end up capping right underneath the noses of Gen G. Overtime in session, Gen G needs now perma-touch, but the fight is taking place off of the point, not where they want to be. A couple of kunai headshots from Simple as he takes over the game. Twisted Minds now in full control. Finding Astro and Simple. Supportal combat on the points will secure the map and the round and make that a 2-0 for Twisted Minds to start off the series.
Yeah, Twisted Minds winning as expected, but still though, Gen G got it really close, and they had the right ideas throughout that final Ruins round. Towards the very end there, yes, you give up the cap, but they acknowledge we have to make a play. We're not going to be able to stand up in a neutral against this Kitsune Rush, so we need to try and make a play. We need to try and go aggressive with this Tidal Blast, and I think they did a really good job. Unfortunately, it doesn't go in their favor there, but again, you can see this Gen G team, they started off so poor this stage, but at this point, I think they're making the right decisions. They have some great setups going into these fights, but they're not able to execute, Jack.
Yeah, it does feel like there are signs of life, right? Small mistakes, though, like Crispy being picked off on that high ground. You want to play aggressive with the Wu Yang. I mean, look at the way UV plays it, for example. Like how close he plays to the front line, knows his teammates can kind of bail him out, has the rushing torrent to get away as well, has Guardian Wave, etc., right? Crispy trying to do the same thing, taking a small off angle, but punished. And if Crispy goes down like that, there's way less support for your Kiri, for your other support. A little bit rough to start us off with, but yeah, I agree, Johnny. I think there are still points where you can say, you know, Gen G, they kind of had it this fight. They kind of were playing Twisted Minds a little bit.
Yeah, right. Like if you're able to win that fight where Exodial gets 3, like things look pretty differently, right? And towards the very last fight, like I said, right, if you're able to find a pick with that Tidal Blast, you know, maybe you can win that one out against Kitsune Rush. And so Gen G, I think they're giving themselves the opportunity to win some of these fights. And look, it's not always happening. Sometimes it looks bad because like they gave up the flip and such. But I genuinely feel like a lot of the time Gen G, they're making the right calls, but someone's dying early. You know, in the case of Crispy, Crispy's not the best Wu Yang, and so you're not able to utilize the skill set of Wu Yang to its fullest potential. And that kind of like setting them back here a little bit. But I like the direction that Gen G is heading, and so, you know, if you happen to lose against Twisted Minds in week 5, so be it. Like I said several times, it's about the playoffs, and I do think that Gen G are improving week to week.
Oh, Lucio can't be banned now by TM, so we're all good. We're chilling if you're Gen G. I'm gonna go back to more Lucio-style comps. Here's the stats from the last map as well. Pretty one-sided when you look at KDAs. A lot more damage though. 35k to 26 is quite the disparity. That is Gen G not winning that map. It was TM, so we'll get that fixed in a moment. But also don't forget, there is FACEIT. That is coming up. New season coming out for both the game and for FACEIT. It's season 7 for FACEIT. If you go log onto the website right now, you can create your team and play in some of the leagues and play in the Masters division if you are confident enough, and maybe make it to OWCS. The open qualification system is definitely a thing that sparks a lot of joy with a lot of fans too. Get teams like Dildux and Quick Esports coming through the ranks and yeah, making everybody's day a little bit brighter. Or you can play in some of the other divisions too, which might be a little bit more on your track. You don't want to be facing top 500 champ players all the time, so play in some of the lower divisions and you can face opponents at similar skill levels. So yeah, FCE.gg/FACEIT League, and there'll be some links on the socials as well, so make sure you go check that out. And and there's also a lot of prizes as well, so yeah, look at that. But back to the series at hand, Johnny. Twisted Minds taking that one, little 2-0 to start us off with, but now you go on, well, you want to pivot back to Lucio comps if you're Gen G, hit scan comps as well, maybe get Exodial back on Sojourn, anything else like that. What are you feeling for Gen G with the next map pick?
Well, one of the go-to maps for Gen G have been Esperanza, because I think it does well for everyone. Like it suits everyone on their lineup. They can play this like pretty default Lucio Kiriko if they want to, and they're gonna pick King's Row here actually, which is a map they picked against Peps last week there as well, or that was a couple of weeks ago actually. My bad. But it has been a go-to map for them as well. They have been playing a lot of Esperanza and a lot of King's Row here. So we're gonna have to see where we go here. I think at some point in this series, we're going to see the Symmetra matchup, right? Because I think Gen G, they want to be a Symmetra team. But it's going to be the Symmetra ban for Twisted Minds. So it's not going to be this matchup. But I think also, like Twisted Minds banning Symmetra, that's also them recognizing that, hey, Gen G, they can be a good Symmetra team. So we'd rather force Backbone off that hero and force Backbone to play the Tracer or the Reaper.
Dude, it feels like going for the Jugger, like, okay, we banned Lucio, and now we banned Sim, and next map we're gonna ban Reaper. Like, hasn't banned for Gen.G. And though you say that, but to be fair, I think Backbone, you're like, okay, we're going to King's Row, so Sim isn't like the only flavor of comp you can play on Kings. You can play Mei, you can play Reaper. Like, these are picks that do work on this map. It's not like, okay, we're forced to go Sim here, that's just what we need to do. There are options for Gen.G.
Yeah, but I think if you're Twisted Minds in this matchup, I feel like maybe you're thinking like Psycho is like a big player that could do a lot for us in this series, because theoretically Psycho should have the leg up over Backbone on quite a few of these different heroes. Specifically the Tracer is the one I'm thinking of, right? But like you said, like Mei, Reaper, it is kind of limiting for the side of Gen.G if you force something like a Mei. We've seen it done, but you need things to kind of work in your favor and get pretty brawly. But I think Twisted Minds, banning the Symmetra, I think makes sense to them because they're getting Backbone of one of his best heroes.
Let's get it. Let's go to King's Row. Scrims Row. See how Twisted Minds end up defending. Gen.G on the attack first. The thing is, with the Mei comps, Johnny, the only thing I fear, and I think a lot of people would do as well if you're in the server, is court on the Sojourn, because there's not really anything that can touch the Sojourn in that comp, where if you're playing a close range comp, Quartz can basically sit back on the defense and just charge right click over and over and over and over again. Like, it's a very, very tough matchup. I like Simple using the skateboard emote as well. W. Look at him go.
Chilling.
Look at him go.
It's amazing.
I love it, bro. It's actually the best in and emote combo of all time. And for Kiriko. Also, Moon Hamster subbed out and Simple back in. There you go.
Moon Hamster was crazy, by the way.
Yeah, good player.
So good. Oh, we got the KSF Valiant skin. Or sorry, KSP. Now Kai.
Now Kai. Oh, so true, actually.
Well, KSF also paid for Valiant, but...
I was going to name a 2021 Valiant player, but I couldn't remember which...
no, they had that Chinese roster.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the DPS. Oh, Quartz ends up going down first. Like, that is a big pick from Kanale. My word.
It's huge.
Okay, get up to the high ground now. Exodo slides into the room, and yeah, here we go. Just transition to high ground, punish TVNT. A very early Suzu usage, but it's all good. Don't need it. Go next. Just punish this mech. TVNT might be able to get away here, but now pressure on the point is required. Gen.G with a perfect opening pick, but there is an opportunity here as Twisted Minds managed to get out scot-free.
Yeah, see how this retake takes place here. Backbone, a lot of abilities forced actually from Backbone. It has to forfeit all that space, and that lets Twisted Minds back into the way of things. This has been kind of like a hit and miss for Gen.G here, Jack. Is that Backbone sometimes goes for some really good plays, but is prone to getting caught, picked early because he overextends, get his abilities forced, and then you have to give up all of that space that you earned, right? So Backbone have to play a bit more cautiously on the Reaper here.
Don't get one click challenge. Almost failed. That Psycho's positioning there was kind of nasty. Forcing the Suzu, forcing the Swift Step. TVNT ends up losing mech, but like it's fine. It should be enough time for them to get back in the action. They've got Tidal Blast as well. You can even Tidal Blast the Baby Diva if you want, but actually Tread ends up stepping up too far. Oh, Tidal Blast. Okay, can't save you from Backbone, unfortunately. Might even be here as well. They end up using the rush. All right, now it's dangerous for Twisted Minds. They cannot step on the point right now. TVNT only just spawning with Psycho.
Crispy needs to speed. The re-engage is going to come surely.
Okay, Tidal Blast. Oh, Exodio's in trouble. Doesn't end up getting knocked down. Perfect Suzu. Ends up coming in with the sound barrier as well. They're going to get it popping at 96%. Quartz dead first. Exodio gets out of the way of TVNT. And that is going to be a Gen.G cap. Nice stuff from Gen.G, honestly. I mean, you're taking out Tread's mech there, and then who ends up stepping up? It is Backbone just running down the backline. Getting the kill onto the Baby Diva of TVNT was crucial to the success there.
Yeah, Gen.G are looking really good right now. Let's have a quick listen in and see how they're setting up for the second point.
I want to fight the top right space with Clock.
Yeah, okay. I'm holding with you.
Yeah, okay. Don't pick, okay? You stay in this corner, okay?
I'm fighting.
I'm gonna Clock, they're trying to push on me. You just kill them.
Yeah.
I'm clocking now. 3, 2, 1, clocking now.
Deep low.
I pop myself.
Nice, bridge up. Wait, no,
Go back, man.
Relocate.
I can buy on top one.
Carry all pause.
I'm pushing up left.
Yeah, I can come back.
Play
for a grab Reaper combo on main, okay? Put pressure on D.Va.
Yeah.
Care the flank.
We're on a wave.
Just care them overloading you left. We can't help you much. Yeah, we're good.
One. I'm pushing back.
Ready? 3, 2, 1, bubble.
Yeah, pop.
Spray one.
We can shoot the D.Va. He's alone.
Back down. Go back, man.
I'm speeding trap.
Turn off. Stay one. Turn away. Alright, turn away.
Nice.
Please carry that camera. Not do that.
I mean, Johnny, these are clean fundamentals here from Gen G. Like, backing, tempering the pace, not overextending at all. That was just clean Overwatch. Straight up.
Yeah, that was great. Great communication as well. You can hear Backbone going in, asking for the bubble. They're pretty organized. Obviously want to kill the mech to set up the Graviton Surge. TMNT is going to swamp over to the Ramatra here, so no defense matrix to try to eat this grab. Gen G has a really good opportunity here, Jack, to close this round out early. Oh, but Crispy goes down.
Crispy, double tap. Quartz, though, evens this up, and here we go. Go time. Tidal Blast on the ram, but he was in grab. A Suzu too, but no Nemesis 4, but obviously no Annihilation as he just ended up swapping. Backbone has the TP up and has a Death Blossom too. Can hold the gates at this point. Teleports onto Psycho. Looks 180 though. Kills Quartz. Simple with the kill onto Backbone's good enough, but still Gen G pushing this payload. Tread in danger, but a quick reset here. Again, fundamental Overwatch just pushing, tempering their aggression, and Tread, importantly, saving the high charge on the Zarya.
Yes, you have great team setups here, and the team fights are working out beautifully for Gen G. But now as well, you have the overclock. This is where the individual skill comes in. Can Exodio set up his team here for a quick round win with a nice overclock?
Psycho getting checked as well, forced to recall, has got Pulse Bomb still, but needs to pick up the Mega Health Pack. Overclock can't be used anymore. Quartz on the high ground just finds a neutral kill. Pulse Bomb onto the bubble. Tread ends up going down. Okay, big reset, no opportunity to use ults there. Quartz shut down.
And this is where it gets really tough for Backbone on the Reaper, actually, because you think about this, where do you actually TP in? Yes, you can pressure TVNT for some space, but you're not really going to be able to kill Avra Matra. You can try to jump on someone like Funny Ass or Simple, but it's really tough. So Gen G, composition is not working out, but Exodio.
Beat, OC, Astro, dancing, weaving, bobbing, didn't get out of the way. Exodio with 2. Now Twisted Minds, they're in a weird spot. They've actually flipped the map, and Gen G are pushing this payload. And TVNT needs to get out of this small room. Jet Blossom on the point, Psycho trying to touch, double kill for Backbone. And now, everybody coming at us Spawn, trying to get that final touch, and Twisted Mind run over on third. And almost 2 minutes time bank for Gen G.
0. I've been saying, Jack, this is a game. I've been saying, Gen G. Look at this. What were the odds going into this one? 92% Twisted Minds? Something like that? Gen G, they are fighting in this series. Obviously, Ilios tough there because Crispy wasn't able to play the Lucio, but this is where you really see Gen G playing their signature heroes, looking good. The teamwork is on point. The communication is crisp. 2 minutes on the time pack in overtime for King's Row here. This is a very winnable map for Gen G.
Could say it's looking crispy, Johnny.
Indeed.
Easy slam dunk. All good. And look, if you're opening up kills like that, and this is exactly what we want to see from Exodio, opening up kills on the hit scan, on Freya, on Cass, on Soj, any of his top heroes. The Tracer, not a great look for Exodio historically, but if you're opening up fights, killing Quartz, of all players, like killing Psycho, like that is the exact star power that you need. And Gen G with a good start. We'll see how they end up doing on their defense. They end up going Tread over to the D.Va. I think this is a safer pick in some ways, but with Twisted Minds and TVNT, you're easily able to just switch up, and TVNT rolling out the Zarya, this might be quite difficult.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough defense for Gen G here. We'll kind of see how they play it. I think things get very tough for Backbone here as well, because now you have to play kind of defensive on the Tracer here as well. And I feel like typically Backbone is at its best when he's engaging, when he's teleporting into space. when he's trying to grab some kind of positioning for his team. Now Backbone has to be a bit more careful on the Tracer and just protect this flank high ground, right? To see how Psycho deals with it on the offense.
Don't give Quartz an angle, please. You've got to be matrixing this guy like Perma. All right, looks like TVNT is slowly but surely making the grand journey up to high ground. Looks like they've managed to make it, and now the slow push in through Hotel. A two-pronged attack here from Twisted Mind, with Tread losing half his mech already. It's actually above them right now. He's going to get healed up eventually across the way, but Canel takes the, railgun to the head, or like a couple of bullets there from Quartz, and this is where it all falls apart. I actually really like this backline setup from Twisted Minds. Not normally a fan of the Brig, Johnny, but on first, if you're slowly moving through Hotel with the Brig, it's actually very easy. You leave TVNT on an off angle on high ground, and then Simple walks through Hotel with Quartz.
Yeah, I feel like King's Row first. It's a really good point if you just want to like 5-man it, right? If you want to stack up and either you push the high ground and either you push the Hotel, and you gain some positioning, and Brig is really efficient in those small spaces, right? So very sound tactical composition from Twisted Mind. Simple is now going to flex over to the Kiriko here as well. So changing things up, and they'll be pocketing TVT on the Sari here.
Oh, Simple ends up teleporting away. Astro's got ult coming online. Psycho's got that pulse bomb. Let's get a quick TM listening.
Reaper Q right. Keep pushing,
Yeah, they're gonna have kids away. Reaper no TP. Reaper no bubbles. Yeah, we can go. You can. Ready, Psycho?
I'll peek you main.
Yeah, 3, 2, 1, go. Chill one. Sorry, one side.
We have one. What the fuck?
We get trained. What's the pulse, yeah.
Yeah, we killed someone too.
You're inside.
I think Reaper is still too bright with it.
Very low. No TP.
You're not TP.
Carry on point.
Kill us behind one, no.
Left side. You're inside. Reaper is above us, by the way.
Yeah, Reaper's right, I think. Reaper's right.
Yeah, just push card.
Yeah, right side, Reaper right side, not right side.
Okay.
Reaper mobile.
Reaper shift. Reaper one. I can poke you.
They want to flip main zone. Care.
Yeah, they have clock. They have just clock. Yeah.
Reaper right.
No, care.
Reaper one. Cure no TP. Cure one.
Sorry, nothing to
درنا. Fast there, man. Care, we're down. Can I go back?
Yeah, just chill one. I can poke you out.
Fast go back.
You can.
Yeah, we're hard. They can't kill. Can have rough zone.
Yeah.
Can go kill main, okay? Yeah. Can Reaper kill right side. The swap main is there, drop.
Live. Yeah, I'm full living.
Hold the gear.
Okay.
Push.
There, push me. Can we go main kitchen now?
Yeah.
Walk.
You're kiting already.
Walk. Yeah, just walk up.
I keep pushing.
I'm bomb in 10 as well. They're gonna have both supports soon.
Reaper Curie top right.
Let's get some drop. Sorry.
Nitrous Mice with 4 ults here. End up using this rush around the corner. Tread's close to this grab. It's actually TVNT that grabbed first. There is going to be a giant bubble, but Backbone out of nowhere. Death Blossom up above, down onto the ground. Gen G with a team wipe. Backbone, oh my word, he is back. That Death Blossom was beautiful. I mean, everybody from Twisted Minds there, Johnny, kind of distracted by Tread. It was caught in that grab.
Yeah, I think Gen G are playing this one really well so far. And you can see on this off angle, Backbone is playing here on the Reaper and is getting assisted by Canale on the Kiriko as well. And so Psycho hasn't really gotten anything done. And so they kind of let Twisted Minds, they win the neutral on the Zarya. But Backbone is playing this Reaper to a T on the flanks right now. And it's making things really difficult for Twisted Minds to find an edge. Now, another aggressive engage from Gen G here.
Oh, he won that? 3 HP, please heal him. Oh, he's dead. Okay, all good. Quick reset here. Yeah, ain't going to get the payload too far. Surprised he actually ended up winning that one. Simple, needs to get away or die ASAP. He's tricky with it, takes the headshot. That's a late death.
I feel like Gen G are playing so well right now. Because Twisted Minds, they push up with the Ram, you know, in the street. They're pushing main. Gen G, they don't care. It's like, okay, we're going to give you main. We're going to go for an aggressive high ground push on the flank instead and then take down your backline. So Gen G, they're finding really creative, good ways to set up these fights to give them the best chance of winning possible. Now, no ultimates on the board for them here.
Quartz wants it. get into the mix though. Ends up sliding in really aggressively. There's overclock online in a couple of moments as well. On a nice little off angle. Checked though by Crispy. Takes a triple orb, but Kineo goes down. Gen G lose another on the defense. There is a minute to go, and now they need to be tempered. Just slowly push back. Don't give up too much positioning, but also don't lose anybody. Quartz on a very nice off angle though, Johnny. This high ground control here is perfect. He can peek into that mega health pack, but he can also peek down main. There's going to be a touch in a couple of moments as Backbone jumps to the high ground, but Exodial just jumps up, kills 2, takes that positioning away from Quartz, and now there's 40 seconds to go. You need a reset here if you're Twisted Minds.
Yep, 3v4. You just can't stand up here. You have no damage players. You gotta reset. And Simple dies late.
Simple dies late, Johnny. Twisted Minds, they've got ults. They just need to back up. But Gen G aren't going to let them. They've got a Wu Yang ult here. They could even just play up to them right now. They're holding this corner.
I feel like this is really scary though, because yes, you have to dodge this Kitsune Rush. You're not going to win in the Kitsune Rush neutral, but at the same time, are you gonna win with an aggressive Power Blast here?
They got to use it at some point. High ground control for Quartz, trying to get what Exodial did. And he does. Crispy ends up going down. Backbone with the trade, though. But now it's a 3-on-4 on the point. Psycho just sitting in the rush. They've got this Annihilation, too. Their staying power is immense. But the grab is coming up soon. As well as this Death Blossom for Backbone as well. Grab thrown out. TVNT locked in place. Backbone on top of the payload. Ends up trying to burn TVNT, but the Susa comes in just in time. Annihilation and Nemesis form, keeping TVNT alive as he does cross his arms. That damage mitigation is just so immense now from Twisted Minds. Simple Psycho come up and kills in OT. Twisted Minds are going to be able to get this payload in if they can kill these staggers up. Exodial jumps over the tracers, gets back to the point, but it's cut to smithereens. A minute and 20 seconds left in the time back for Twisted Minds as they make their final push here onto third.
So close for Gen G there. The fact that they had commit both the Death Blossom and the Graviton Surge onto TVNT on the Ramatra, there's just no way they're going to be able to kill that Ramatra. Had they instead tried to make a play on the backline, maybe you win that one, but really difficult spot for Gen G to be in. And now, a minute on the timer here, Twisted Minds. They have the engage beat if they want it, Jack, but it's 2025.
It is 20. Do not engage beat. It's 2025. Do not engage beat. You've got a rush from Kineo coming up soon. Teleport. Backbone up to high ground. Forces position. Astro in trouble. Tries to get the boom away back. Backbone just punches him square in the jaw. Instant kill onto the Lucio. Psycho now trying to even the playing field, but ends up having to recall back. Kineo hot with the kunais. Now Gen G can play up a little bit. Twisted Minds. One fight territory, Johnny.
One to fight territory, and Kitsune Rush dropped early from Simple here.
Tread goes super low. Luckily, though, receives that wave just in time. Now the beat can come in. The tables have turned here. Proactive beat from Funny Astro. Tread extremely low, no bottles remaining, but Kineo trying to keep him alive, but gets out of LOS. Twisted Minds now with a final ditch attempt to get this push, but it will be an overtime finish. Kineo dies and Backbone, oh dear, yeah, looking around, wondering where his support went. Now looking for a final touch here, but it will be a free attack for Gen G if they let this payload go in, and they're going to be happy about it, that is for sure. A Doomfist change up here for Tread to get back to the point in time, and Crispy very close to this Tidal Blast, in fact, he's actually got it. Attaches it to Tread, and now he's going to try go for an aggressive play. A knockdown onto Simple, a punch doesn't end up getting him. Simple gets out the way. The movement there from the Kirio, just too good. The kills are flooding in here for Twisted Minds, but an OT finish is all that they can hope for. And Gen G, they're still happy with this, Johnny. A minute and 57 in the time bank and a free attack on Kings.
2 minutes, they can close it out. They have two probably good team fights here.
Are Gen G heads back? Are Gen G heads back? Like,
they haven't won a map yet, but they're looking good. They're looking good. And I feel like this is one of those crucial times in their entire Stage 3 regular season where if you're able to close out this King's Row, tie things up in the series, that's an amazing sign for Gen G for the future as well. You can make this series competitive, and if you would upset Twisted Minds, I mean, my God, that would be ridiculous considering how they started their stage.
Yeah.
But if it doesn't work out, if we draw, it is a feels bad of all time. It just feels absolutely terrible. So these 2 minutes, Jack, they are critical for Gen G here in Stage 3.
You had to put the draw out into the ether, Johnny. You had to say it.
Dude, it's 2 minutes. There's no guarantee. You have to be clinical here on this attack. Yes, it's one tick, But Twisted Minds are more than capable to defend here for 2 minutes.
Safer defensive option here for Twisted Minds as well. TVNT on the Ram. No Diva, so Tread can't come in with the counter on Zarya. Still going to rock it anyway. We'll see how their high ground control is here. Last time around, remember, Backbone wants to be able to get up to height. Force people's position, but not getting shot in the head by Quartz. Well, Exodio got shot in the head by Quartz. So quick reset.
This is so scary because you don't want to compete in the neutral here. Like, you don't want anything to do with this Ram. You kind of have to try to get towards the back line and take space either onto the high ground, put Exodio up there, or if you want to engage through the lobby with your Zarya Reaper and try to find picks. But you can't battle with this Ram. The one thing Gen.G now in this minute, you can't be static. You have to make a decisive play on either of the tanks.
TP. Wow, that is a TP and a half. Backbone already forced a Wraith. Had a bubble applied to him. Now Force sees this as an opening. It's going to spot a couple of players and takes the head off Nail. Okay, but it's all good though. Exodia and Backbone ends up coming up with kills. Now TVNT is in trouble in Hotel. He's going to use the help of Quartz there, who's bought a little bit of space for him to maybe get back to the point. Shield on the corner, but they're so close to losing this. TVNT shield disappears almost instantly. Suzu, Nemesis form, but he's getting shot in the back by Backbone. A perfect position for the Reaper to be, and that's going to be it, Johnny. Gen.G are going to cap this first point. Exodio comes up with 2, Canale the same, and Gen.G with a map on the board.
Tying up the series, looking real good. And that TP and that decisive TP in from Backbone just messed up all the positioning the Twisted Minds had and scrambled. Gen.G finds a couple of picks that sets up the fight win, that closes the map out. But looking real good in their map pick. And as we take a look at the scoreboard here, of course, it doesn't look good. I mean, Canale 13 and 9, they died quite a bit there, but they were able to grind this one out for a map win.
Gen.G heads are rising in chat, and the Twisted Minds predictors, I think, quivering slightly. Sweating, maybe, yeah. It's going to be Twisted Minds now with a map choice. I want to remind you too, Johnny, we spoke about at the very top of this one, Twisted Minds really going for the jugular in terms of bans. Banning Crispy's Lucio, then they're banning the Sim, which Gen.G, well, they like to play, like Backbone especially, a silly hero specialist. And now we go on to a pick of Twisted Minds. They're banning first, of course. Where do you go if you're TM? Where do your strength lies, and where do you think you can trip Gen.G up? Because I think people coming into this stage would have expected Gen.G to be performing at this level versus a team like TM.
Yeah, I think this is a tough choice now for Twisted Minds because we haven't really seen this team. I mean, they have been pushed, I guess, versus Alcazia, versus Virtus Pro, both 5-map series. But against a team like this, I think it's really tough. I don't think we've seen any decisive trends for Twisted Minds. You know, where they like to go. Obviously, they play a ton of Legion Tower whenever they get the first map pick. But then we've seen Atlas, Suravasa, Junkertown, Rialto. They've actually picked a lot of different maps here at Twisted Minds. And so they don't have like a go-to map pick, I feel like, as much. Now, I actually do feel like they really like this double flex support lineup when they can play it right. And so maybe you want to play something like an escort map, whether it's Rialto or Junkertown. I feel like those will be both relatively solid picks here for Twisted Minds. But maybe you don't want to target ban as much. I mean, the Symmetra is out of the mix. The Lucio is out of the mix. I feel like it's a really tough choice. I really don't know where you go from here if you're Twisted Minds, besides maybe going towards an escort map.
What do you think about Flashpoint? Because obviously with Flashpoint, there's only one map in the pool, and it is Suravasa. So it's like, you can't really be tricked in any way. But it's like, whoa, they're going to like another Flashpoint map that plays a little bit differently. Although most Flashpoint maps play similarly because of how just kind of fast the game mode is. I'm kind of on the same boat with you when it comes to an escort. But we have like, the escort map pool is kind of crazy. Like, we have Watchpoint Gibraltar, which is like heavy dive. Like, do you think we go there if you're Gen.G? I mean, Tread can play the Diva, like, it's no problem. Maybe they go there and then ban KSA. It will be Junkertown. Okay, yeah. You see what I mean? Like, with Junkertown too, Watchpoint Gibraltar and Junkertown, they feel like the odd one out in this map pool because they're very two different styles of play, like pure dive Watchpoint Gibraltar and then Junkertown way more poke style. for TM, which actually, to be fair, does favor their double flex support, like you said.
Yeah, and I actually do think that Gen G... Okay, this is crucial, actually. We're going to see the Zarya ban and the Pharah ban. I feel like Gen G, they might actually bring out the Symmetra here because they like these kind of rotations. You know, this is a reach and a half here, Jack. But Backbone, like Zero Second Teleport. So, because then you can kind of get into these flanks, right? And try to mess up some of these default positioning that the defense is set up, right? And so I very much could see that Gen G, they ban out the Pharah here in case they want to play like a symmetrical composition and try to go for some of these teleports to the flank angle, of course. And that as well sets up Exodial, whether you want to play the Bastion or a Sojourn. That's kind of up to you, but I feel like this just says that Gen G wants to play the symmetrical composition.
He likes heroes that teleport, call him Portal. I think with Backbone and like Symmetra as a whole as well, it's kind of funny because it breaks like conventional standard comps in maps. Do you know what I mean? Like when it comes to Junkertown, or even look at like Circuit Royale, Junkertown, Watchpoint Gibraltar, Symmetra breaks the kind of archetype where you can just like teleport past chokes. You can teleport past these like giant expanses of maps. And if you're a team like Twisted Minds or even like Gen G that has a good, well, okay, most top teams in EMEA, funnily enough, have good sim players, but you can kind of, well, you want to play poke? Okay, we'll just play sim. You want to play brawl? Okay, we'll play sim. Like TP behind you, flip the map on you. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good shout from yourself. And banning the Pharah too is kind of perfect, because that's one big counter to the sim comps, especially in a map like Junkertown, where the skyboxes are like 700 miles long and you can just play where no one can touch you.
Yeah, and I feel like it's an uphill battle here for Twisted Minds, because I'm thinking about what should they play in this kind of scenario. So obviously banning the Zarya, you can allow, of course, the D.Va to come into action much more easily if you want to do that. But then I'm thinking about Psycho. Obviously, we haven't seen Yubi on the Symmetra as much for Twisted Minds so far. The stage has pretty much exclusively been Psycho. And, you know, Psycho's good on the Tracer. Can play some of these different heroes, right? But how are we going to solve it against Gen G?
Don't forget as well to create a FACEIT account today. Also, you can join the FACEIT League, like we picked up on earlier. Start playing, improving, and earn some rewards. In Overwatch 2, you can earn some FACEIT points, and you can redeem them for in-game stuff, which is always really nice. And I think Zoe mentioned as well, there's even a laptop I think you can earn as well with FACEIT points. I don't know, it's great. Zoe's been grinding FACEIT. You already know she is. That's why she's off this weekend, because she's been grinding FACEIT the whole weekend.
She played in the FACEIT Masters playoffs. That's why she's off.
She did, yeah, exactly. You'll catch her there. But yeah, make sure you go check out FACEIT.com and find the Overwatch section and yeah, see what you can earn after creating an account. But as we get back into this series, yeah, how does kind of Twisted Minds end up responding? Could you just have a sim off, Johnny? Is a sim off like just, hey, it doesn't matter. We don't need UB. We could just use TPs and teleports there anyway. Like, it's cool.
I mean, I feel like Twisted Minds should be up for that. It's like, okay, let's have a sim off. We are the better sim team. But I'm kind of getting a little scared here. I guess to finish my point from earlier, it's just that like maybe Twisted Minds in stage 3, they want Psycho to be one of these flexible players that can like, oh, I'll play the Tracer, I'll play the Pharah if need be. Depending on what composition we're playing, we always want to comp swap, right? And so if we're playing as a Symmetra, like we want Psycho to play the Pharah. If we need to play the Tracer, then we know Psycho can do that, right? But I feel like it kind of puts Twisted Minds on the back foot, because they are the ones who have to find a way to deal with Gen G's Symmetra composition. It's like, okay, Backbone is going to TP onto a flank, and it's going to make it a little bit awkward. How does Twisted Minds respond? How is their dive execution going to be against what Gen G are playing? And that's why I'm a little bit scared. It's like, is Twisted Minds going to be able to mitigate the Symmetra without getting picked, and then be able to re-engage and win out some of these fights?
I like the Freya pickup though. I think Freya too, not exactly the same as Pharah, but being able to take these hard off angles and just basically spam. Because Backbone, while useful obviously with the TPs, realistically, where the sim is gonna thrive as well is in these brawls where he can just left click TVNT until mech dies as well. So Backbone's life is going to be a little bit hard here. Proactivity is going to be the name of the game, but Twisted Minds, they already know that. They're looking for picks, Johnny. This is basically a pick comp where they can take multiple off angles at the same time.
Right, and so the pressure is on for Psycho and Quartz here. Can you open these things up? Because if our damage players are not getting value, then we're kind of at a bit of a standstill. And I mean, Quartz is throwing in some of these darts right now, but it's not doing a hell of a lot.
Slowly poking away at Tread. There's the TP. And look who's already in the backline already. Simple and Psycho just kind of dominating. And a little bit of damage there from the turrets, but taking 3 different angles at once while Tread is basically like a living totem. He's just kind of on the point, just like, okay, team, you guys need to kill stuff because I am just sat here and hopefully I can duel TVNT. And yeah, he ends up just getting owned. And look at that, instantly swapping over to D.Va to get way more mobility and join in with some of these flank opportunities.
Yeah, so that's a good sign for Twisted Minds. They're able to dive correctly and deal with the Symmetra, like I talked about going into this map. But this is the name of the game now. For the rest of the map, essentially, Psycho have to set up these dives, follow up on Quartz damage from the Freya, and be able to find a way to work the flanks against the Symmetra from Backbone.
He's working it. Simple is going to be following Cycle, basically holding hands on these flanks, like all good support and DPS duos do. Okay, good high ground control though, and this is going to be also beneficial for Backbone as well. Being able to hold this small room here is quite crucial because it leaves room for Exodial to have an escape route. If he does end up getting jumped on, no one can also get through that window. Good luck. There's like 3 turrets looking at you. There's absolutely no...
Yeah, I mean, this is so obnoxious, right? Twisted Minds, I think they're trying to build a support ultimates here before they go. There's a considerer from Kanail actually here.
Wow, okay, they ended up rushing on stairs. Backbone's the one that ends up going down. Perfectly timed Suzu onto Tread, stops him falling over to that tidal blast, but no sim means your backline's way more vulnerable. Bolus ends up getting thrown in by Exodial, but it goes wide, and Twisted Minds have not stopped this payload. They are just keep forcing this position. Crispy's dead, kind of isolated and alone in the mega health pack room, and Twisted Minds, Johnny, this is cat, mate. This is straight up cat.
Yeah, it's cat. Yeah, it's not been a good productive defense from Gen G. And being staggered so late just means that they won't get a second reasonable fight here. Backbone does find a pick, but this is not going to be enough to hold the second point here.
Yeah, Kanail should die. Okay, there's the kill. Remake from Tread. No, denied by Simple. And a recall on Backbone too. So yeah, the cap comes through. Twisted Minds making piecemeal on Gen G right now. We'll see if Backbone ends up swapping over to something else. Maybe just sticks on Tracer. We'll see Reaper even. No, okay, sticking on Tracer. The experiment with the sim failing.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they want to play the Reaper without the Zarya in this matchup, but I mean, Twisted Minds 4 minute 30 here. Gen G desperate to put a stop to this offense because Twisted Minds could be running away with this one, Jack.
Now the off angle Psycho's playing as well. It's got this post bomb too. I mean, ideally here you're forcing Crispy to use this ult defensively. We'll see if Psycho can get it done. But Johnny, look, they're not even contesting payload right now. Backbone ends up going down again. Simple and Psycho. This duo, the dynamic duo on Twisted Minds, just kind of rolling these flanks like it is. There's nothing really that's stopping them at all. TVNT is now going to be able to take high ground, force Kanail to TP, Tidal Blast onto Tread to try and make some room. A nice Suzu there attempted, but Quartz still ends up getting knocked down and killed by Tread.
But I feel like this is Gen G kind of being exposed here a little bit when they play this Tracer. They're not quite as comfortable here in Twisted Minds. They're going to turn things, dropping double support ultimate. Simple.
Yeah, that's pretty
goes kind of crazy with it.
A little crazy, although now no support ultimates and Kanail can come back with a rush, so you're expecting Gen G to at least win this next fight.
Yeah, Gen G should have this next one. That's not a good start, though.
That's not good.
They have the consider rush. They should still close this line.
Yeah, they're going to go first for sure. Quartz ends up going down to Bolus, so 2 ults thrown out. Ideally, Tread doesn't lose mech here. Should be easy to heal him up, though, on the rush. Okay, self-destruct have to be used, but they're not going to get the kill on the Baby Divas, so they're holding on for now, with Twisted Minds backing up, holding S.
Let's see how they can do with these engages, because having this high ground now allows them to be a bit more picky. Can we spot someone out that's maybe in a poor positioning? Can we capitalize, get a pick early? No ultimates on the board here, so you're looking for a proactive play, but that's a poor start with Exodial going down.
Yes, but as well with Genji taking their time, it does leave a lot of room for Quartz to work. Like, build up a railgun, land a headshot. Like, you can't get this time or space. Exodial on the Widow. Okay, well,
best of luck.
It's going to be a difference maker, but yeah, someone needs to touch now as well. He just instantly dies. Best of luck indeed. Unfortunately, that luck not found. 2 minutes and 20 seconds in the time back for TM.
And I feel like it all kind of fell apart on that second point, because you give up the first fight on Junkertown, it happens, right? Like, we've all been there on the first point, Junkertown, you lose the first one, okay, go next. But the second point, it's where it gets really oppressive for the attackers, because there's so much high ground for the defense, but it all kind of just crumbled. I mean, look at these stats, Psycho 13 and 0, by the way. But when that Kitsune Wash was dropped from Canal, you kind of have to win that fight. Backbone's got the teleporter set up above the payload. You got such a superior positioning that it's just absurd, but then you end up losing that fight. You give up all of the second point with really no good fight whatsoever, and that's where the entire defense just fell apart for Genji, really.
Same kind of look here for TM on their defense. Twisted Minds looking good. Quartz not on Sojourn. On the Freya, very, very strong on this point, so no surprise there. We'll see if Genji on their attack can get this teleporter working, if they even want to lock the sim. It looks like Backbone's just hovering Tracer. This kind of Symmetra style stuff, especially on the attack, Johnny. I'm not sure I like it that much, because you're wanting to have one push and kind of push the payload and then TP behind onto the giant house where the mini is, and then try and TP on people over and over again. But Twisted Minds comp just doesn't allow you to do that. And in fact, Backbone's just going to go Reaper.
Okay, so playing the Reaper with the D.Va. Kind of see how they play this one. Obviously going to have a lot of damage coming out in the front line here, but also able to TP aggressively if need be. I've seen them play the Symmetra here in the past, and so I thought that would have suited them, because you can get into the back and kind of flip with the defense, and then you get good positioning. But in this case, they're opting for a more straightforward approach.
Exodial looking for an opening, body shot onto Funny Astro. Tempered aggression from Exodial right now. Honestly, all eyes are on this Sojourn, because the Reaper's not going to be able to close the gap to actually get a kill. It's more about pressuring out the enemy tank. Oh, that was close. Wow.
That's really close. Yeah, pressuring the tank here, of course. And I mean, you have the superior poke damage, right? Because Quartz is over onto this Freya. Quartz probably feeling like he has to lock the Freya in case the Symmetra comes out, you know? But that is going to mean that Exodial is a bit more free on this Sojourn and Backbone, making the use of the Reaper here.
TP, double shot simple in the head.
TP heroes.
Yeah, it's actually the TP specialist. Hang on a second, you're cooking.
Me when I flip them out.
Twisted Minds are backing off.
They are. They're gonna recontest though.
Yep. Simple's already back. They got space. Quartz is nearing this bolus too. And now Crispy's under a little bit of duress. Has to use that rushing torrent to get away. Even using the Guardian Wave too. That's
also early.
He's under right now. Yeah, very early. TVNT actually ends up losing mech though. On the point is the duel between the two divas. Crispy low, but manages to sneak away, and that's the point. Genji. All right, just run it down. All that pressure waylaid onto Crispy, but honestly, took it in stride.
Yeah, Twisted Minds not really organized at all for that one, actually. They're trying to go for the big wraparound, let the cart go. TVNT just took so much damage from the Sojourn, I can imagine, right there. And now Genji, if you're able to kind of set up, because you got that a pretty late team fight win, right? That gives you the opportunity to at least contest this high ground. And if you can set up either for these support ultimates or Exodial, that would be huge.
Ooh, good damage.
Unfortunate pick though. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, high ground control, all good. There's a lot of burst damage too when you think about the Wu Yang, especially literally like the orbs coming out of nowhere. I think Wu Yang very good on this point on the defense.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how Genji plays this one, because obviously you could go quite aggressive with the Tidal Blast if you want to, onto Backbone or onto Tread. Backbone goes down to Simple. Look, we all die to kunai sometimes. It happens.
Dude, he's coping.
Kunais are the new Hanzo arrows.
He's coping. Are they
true,
really? They don't one-shot you though.
No, but
they can two-tap.
They deal enough. Yeah.
Yeah, they do. Normally enough for a kill sometimes, yeah. Kind of bullied right now as Exodio trying to get into position, just staring at the defense matrix, unfortunately, longing for a D.Va nerf. Every hit scan player be like, please nerf D.Va. Oh. Should be good though. Self-destruct from Tread. Already lost mech. Okay, I mean, not good for Gen G in all honesty. Backbone as well is going to get forced into this small little corridor. Tidal Blast on Exodio. Everybody from Twisted Minds basically pulling a Houdini and disappearing at as Crispy ends up going down. Gen G need to trade right now. And Exodio almost forced to do that himself. Feeling the pressure, maybe the weight of his team on their shoulders right now as Tread ends up losing mech. Backbone fighting on the rush, but once again, everybody from Twisted Minds with a swift disengage away from the Reaper.
There's a lot of ultimates there for Gen G, and if they end up losing this fight, could spend real bad news because you pretty much only get one more ultimate cycle. But that's what I thought about. It's like really tough second point here because they tried to go for a really aggressive engage, but Twisted Minds do an amazing job at backing off. Now though, Quartz getting picked, but still though, even though you get a pick early like this, you need two essentially to give yourself a chance. Backbone's on the card there.
On Exodio, and that's exactly where Backbone wants to be. Exodio with another opening pick. All right, simple down. Quartz is coming back from spawn in just a moment. TVNT is still with Remake, so it is contestable for Twisted Minds. But TVNT is going to need to sacrifice this mech to be in with a chance. Crispy is really low, in fact, 1 HP. Astro weaves the water orb straight to the back of Crispy's head. And now Exodio comes up dead as well. So Gen G again, like falling almost at the final hurdle. Should be a quick reset. They're going to have another opportunity. But Twisted Minds, they're kind of pushing Gen G to the limit. But they're in a better spot here, I'd argue, Johnny, with Backbone and Team Tread being able to play on point. But a good stagger will cost them at least a little bit of time.
Yeah, Twisted Minds are just doing a great job at, playing around Gen G. You can saw there was a lot of people on card when Twisted Minds went for that re-engage. And they're able to get value from some of these off angles. This backline from Twisted Minds and Psycho as well. Getting a ton of value here. Kanale is going to come up on this Kitsune rush, so could trade with simpler. A minute to go, Jack. I'm starting to feel like this is kind of the team fight you need to win here if you're Gen G.
Yeah, and if you do win this fight decisively, that payload's yours, that checkpoint's good. TVNT under a lot of duress though. There's the self-destruct, but where's the baby D.Va? Every trying to run away from it. Oh, a quick teleport wave there from Backbone. Manages to get out of the way. An explosion just in time. Rush onto the point, but the same one's going to be laid down by Twisted Mind. Suzu Air on the backline as Backbone tries to find a teleport engagement. Ends up killing one onto Simple as Psycho. Oh, he's sneaking around right now. Spots the payload in motion, but needs to get on a little bit of an adventure on his own. Kanare went up TPing to his death as the Tidal Blast attached now to Psycho. Gets the knockdown, and actually the blast explosion kills the mech of Tread. Overtime approaching here for Gen G. 30 seconds to go, and without a mech, Tread has to play safe. But Quartz, Astro, they're coming up with the goods, then the kills, and this is a horrible spot for Tread to be in. This stagger is going to cost them the round, and it's going to cost them the map as well. Tread's going to be last to spawn. A beat engagement required here for Gen G to stay alive in this.
Yeah, Exodio has to pop off here. Pops the overclock actually. Goes aggressive, slides. But Twisted Minds again, they're just hiding so well, Jack.
Sound barrier connects with 3. Tread coming back on the ball. Tread is going to get here in just a moment. It's funny, Astro actually ends up buying the dust. 4v5 on the point as Quartz uses this overclock. He ends up spotting the enemy Sojourn, but Quartz a little bit too tricky here on the backline, refusing to be put down. As Tread's now trying to just put Quartz in his place. Eventually, the Wrecking Ball does end up coming up with the kill, and TVNT gets demeched. It's very winnable for Gen G. High ground control here for Simple, but Tread is just going to be chasing this Kiriko as the point is contested by Gen G this entire time. Clutch Gene indeed. Gen G, they end up coming up with the point, but they got 1 minute and 20 on the board to try and get this final point under their belts.
Yeah, that's one of the fights where Quartz has to be kicking himself. Had a great opportunity with the overclock to get some value, but couldn't find it. And Gen G just brawl it out on the point, which is kind of the strategy they've been going with so far on this Junkertown. 1 minute left, like you said. This is going to be a very tough fight, but an early pick onto Simple. Gen G are just getting let back into this map.
Whoa, I was surprised he died to his own pulse bomb there. Nice kill onto Quartz though, yeah. Twisted Minds are very much unlocking, opening the door, at least ajar, for Gen G to cap. 45 on the clock, Johnny.
They have a rush. Kanale has a rush advantage here. Maybe Simple can't build it in time. It's looking like he will. But this could be another great fight for Gen G if they go early here. See, TVNT is contesting space, dropping quite low, has to self-destruct. Pulse Bomb gets no value, but that's recall force, Gen G. They got solid positioning here and should be able to consider rush effectively.
Yeah, and Shred's in the mix as well. He ends up backing up all the way to that mega health pack, has got the self-destruct for a remake. A rush is going to be used here from Twisted Minds. They didn't end up losing anybody in that initial fight, Johnny. Crispy ends up going down, and because TM don't lose anybody, they can just rush back in. This is going to be an easy fight for them, and an OT push here for Gen G is what is required. Shred is going to be able to get the final touch here for Gen G. However, Astro's got the Tidal Blast in 15%. Crispy has to go nuclear for Gen G now. Ends up getting it under, but no, can't quite save the mech. Quartz ends up going down, however. Shred ends up getting remech, but is it enough? Tidal Blast on TVNT, jumps to the backline with that baby diva, not long for the world. Psycho picks up the kill onto Canale as Quartz is hunting for heads, but they've got the person advantage and the health advantage too on the point, with Shred being in mech. A double kill for Backbone in the end is going to save Gen G, and they get the cap and have a minute in their time back left.
How? How do they do it? That was not supposed to happen. That was supposed to be Twisted Minds turning things around with their own Kitsune Rush, finding the picks, and then pushing the spawn doors of Gen G. But Gen G just stay alive? How does Exodia not go down? How does Canale not go down? And how does Crispy get back with the sound barrier that he hadn't built in time? That was absurd. Gen G should not have closed out this map. They should not have been let into this overtime scenario.
Managed to hit the beat, it hits Shred, Shred gets remake.
Oh my lord. I can't believe
They
it.
survive. 3 minutes and 20 seconds though on the Twisted Minds time bank, Johnny. It's still a large deficit for Gen G.
Hardy Theory.
Hardy Theory?
Hardy is the co-streamer of the day. Hardy.
The spirit of London Spitfire lingers.
Channeling to Backbone. Yep. It's a tough scenario
on the defense here, Johnny. They're going the same kind of route. Funny Astro on the Wu Yang, Simple on the Kiri. They've had Simple and Psycho taking these hard off angles.
Well, I feel like Twisted Minds have been playing well so far. So it's really just about execute. I think we saw early on what Gen G wants to do, right? And it's Backbone on this Reaper. He finds a way to teleport into these really good areas where he has some protection. He's not getting caught. But he's able to get on top of these backliners for Twisted Minds, or whether it's Quartz. And, you know, he gets the support. The supports join him. Whether it's Canale, Crispy, they follow up with Backbone. And they really flip things. So if you're Twisted Minds, you know that this Reaper is going to be an issue. You have to keep your eyes peeled on Backbone.
But Backbone's going to be Payload Princess, Johnny.
Is it not?
Yeah, maybe Tread actually takes that position, that crown instead. They're trying to make it to this car, but look at this pressure they're under already. Oh, they flipped it. Needs an opening pick. They ended up flipping it, but Johnny, look at Tread's mech. It's 1 HP. They ended up just running over him. And now Tread without a mech. I mean, Twisted Minds, they just need to play safe, play for picks. Backbone forced to raid form. Tread, Baby Diva ends up going down, so not even a chance to get back in the mech. And oh, it was going to be dicey anyway. Not sure I'd call that a C9, but Gen G get off the point. Twisted Minds hold. And this golden box of victory, Johnny, is in a rough spot just under that bridge. Ugh, I don't envy them. Put it that way.
Yeah. Gen G, they had to go for a pick there, so I agree with you. It's not a C9 because they had to go for a pick, and, you know, Exodia had to get busy, get involved, try to turn things around. But good play from Twisted Minds there, recognizing then that, okay, well, if you're going to commit the entire team to rotate, then we're just going to spam Tread. And we're going to put pressure on Tread, and then someone has to touch the card, right? So, you know, credit to Twisted Minds, really well played. If you're Gen G now, I mean, I don't know, man. How do you win this one, indeed?
That is an evil gold box of victory. Like, it's just on the corner. I guess you can kind of like jiggle the corner a little bit, and you can play around it, but like, if you lose that first fight, that's a cap pretty much. Like, that whole area near the bridge is like, okay, well, it's kind of over if we lose 1 to 2 players. Like, it's done. It's very tough to hold.
If this was old Overwatch...
Backbone on a Reaper. Yeah, go on.
there would have been like some. Let's start off the car wash. Let's get the May pick going.
The car
Let's
wash?
do something.
Dude,
let's do something silly.
All I'm saying.
They do have backbone, but now I feel like in this day and age, there's so many heroes like Freya, Venture that like kind of just make it really difficult, right? And so Gen.G, they kind of just have to play the default here and try to execute and try to get some entry picks here from Exodial.
Okay, well, yep. Calling for it. Exodial needs the picks. They're going to try and go in early, actually. Simple, Suzu'd himself. Quad's very low, manages to slide away. They can't overextend, though. They cannot afford to lose tread to make this early. In fact, oh, what a shot. Okay, beautiful stuff. They trade Sojourns, though. 4-on-4. Backbone forced to Wraith form. Now stabilization is required. Spawn advantage for Twisted Minds as they try and make their move again. Tread extremely low. Can't lose Mech, though. Getting chased down by TVNT. A good emergency Suzu for Canel, but where's the additional healing on top? Mech down. And Gen.G's defense crumbling. And that will be a Twisted Minds win on Junkertown. And they're going to take match point in the series.
Yeah, Twisted Minds playing the cart really beautifully there on Junkertown. Playing the objective. Moving away from Gen.G's game plan of rotating, playing the rotation game. Twisted Minds just say like, okay, well, we're going to play the cart. And we're not going to let you take those angles and have the superior positioning. Psycho 32-2. I told you before this map, like Psycho was a pivotal player because Psycho obviously has so much impact when it comes to breaking down these rotations from Gen.G. And Psycho, I mean, that was a masterful Junkertown from him.
Yeah, Psycho doing a little bit of coaching, obviously, as well for TM. That was in mid-season. I mean, Psycho still a beast. Still a beast. I like this, though, in the respect that Gen.G are performing, I think, above expectations right now.
Right.
I think considering their last few games that they've had, and especially even just the start of the season, everybody's been very disappointed. And you could see that even in the chat threads as well, right? It was like 92-8 or something silly.
No, it's a meme.
Yeah, it's a meme. Yeah, I guess, yeah, kind of.
Oh, the Zoom.
The Zoom.
I see your production.
Okay.
I
like that. Okay.
Yeah. But that's why I'm standing up to the meme. I'm like,
okay,
hey, I know Gen.G is a meme. The crusty pipe, I know all of this stuff, but that's why I'm trying to rally the community. I'm just trying to shake you, wake you up. It's just like, hey, I know Gen.G is a bit of a meme here, but they actually have been playing well in the past couple of weeks, and they are improving week to week. And I think we're seeing that in this series today. That hey, they're down 2-1 in the series, but I think they're playing way better. Throughout the entire series. Obviously Ilios was very tough, but I think they're making the right decisions, and this was a tough kind of counter pick map because I think you saw Backbone was on the back foot for most of that series. This was not Gen.G playing their go-to game, and so it's a great map pick by Twisted Minds, but when Gen.G are allowed to play their own game, I think they're really taking it to some of these teams, like even Twisted Minds.
Yeah, which is honestly a big spark for them, because thinking about the playoffs too, we have Quick who are going to get relegated. They are in the 8th spot, 0-6. That 7th spot obviously still open. We heard from Good Guys earlier that, there is a possibility that they do end up making it above Gen.G, above Team Peps. Gen.G aren't exactly locked. There is a real scenario where they can get relegated, but if they can continue this kind of trend, maybe playoffs is where they thrive. I mean, there's also going to be the patch as well, right? So also something to kind of think about. Maybe that kind of, it literally could do anything. It could throw them off their game more, or it could really help them as well. So yeah, kind of at this point in time, probably not something worth thinking about. But
can I say this?
Performing this way, you're looking.
Well, we're on the topic of playoffs.
Okay.
There's 3 spots in EMEA. 3 spots, right? Alcacia is going to get 1. Okay.
Yes.
Alcacia is going to get one of those. So there's 2 spots up for grabs. I think we'd say that Twisted Minds versus Pro are the front runners. Does Team Vision have an outside shot at getting 3rd? Maybe the meta messes something up and suddenly Vision, they're the 3rd best team. They upset either Twisted Minds versus Pro.
As long as it's a double flex meta, I think.
Right.
If I can just play Kiri and stuff and other
I'm just saying,
support players,
Gen.G wants to be in the conversation for 3rd.
Right.
They don't want to be the favorites. They want to be in the conversation for an outside underdog chance. And I think that they're trending in that direction. However unlikely that might feel, because 8% of you only bet on Gen G. Gen G wants to be in the conversation, and I think they're kind of getting there, but in the right meta at the right time, they could upset some of these teams. They're down 2-1 to Twisted Minds, but it's not about this matchup. It's about the matchup in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Or 3 weeks.
3 weeks. I wonder, out of the predictions as well, I wonder if people would have voted 3-0 for TM here, or maybe a 3-1.
Yes.
Like,
yes,
what would have been the pred coming in? I think a majority of people would have gone, okay, we're going to go 3-0. Maybe there's a few like 3-1 Andys out there going, okay, we'll give Gen G a map. We'll just slide it in there just in case they end up popping. Esperanza, a comebackable map, Johnny. Like you said in the last series, like anything's possible on push. So that's where Gen G are taking us. Let's have a look at the top bands from this stage in EMEA. Wu Yang, D.Va, Lucio, Zarya, and Sim in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, they're very defining heroes, right? Like Wu Yang, I think has been integrated into OWCS and opens things up to play a lot of dive compositions, right? Lucio, a lot of Lucio one tricks out there. You ban the Lucio, and they're screwed. They're like, what am I gonna play? Juno? Something? So these are all like very strong heroes, of course, that help open up and enable some of these compositions. And so Wu Yang is going to get banned here from Twisted Minds, which I am a little surprised by, because I think Gen G will play this one a little bit more straight up. I think they just want to kind of lean on the symmetric composition and play something like a Lucio Kiri in this one.
Yeah, that feels like their comfort is definitely like the Lucio Kiri, right? Or like you want to put Crispy on Lucio ideally. I think you've got to ban Psycho out. I think Tracer ban is perfectly reasonable here. Get Psycho Tracer out of the mix. Like, it was too nasty. Like we saw in the stats before, he died like twice, bro. Like, yeah, the guy's on fire right now. But what do you pivot if you're Psycho here? Because you have Gen G who are more than happy to go the Sim or even the Reaper with Backbone. Like, how do you as Psycho right now, Johnny? What are you picking?
So this is kind of what I talked about going back a map ago, where it's like, what is Psycho's role in this team? Are Twisted Minds just going to become like a counter swap team? Because if so, they're counting on Psycho in these situations when Tracer is banned to go to the best hero possible. Is that something like like a Venture or something like that, like a Pharah? We saw Pharah banned earlier by Gen G, of course, that can shut down some of these symmetric compositions. Or are you more like a Tracer Symmetra team? In this situation, Tracer's banned. Do you count on Psycho being able to play the Symmetra? And we have seen Psycho play some Symmetra early on in this stage, but going head to head against Gen G, who very much want to play the Symmetra, it's a bit of a scary mirror matchup if you're Twisted Minds, I think.
Let's have a look what they want to rock and roll with.
I'm not going to get baited by this spawn, still though. I know we're seeing these heroes right now. I'm not being baited. I'm not allowing myself to get baited in 2025.
Bastion works on this map. Bastion heads, Bastion mains.
This is a good hero. Yeah,
TP. Like, he's a good hero. It's especially a good hero now with the perks. Like, the extra nade is crazy, bro. It is ridiculous. You're just like a nade spam hero, pretty much. You're playing Worms, spamming like the red frag nade over and over again.
It's so silly. The tactical grenade form shifting perk. Costa, get on that. Costa, get on that. It's broken.
Get on the frag nade. You got to nerf it. Yeah, it's actually silly.
Have you played Bastion with this? Like, it feels insane. Look at that.
This is a really good comp as well against the Zarya. The Zarya just gets melted. A very clutch Suzu, though, from Canal ends up saving Tread. But now this is the time to strike as well if you're TM. As soon as the Bastion comes out of form, run at that guy. Disassemble him. Looks like they're going to be able to do just that. Good stuff, actually, from Gen G. Tempered in how they want to play. And honestly, that was on Canal there. If Tread doesn't survive with the help of that Suzu, that fight is lost.
Yeah, this is really interesting, actually, as these team names are flipped, actually. Because Gen G, they're not going to play the Symmetra like I talked about and how that's going to go to composition for them. It feels like they're just way more in on the Zarya Reaper overall. It's what they played throughout most of this series. And so they obviously think that if we bubble Backbone here, he's going to set us up and give us a good chance of winning these team fights.
There's form already from Quartz. Tread not giving him the space, though, to shoot at him. Bot's in an awkward spot. Twisted Minds are moving it slowly. TVNT can jostle the corner, waiting for another form to come up. It's definitely going to help now that they're playing on a rush. It's basically infinite forms, but Funny Astro first of all. And now Tread is going to get torn to pieces by TVNT. Late rush too. And look at Twisted Mind's position, Johnny. They've ended up taking the bot, but Backbone ends up picking off Simple. And now TVNT really doesn't have anything to do with the rest of this fight.
I can't believe they came back into the other one.
Really not working out.
Yeah, it's really not working out for Twisted Mind so far, but they're gonna stay committed to this Bastion composition. For now, Gen.G though, they're gonna have the positioning here. They have Sound Barrier and Overclock. It's a big advantage for Gen.G this one. If you can secure the cap early, that would be amazing news. Let's see how Crispy utilizes this Sound Barrier with the teleporter inbound.
Please. Okay, we're good.
Don't they?
Nice rotation as well. They're good, don't worry. Crispy's got this. Mech, though, destroyed. TVNT out of Mech. Doesn't get the remake, but that bot's been stolen. TVNT very low, though. Graviton Surge and Sound Barrier available for Gen.G. And they're going to be able to stall that at least for a moment as Backbone uses the Wraith form to able to stop the steal of the bot. Graviton Surge. Uh-oh. Well, that's the teleport. See you later. It got one, but not for long. Oh, there's still a Sound Barrier available for Gen.G as well. Bot is pushing. They need to stop this checkpoint, but no, there we go. Gen.G capped the points, and they've still got beat, Johnny.
Yeah, they're gonna retreat here. Kanel getting picked is bad news, obviously. Opportunity for Twisted Minds to chase if they want to, but get a late stagger onto the backbone there as well. I think if you're Gen.G, you got the cap. You have to be quite happy with that. So Gen.G here now, still in a pretty good position.
Yeah. Yeah, they got beat. They got Death Boss, and let's get a quick listen as they set up for the next fight.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm going point. Yeah, I'm Diva close. Do one. Get in up the bus. Drop. I'm rushing over the TV. Yeah, Walkman. It's fine, go back. Can you lift? Run. That's really good. Alright, it's fine. What do they use? Nothing?
They use Curie. They have beaten some more.
Beat some more.
Diva.
You guys want to walk from right? I can pressure.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, they're holding close. Both supporters. We can stack. I'm here. You can walk. I can pop you on point. I can walk up. Yeah, DB point. They want to flip so bad. I can touch it. They're on live.
I'm on through. I'm on top as well.
I'm probably getting one.
I can collect the next one.
Well deployed there by Twisted Minds. Of course, is going to use his Meteor Strike as well as the Orbital Barrage even as well. The Sound Barrier is good for Gen.G though. They've stolen the bot away, and Exodial finds 2 kills with the Disruptor shot. Psycho Simple dead. They've stolen the bot as well, resetting it into the mid. That Self-Destruct isn't going to do any damage at all. As Exodial finds another kill onto TVNT. Could make it a clean 5 as well. For the Astro isn't going to give them a chance though. Quartz is going to back off, but he's in such an obvious spot here, Johnny. This is a crazy stagger here from Twisted Minds. Quartz's position, I think he just has to jump off the map. Backbone ends up cleaning up the kill, and they're getting the bot moving. They stole it away. They've reclaimed the checkpoint and the forward spawn.
And because crucially they got the cap earlier, they also have so much room to progress now as well. Twisted Minds going to be forced to back off here. This is going to enable Gen.G some kind of positioning here and set up. Exodial already poking on the high ground here. Rounding this corner is going to be insanely difficult, but even if you can just get out the Kitsune rush here and then retreat, that would be a huge win for Gen.G.
Yeah, maybe just fight here. On the main stretch. A little bit of energy garnered by Tread. Popping the bubble onto Backbone, and now they set up for a Death Blossom. Just wait for the bubbles, just chill on the corner, don't need to force anything. And like you said, just get Twisted Minds to use ults to force them to dump to try and win the fight straight up. TP from Backbone. Okay, now they're getting pushed back a little bit more. Graviton Surge closing in as well. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you're just fighting for ults.
You can get a go here, I think. Susie used as well.
Yeah, Graviton Surge to the back. No, Quartz stuck in place. I mean, they teleport out there for TVNT, but they've still got control of the bot to Gen G, and it's on their side of the map. Finding Astro in no man's land. Enemy territory in the backline. Note that Lucio's not going to be a factor for too much longer here. They're basically fighting a 5-on-3 in the main. Astro eventually joins the rest of the team, but look, again, Gen G have managed to flip the map on Twisted Minds. A teleport away, Psycho deleted. And Gen G, Johnny, they are walking away with this one. And they're saving 3 ults. This is ultimate economy looking stellar.
Yeah, I mean, strategically, I think they're playing so smart right now. We heard in the listen in earlier how pivotal Backbone is in making some of these calls. And now Exodio early trying to make a play here with the overclock. And they're pushing all while this is going on. So Gen G playing really smart right now, making things difficult for Twisted Minds.
I really enjoy those really early aggressive pushes there around that corner. Just go first. You know Bastion's going to have to form at some point, then you can disengage like it's chill. All right, here comes the Bastion.
Beat.
Sound barrier coming in though. Cords might be in trouble. A defensive wall deploy, but funny, Astro's already dead. Sound barrier connects with everybody, of course, on Twisted Mind's side, but Astro going down isn't a good start. Backbone looking for a backstab now as he's spotted Simple. Oh, he's wall dancing, but he cannot escape Backbone. He's too sneaky with it. And Twisted Minds, Johnny, they are getting torn to smithereens right now. A self-destruct kills Backbone, but they still manage to kill TVNT. And only now, Twisted Minds have changed up their comp.
Yeah, so here comes that Farah that we talked about earlier. Was banned because Gen G were scared of it coming out, but already got 96 meters in the lead right here. And you can see they're happy to just back off. Well, take the high ground. Another question becomes, how do we deal with this Farah then? Exodio obviously playing Sojourn. Less hits again where Projectile has to hit one of these big rails. Tread coming up on this Graviton Surge, and there's no Diva on the field as TVNT has swapped over to this Hazard. So Gen G, they should have free pickings about how they want to utilize this Graviton Surge.
Rush from Simple. Under the bridge, Twisted Minds trying to move towards this mid push, but Gen G are just going to throw the grab in. A good Suzu, a good wall too, is going to elevate them slightly, but damage done. Exodio Backbone come up with the kills needed. You're Gen G, Johnny, and you're on push. You don't mind just fighting over this checkpoint. This is classic Esperanza. Get checkpoint, fight on high ground. Get checkpoint, fight on high ground. Make them burn ults, and we just win. There's no ults in the back of Twisted Minds, and there's a minute to go. Oh, whoops, Cadell ends up going down, but Johnny, it's still good. They're fighting on the rush. He didn't rush Jax, so they still come up with kills.
Yeah, 4 versus 3 scenario right now. You only have Exodio though. Yeah, it's tough. You lose 2 critical members, so actually even though you were in a 4 versus 3, you lose your Kiriko, you lose Backbone on the Reaper, and it becomes quite difficult to win that one out. Tread with some extra stall there as well. But yeah, if you just think about this map so far, 40 seconds to go here, of course. But Twisted Minds has had a really difficult time at getting an advantage in any of these fights because Gen G has played it so well. Exodio here now. Only ultimate on the field. Big overclock. Has the potential to close this map out and tie us up in the series.
Give Crispy enough time though, Johnny. He's going to have sound barrier. Funny Astro not too far behind either. It is crucial for Astro to get this online. A nice little flank for Exodio, and that's a shot and a half too. Double tap Psycho, 4v5, looking for more. Quartz taking the 1v1, but the bot has been stolen. Gen G walking this one away, and Twisted Minds have to touch. Quartz is down, Simple too, the bot stolen. And we're going to a map number 5. Gen G Doubters in shambles.
Oh, the 92%. Everyone in Twitch chat are freaking out. They bet all the channel points, and we're going to map 5 with Gen G looking amazing in this mirror matchup. I'll say it again. Every single fight, it feels like they have the upper hand. They're rotating super well. They have the high ground advantage. They're recognizing what Twisted Minds want to do, and they won't let them have it. It brings me back specifically to that fight when we listened into Gen G, and Backbone just said like, hey, they want to flip so bad, they want to play the Symmetra wall, we're not going to let them, we're going to touch the card here, and then we'll win out this team fight. Gen G are looking fantastic right now, and Twisted Minds struggling to adapt accordingly. The Farah pick came in late, the Hazard came in pretty late, pretty desperate hero picks, don't you think?
Yeah. They start with this Bastion comp for what, 8 minutes? I think it was like 2 minutes 10 or something. They end up changing, Johnny. So really kind of, how do I say, like rigid mindset coming in, right? Where like we like the Sim and the Bastion on this map, and it has been proven to work. Bastion especially at the hands of Quartz, right? But Gen G come in with a game plan. Okay, we got Backbone, can just flex, but the Reaper's good for us. And we can engage, wait for the form, disengage. Engage, wait for the form, disengage, and then engage again. Like, man, Gen G are playing just beautiful Overwatch right now. And coming to the table and kind of countering what Twisted Minds are doing. We're going to a map number 5, Johnny. TM choosing again, and no one expecting this. We're going to Gen G going to a map 5 versus Twisted Minds. Like, this is one of the biggest upsets I think we've seen in EMEA so far. Take a look at the stats from that last game too.
Yeah, this would be an absolutely crazy upset. And it would be the biggest upset we've seen so far in Stage 3. A lot of people came in and were just like, oh, it's 3-0. It's going to be 3-0 territory, very one-sided. Gen G says, wait a second. 84 eliminations to 40. I know it's elims. I know it's not final blows, but still. Like, that just kind of explains how dominant Gen G have been so far. And honestly, if we're reflecting on the series so far, like Backbone, again, I'll just say it has to be player of the match for me. Because Backbone, if you talk about what did Gen G do poorly at the start of the stage and what are they doing well now, I think one crucial thing I mentioned earlier was that Backbone was overextending at times. So like would TP in, would play Venture and go in on the Venture, end up being picked, and then Gen G are like a 4 versus 5 situation. And you're gonna lose 4 versus 5 situations all the time, right? I feel like now you find this balance for Gen G where Backbone's not overextending, but the team supports him. Hey, I want to TP in as Reaper right now. Give me the bubble. Give me the bubble. And the team trusts Backbone that now is the right time to engage. He's getting the support necessary. And Backbone is crucial also making the right decisions, teleporting to the right places. And that helps them set up some of these teamfight wins. And then, you know, if Exodial is popping off on the hit scan, you got a recipe for success because you're taking the team fights the right way, and you got your hitscan player playing his favorite hero on the Sojourn, which was not the case at the start of the stage.
Man, people coming into today thinking it'll be a rather simple one, done and dusted. Hey, look at that. Alcad 3-0, TM 3-0, but we're going to a map 5. And where are we going? Of course, it's Suravasa, the only flashpoint mode in the pool right now. So where, if you're Twisted Minds, Johnny, where do you target this ban?
Oh, this is so tough. Have we seen the Reaper ban? I don't think we've seen the Reaper. Like, are you gonna ban Reaper? Like, why not? There it is.
The Reaper ban. I mean, it's got to come through. Like, you were just illustrating perfectly there, Johnny. Backbone has really been the difference maker throughout the stage, and then like, hey, this is almost one of your final games. Like, and to be honest with you, Johnny, like, okay, hear me out. Don't want to get too ahead of myself.
Right.
But Gen G look good here. Their last matches against Alcadzia, obviously a very different opponent to Twisted Minds. They're currently number 1, only losing 2 maps so far against Twisted Minds at the very start of the stage. But you're feeling confident if you take the win. It's a Wu Yang ban on the other side of things too. So it's just Lucio's all day today, at least on Suravasa. So
yeah, I mean, Gen G, they still want to brawl, right? And it is a brawl heavy map, so they don't want any of this poke shenanigans with the Wu Yang coming out. I very much expect Psycho to continue playing the Tracer because I feel like Psycho has the upper hand when it comes to the Tracer in this one. Yeah, I feel like the big question here for Gen G is now then with Reaper banned, are you going to go over to that Symmetra style, which we've seen less of today, or are you going to try to take this Tracer matchup, which I think Backbone would be at a severe disadvantage at?
yeah, I've seen the hashtags in the chat, by the way. Hashtag,
what are they hashtagging?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for sharing.
Backbone. No worries. I'm just doing a public service. Now, with Backbone, obviously the Reaper being banned, I think this sim look is going to look very good for them. Kaneo just going to speed ring out, go to Kiriko, but this is the matchup that's going to be maybe a little bit tough here. Tread versus TBNT. How do you see this Hazard matchup going against Tread here on the Zarya?
Yeah, naturally, Gen G were hoping that Twisted Minds were going to roll out on a Diva, but the Hazard actually could prove pivotal when it comes to slashing either the Sojourn or the Symmetra. And you can see a bit of a dive there for Twisted Minds. Gen G just have to play the neutral for now, but Psycho already leaving a mark with this Tracer pick.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you can only ban Tracer once. Exodio going down like that. And this would, oh my god, he got another one. Jesus. All right, yeah, Psycho. Honestly, look at the first couple of maps, Johnny, when he was playing Tracer. The stats were just phenomenal, like out of this world. So you're expecting Psycho to come out with this. I'm like, bro, do you play Torb? Torb, like a Torb to counteract the backbone. I mean, I like Tread's pickup actually. Going D.Va instead is definitely going to help subdue Psycho a little bit if he wants to go heavy.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think Zarya's Symmetra would have been way too vulnerable to TVNT's Hazard. Now you have to play a bit more neutral and hope that Backbone can hold up in the Tracer matchup. Exodio has to find the opening picks here for Gen G.
Tread's already kind of low here. But like you said, it's all on these Sojans, especially on this first point as well. It's just such an easy straightaway. But Twisted Minds, they can just jostle the point. Like TVNT gets on, he gets off, recharge Spike Guard, etc. Psycho's nearing this pulse bomb though, and that's the easy way to open your way up. Early rush though from Simple. A lot of early damage and early healing. Crispy goes down. That's going to be first point as well, because Tread is going to get demected in a matter of seconds. There it is. So, okay, first point over to Twisted Minds. But we'll see if Gen G have made the adaptations required. Even Backbone deciding Sim's not it. Go and Tracer.
Yeah, this becomes really difficult now for Gen G, because this is not at all what they are comfortable playing. As we've seen, they like teleporting. The Torb. You called it.
I told you. I told you.
I called it the Torb.
The Torb. I told you.
But they needed something like this. They wouldn't have won this map with the Tracer, and so Backbone opting for the Torb pick to change things up.
Told you. Turret's down. Torb. It's good. All good. Psycho dead. Okay. Now we can move in. 5v4. Twisted Minds. Sound barrier. Big Zodio is going to have a perfect line of sight here on this point, and it's going to be an easy contest as well. Sound barrier comes in for Twisted Minds, hits 3. They want to go hard and heavy here as Exodio just dashes over the wall. And now TVNT's in trouble. Has got the downpour available to him too. Psycho narrowly escapes death there, forced to recall, but Backbone is down. Torbjorn bites the dust sadly, but the point, at least for Gen G, might be able to get capped here, with Exodio putting out immense amounts of pressure. They've decided to forego the capture point, at least for the time being, and actually rotate with this overclock. A double tap onto Quartz, no slide available. Twisted Minds tap anyway.
Soundbarrier is still available for Crispy here, and if you're just able to put pressure onto the point, and then maybe Soundbarrier to try and catch someone, Twisted Minds are very much in it.
Johnny. Treads, I think he's going to have to go for the self-destruct here. A small little remake. Soundbarrier doesn't know coming in just in time, so he can get that one down. Kineo, Backbone come up with kills. Still though, Twisted Minds with about 30 or so % on the board. This is where this comp, I think, Gen G really thrives, Johnny, defending the point with the Torb.
Yeah, and TVNT, will he swap here? From the Hazard, he's going to stick with it, struggling so far. It's going to be the D.Va. Makes sense, but still, Gen G, with this Torb swap, they're suddenly playing a bit more like Brawl, right? Like, Torb is going to help out in the front lines with Tread. Obviously, very sustain heavy. Torb has that extra armor. And so Twisted Minds, they still have to play the rotation game. They still have to rely on Psycho, opening things up on this flank. You can't go head-to-head in the neutral. You have to work the angles. Now, the rush, though.
Molten Core available. Rush on the point. Molten Core lays on it, kind of. Oh, he mostly got it on there. 6th player down there. Turret dead for Backbone. And it is going to be Kineo trying to jostle the point right now. Trying to keep this one alive. Tread going dangerously low. Same with the rest of Gen G, though. TVNT just kind of standing up like a tall mountain giant on the point. Anybody kind of approaching TVNT is just getting shredded. A team kill for Twisted Minds and a cap, but Gen G on 81.
Yeah, Gen G in a really good spot right now with Backbone going to make the swap again with TVNT over onto the D.Va. Then we feel way more comfortable playing the Symmetra. So you saw earlier, Backbone doesn't want to play this hero when he's up against a Hazard. Against a D.Va though, feeling way better, but nice pick from Psycho.
Reset, 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 die, go again, go again.
They should have timed the Symmetra teleporter.
Yeah, Symmetra TP plus Lucio speed, you're good. Don't die late! Oh, Quartz! Exodio, sorry. They do end up getting the wave respawn though, Johnny, but yeah, I don't think you even touch it, do you?
No, they can't touch it, actually. Yeah, it's too late, indeed.
Wow.
That's a great pick from Psycho, though. Finding that pick when the teleporter came in just secured the point for Twisted Minds there. That was a huge individual pick. Great play from Psycho.
Yeah, beast. Soundbarrier, funny Astro. Beat advantage here, but Gen G have got the rush. They can start this one off pretty early if they want to. Backbone on Tracer. 3rd hero swap here for the British man. We'll see Exodio using overclock. And yeah, Twisted Minds pull another Houdini, just disappear. TMNT taking a lick of damage, but not exactly anything that's going to be Dove upon. Now they're going to rush, though. Suzu used fairly early, but Kineo can sit on that one to get that cooldown back pretty quickly. And now Quartz can have a little bit of time in the sun with the overclock. Oh, taking a lot of damage, though. Has to back up. Couple of headshots, however. Slung towards Gen G players in the back line. Crispy and Kineo dead. Gen G crumbling there at the very end. Simple with a later rush. Twisted Minds, Johnny, feels like a really good read on how Gen G want to use their ults. They always have one in the spare back pocket.
Yeah, they feel way more comfortable in this mirror. They've been dominating so far on this Surabasa, as you can see in the stats. And Gen G, they just feel a little bit frazzled right now. Going early with the overclocks, Twisted Minds disengage appropriately here. Crispy, he has to be clinical with the Sound Barrier now. Can't mess it up. Can't go early, can't go late.
That just has to go after Astro here. I think that's what you're hoping for if you're Gen G. Or even Backbone landing a stick, but historically, obviously not a Tracer player. Does end up forcing the TP from Simple, however, by the looks of it. Psycho, yeah, knows not to throw poles in just like that. That Matrix covering him. Turret really low, though. This is an opening. Yes, Psycho just comes to the back line. Kaneo torn apart. Both beats come in, but it's a 5-man for Twisted Minds. Self-destruct for Tread. Johnny, it's all falling apart for Gen G right now, and Stagger's going to cost them dearly. Quartz ends up getting post-bomb, but a late kill onto Crispy, and Johnny and Tread is the last one alive. They're going to demech and stagger this baby diva.
Yeah, it's over. They won't be able to touch this. I doubt even Crispy can get back in time, but it's not going to be a solid regroup. And Twisted Minds, they're going to close things out here.
Maybe even a touch from Backbone might be enough, but instantly killed. Post-bomb from Psycho thrown out, and Twisted Minds end this one fairly easily on Surabasa. A 3-0, denying Gen G the win. A good look from Gen G, a much improved one. But you can see why TM are in second seed right now. Just absolute dominance on Surabasa, playing their game to an absolute T.
Things really came together well there for Twisted Minds. And a big shout out to Psycho, who again, on the Tracer, just looks amazing. Both on Junkertown and here on Surabasa. When Psycho was called upon, he came in clutch on this Tracer and did exactly what he needed to do, which is just be a thorn in Gen G's side. Amazing play by Psycho there then. But, you know, Gen G, they tried to give themselves a chance. They obviously looked very uncomfortable there on that Surabasa. The Torbjorn swap came in from Backbone, and I thought it honestly looked quite good. Then the Symmetra fight didn't go their way at all, and Gen G just couldn't find any momentum whatsoever in this final map. But they were so close. You can't... I know they feel disappointed about this one, Jack, but you can't feel too upset about losing to Twisted Minds in a 3-2 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, TM have lost only a couple of games this stage, right? They lost to VP, they lost to Outcad. They are a top 3 team where Gen G have been looking lackluster throughout this whole stage. But you're taking TM to a close 5-map series. Surabasa, though, it wasn't that close, to be honest. And I think that's how people expected the whole series to go. But yeah, pat on the back for Gen G for sure, but TM take the win.
It was definitely a pleasant surprise for any Gen G supporters in the chat. It was a much closer matchup than any of us were anticipating, and you know what? I don't feel so bad for having a little bit of that Gen G copium earlier today on the desk, but it was a blowout to wrap things up over on Surabasa, and I feel like that was a really important statement for Twisted Minds to be making at the end of this series here as well, considering the expectations that we had for them coming into this game here, Johnny.
Yeah, I feel like Twisted Minds is one of those teams as well who have made it their brand, that they're happy when these series go long, because once the bans get out of, you know, when they've been selected already and you get less of those, you know, big target bans available for the enemy team, like that's when Twisted Minds feel comfortable. They're very happy to go to a map 5 because they're confident that they could close these series out. And I think you saw that on Psycho. Psycho, I think, is a great example of a player who truly like comes in clutch when it matters in the elimination scenarios. And on map 5 just turned it on to this Tracer. So I feel like Twisted Minds, they've struggled a little bit on map 5 so far this stage, but I feel like they always give it a good go on the 5th map, and they came in real clutch against Gen G here.
They definitely did. As we talk a little bit more about how this matchup went, let's take a look at our DHL daily highlights here for EMEA. I mean, Jaws, talk me through it. Like, what was going so well for Gen G? And for Twisted Minds, obviously they made that comeback, but where were they maybe falling flat on some of those map losses?
Man, yeah, I mean, they were just letting Backbone get away with murder on the Reaper. I think it was very good map choices as well coming in. Like the King's Row, it definitely suits Gen G a whole bunch. I think Backbone, I think Zodiel had some moments too. This shot on the Diva was really nice, flying through the air. I think with Backbone being this like silly hero specialist, being able to play the Reaper is fantastic, but the Reaper is very map dependent, and so that is where you kind of fall prey to some of the map picks of Twisted Minds. And I think I want to just reiterate what Johnny said too. TM, as soon as the bans that are targeting players like Slyko are out the way, they're so confident in their own game. Maybe a little bit too confident on Esperanza playing the Bastion comp for 8 minutes, but they are so confident in their own game that when they are on their favorite comps, when they're on their Tracer comp with Psycho and Quartz can play Sojourn, it is very difficult for any team to really stand up to that measure, because you can only ban those heroes once in a series. If you get them out the way early, it's a rough one.
It definitely is. And taking a look at how these maps ended up panning out, Johnny, were there any big surprises? Like, I feel like Kings Row, the way in which Gen G were able to take that map as well was honestly surprising with how strong of a start they ended up having in that first round, ending that 3-0 with 2 minutes on the clock, and for Twisted Minds having been running right down to 0.
Yeah, I mean, I think Gen G came into this with a really good game plan. And again, I feel like they've been improving week by week. I was a little bit surprised to see how, focused they were playing the Zarya Reaper, and they obviously feel like that is our signature composition now. And maybe Twisted Minds were caught a little bit off guard, maybe expected some more Symmetra play, right? And maybe you can prepare for that accordingly. But it just so happened that Gen G's strength seems to be Twisted Minds' weakness in this scenario, because you saw both maps that Gen G got to pick on Kings Row and Esperanza. They had the upper hand with those bans, of course, coming to effect there as well. And so you could look at this and be like, okay, well, Gen G, they won their 2 best maps, and Twisted Minds struggle against the Zarya Reaper. You could be naive and, kind of like push that story if you want to, but I feel like Gen G deserves all the praise really for the way they closed out Kings Row and then later on Esperanza.
They definitely did, had quite the bite back to them, and are showing how they're looking to close that gap with the improvements that were made. But we still have to give the flowers over to Twisted Minds with their win here today in Week 5 this Sunday, and say hello to Psycho for an interview that we have with him just on the other side of this. Congratulations, Psycho, on the win today. I had I guess like 2 questions that I'm throwing into one here. It feels like we always see so much impact coming out from your Tracer gameplay, and then heading into Esperanza, Gen G have that pointed ban towards that pick. How did that kind of change the approach from your team into your Esperanza game plan? And then what was also the attitude shift that you guys had heading into Servasa, which was such a dominant closeout to today's series?
Okay, remind me of that second question later, because I might forget. But
I will.
Okay, perfect. Honestly, I mean, we were just completely caught off guard by the Zarya Reaper. I mean, we've just been taking this week kind of lightly, less scrims. We didn't talk about bans or whatever. So we really fucked up. But honestly, it's a pathetic result from us. Can't be too happy about this game. Obviously, we got the win, but dropping 2 maps to a team like Gen G, it's not a good sign. But fair play to them. They found their comp, and we weren't really ready to adapt. So yeah, but Esperanza, I mean, we wanted to play Sim Bastion to just destroy the enemy Zarya, because that's what Katsuya usually does, and it usually works out perfect. But unfortunately, I don't have Esperanza unlocked yet in my sim map pool. I didn't know all the TPs, so I'll take the blame for that map.
And for my second question, I was asking, I guess, going from the Esperanza where you guys were kind of caught off guard, and with like the Tracer being banned out, obviously it was a tough loss for you guys heading into map 5, but it felt like the tempo shift was massive going into Servasa. You guys were in like the driver's seat the whole time. Was there anything that was said maybe in like comms to kind of shift your attitude going to the 5th map and bring that like mental back?
Obviously, there were a couple of motivational words said, but we just knew, because we had all our heroes open. There were no more bans left. We had D.Va, Lucy, Kiri, Hazard, all our best heroes. And I mean, as Reinforced mentioned earlier, no one beats us on those heroes. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you look just ridiculous on the Tracer, I'm going to be honest, like kind of as always. Is there any kind of, when you're looking forward to playoffs, any teams in your sights that you're especially wanting to play? Because there's a big patch coming up as well. And in fact, actually, let me pitch my other a different question. For you and for the rest of the team, what is the perfect patch for you going into playoffs? Would you like it to stay the way it currently is, or is there any kind of shift that you would prefer?
I mean, I think for our team specifically, I mean, obviously when I'm playing, I don't want Sim to get buffed because, I mean, I'm not our Sim player, but I think any Lucio Kiri comp we're extremely good on in Twisted Minds because we have Astro, the best Lucio in the world, and Simple, who's insane on Kiri. And usually Tracer and Soldier are able to be played with Lucy Kiri, so I mean, we're all on our best heroes then. So, but honestly, I think this patch is pretty good for us as well. We just had a rough showing today.
So I guess I'll steal Joel's question then. And as you kind of reflect on this stage, because you have Quick Esports next week, and that's going to be a 3-0 to you guys. I'm already calling it now. But as you reflect on losing to Alcazia in a map 5, losing to Virtus Pro in a map 5, as you look ahead towards the playoffs, what do you feel like you have to improve in Twisted Minds to get dominant again ahead of the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, to be completely transparent, we've just been taking this group stage pretty lightly in Twisted. I mean, as everyone knows, we don't have a coach, so everyone's just kind of chilling because we beat the teams we're supposed to beat, and then against the good teams, it's close. So heading into playoffs, we'll obviously take it more seriously, talk about our bans, figure out our comps, and all of that good stuff. Because right now, honestly, we don't know what we're doing. We just play and we win because we're good. But as you can see today, we were caught off guard, so yeah. Might have to prep better.
I mean, you super valid. I mean, you heard it here first. Psycho, the skill dip and the confidence that you guys have in your gameplay. Thank you so much for doing this winner's interview with us, and the best of luck heading into the playoff season.
Thanks for having me.
Well, with that win, we take a look at the standings, and Twisted Minds have moved up to that 3rd place slot, which is huge for them, obviously. And I think that you also have to consider, like, these teams, while standings aren't like perfectly solidified yet, Jaws, everyone's still trying to dodge Alcad there for their first playoffs match.
Yeah, no, come on, man. Like, no one's faced Alcad, like, ever. It will be very fun if Twisted Minds and Alcad get to face off again. I think the rivalry is kind of crazy. I'm hoping the patch, and like I was just saying, doesn't change too much. I think this patch right now is really fun to watch, and I think it benefits a lot of teams too. I want to touch on that briefly, what you said too about having no coach. He was coaching a little bit at mid-season. Like, they're definitely going to shore things up, but it must be quite tough for them coming away from this loss. And even he said, like, that was not good. It was kind of pathetic from us. We should have been just dominating here. So yeah, a lot of prep, I'd imagine, is going to get put into that first playoffs match.
Yeah, I think that having that extra time, also not having to really worry about their week 6 matchup, is going to be huge for them with that playoffs prep that we were talking about. But we still have some more Overwatch coming up for you guys. With EMEA wrapping up, NA is going to be next. Taking a look at our schedule here as well. After the break, we will have Nightmare versus TMZ, GK versus Dildux.
Vibes game.
It's been a vibe Sunday, let's be honest. It's a great Sunday, very chill vibes. I think that the Nightmare versus TMZ game is where I have my eyes more on here, Johnny, just because of how important this matchup is for Nightmare to try and break out of, or break into that top 4, if you will.
I'm a simple man. Jake has Seeker on his fantasy team. I'm a TMC head. Let's go. I'm rolling with Ryan. Pop off, King.
Base.
Super base. Any thoughts here on these matches, Jack?
Oh, just give me Dildux comms, man. Give me Dildux comms. Let us listen in. GK, obviously, they're probably going to walk away with a 3-0, but yeah, Dildux.
They had some pictures.
They're a good show.
They had some pictures on Twitter that I can't talk about on broadcast, but go check it out. There's been some Dildux versus GK already, like, bad words on Twitter, so go check that out.
Okay.
They've been bad.
Now I'm kind of scared to click on the app, but I'll take a look during our break. Thank you guys so much for joining us on the desk here for EMEA. Jack, Johnny, we'll see you guys later.
Goodbye.
What was it Shifu told me? Nothing in the world is as yielding as water. But in its ebb and flow, I honestly forget the rest. So, I'll just go with the flow. Booyah! Making a splash. Always good to hydrate. Much better. Oh, easy! Oh, check me out! Bye! Ultimate's ready. You're protected. Go make a splash. Hope you brought a change of clothes. Guess my training's paying off. Let's keep it going. Lee Wan Kwanglan! Wouldn't want to be ya! You just witnessed my most famous party trick.
This bucket of random metal stuff is a lot of the scrap that we recorded for Roadhog's scrap cannon. So there's a lot of different little metal pieces in here, and it was nice and jingle jangly. So to get kind of the right tone and right sound for Roadhog's scrap cannon when he stuffs it into the chamber and when he shoots off his rounds. So maybe he grabs the scrap and kind of slams it into the chamber. Maybe the scrap is falling. More individual pieces. I have one more thing to show you. So this is called a wind wand that I recorded recently for a hero that is in development. But I wanted to show you guys how it's used.
Winston reporting in. My research shows big changes coming to Stadium. Ooh, I've been waiting for this. Okay, team, let's jump in. Two payloads? My mind is racing with possibilities.
Time to roll up my sleeves. Winston!
Tracer, glad you could make it.
Just in time! Think you can keep up with me?
Such confidence. Shall we go another round?
Wow, they're making waves. One day, that'll be me. Until then, time to dive back into training. Seems like I'm not the only one getting stronger. Here we go!
Also, down here at the bottom, we have Roadhog's meat grinder, and we use this during his whole hog ultimate. You can hear the turning of when he's shooting the scrap out of it. And the hook, chain hoist that I use to record his chain hook ability. You can hear a little bit of that chain action in his throw as he's throwing his hook towards his enemies.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Who's ready to party?
Good news, everyone.
Form is temporary. The spirit is eternal. One stage left. No cushion, no do-overs.
That is that, folks. Alcantia closed the book.
Every map matters. Every second counts.
Rocket is looking clean with his plays. You can't win this fight.
World Finals on the line. Stockholm in sight.
Just lasered. I mean, there's just nothing stopping Chronic right now.
Hold W. Win. Ticket punched.
The bowl just detonates everybody.
Lose. GG's. Season over.
In a dominant position. Oh, what? That flick was insane.
The strongest will rise. The rest will watch you.
What? There's no way! GK have done it!
Rise as champions. OWCS Stage 3 starts now.
We wrapped up EMEA OWCS with a closer match than we anticipated between the likes of Twisted Minds and Gen G. But now heading into over to NA, we get to kind of continue to coast down the lazy river for the rest of our schedule. I've got Uber and Matt joining me on the desk now, and man, let's take a look at these standings. Same thing that we looked at yesterday.
I'm taking a look at it. I'm taking a look at it.
Yeah.
I'm taking a look at his shirt, Ash. Does he have buttons on that shirt, or is it just open? I mean, that's
weird.
wild.
It's like, it's the thing where it's like, if I do the button up, it's too high. If I leave it, it's like a little fruity. So I'm staying fruity today. Stay mad.
Listen, his eyes are up there, Matt. Like, let's get a grip.
I mean, it was just, I was confused. I was like, is that a button down? That ain't buttons. But
I mean, I ain't calling button down for nothing, big dog.
We got Nightmare today. Nightmare's playing Team Z, first game of the day. I mean, you take a look at these NA standings. They're pretty lopsided there with the map count up at the top. But I thought Team Liquid obviously takes that game against GK yesterday. That was really awesome to see. And SSG, very close game against Extinction. Just kind of like sneak by there. Where today Nightmare a chance to kind of get to 3-3, and then GK, poor Dildux. GK coming angry after their loss.
Dildux?
After their loss, and who's the sacrificial lamb that we offer them today? It's the Dildux. Come on, Dildux. You gotta.
They are rich in vibes. They are rich in vibes.
If
that's what really counts.
Vibes, I got the
They
Dildux.
are being frothed out in front of GK Esports, who are frothing at the mouth after losing. These are the kind of games that I live for. When you get down to matches like this, and GK want to take out their frustration from yesterday, I'm expecting some fireworks.
Yeah, I mean, that is the expectation, right? Because it was an insane match up against Team Liquid, and the first loss that GK have had so far this season here as well. Team Liquid were insane in the server, but the bounce back expected from GK, they've got to be pissed after yesterday.
Totally. I mean, you expect them to bounce back today, but I think really just kind of touching on yesterday's game again. I mean, Tree, I felt like was like unbelievable in the series. Like I felt like every time Team Liquid kind of needed a play or something big to go their way, it was Tree coming up with it. And then I know as we talked to RuPaul a little bit, I know later in the day yesterday at the end of the match, it's like they really like kind of started to be like, hey, this Sigma comp works. Like Infected is awesome at Sigma. We feel like we can do a good job protecting him, whether it's with the Baptiste or the Kiri Lucio, and it ended up working against this ball comp that has been giving obviously everybody some trouble.
And don't abuse Wuyong either. Like I was glad to hear there's like some nuance about how Liquid want to make use of that new hero by maps like Survasa, for example, just training away for it and going for the tried and tested Lucio Kiriko, just recognizing that the way the map's laid out, it isn't great for Wuyong. Just let him leverage that really frustrating poke damage, and you could actually see the impact of Ultraviolet in that particular map was very low compared to the rest of the series.
Speaking of impact, the results have definitely impacted our fantasy picks here. I don't have a team because I'm just, coming in for this week. But we can take a look.
I mean, I said last week, Ash, that I was going to get to 5th, and I almost got there.
You're just shy.
And I mean, look, even with everybody against me, obviously all the other, talent kind of colluding in the draft, production, working with them in colluding against me, I'm still beating people.
You're beating 2 people.
Yeah. Look, they're still getting beat. Look, but I think my trajectory is like upwards. The issue is like, sometimes my tank doesn't play, which is just a slight issue, which we've experienced this week.
Really?
I mean, that is true. That's a good point.
This can only go one way at this stage. I think Rose is also getting Omega trolled by the Nightmare tank rotation as well. Yeah, Jake, whatever. I mean, this guy gets enough screen time, bro. Whatever, bro. I don't know how he managed to get a draft like this, by the way, but that's fine. That's fine.
I mean,
is he like third, fourth pick?
Yeah. Look, as long as Johnny doesn't win, I don't necessarily care who else wins. So Jake, I feel like would be a good alternative, and obviously kind of chasing down Johnny. Where Ash, we need him to lose. If he wins, we're never going to hear the end of it. So we need Johnny. That's kind of
crazy because like he was just trying to get Jack to give him $50 to join his fantasy league draft earlier on the cast today. So I don't think the whole talent team is on the same page against Johnny for this one.
I credit him. Like I think like Sile is obviously a little bit of like an outside pickup for this team. Everything like Landed is like one of the highest like outputting players just in terms of like the numbers. So I kind of like this. Hawks also like
he does have a good.
You don't know like what you're gonna get. I don't know how the game was yesterday. That like was a bit of a weird one, right? The Extinction SSG matchup, but also playing 5 maps is probably good for the numbers anyway. This is Matt's abomination.
Yeah. So tell us how you picked this.
Well,
yeah, give me the draft and dip.
Yeah, let's see down low.
So dip was a late addition. Look, it was look once you're down there in the waiver wire. Look, you're looking for bargains. You're looking for potential standouts.
Bargains.
I probably should be looking at like whoever's playing the worst team in each region, just kind of selecting those players to play him in. Yeah, KSA, whenever he plays for Twisted Minds, they just beat the hell out of people. And then now that they sit him this week, this is ridiculous. And then I did have Yubi, but unfortunately Sim is out of the meta, so that's where I kind of need to start getting dip. I'm happy with my supports. Happy with my supports. Lab is always putting up numbers. It's just I have a tank that doesn't play. And then, Willie's, who's my backup tank, sometimes he puts up some negative points.
I wanted
sometimes.
Willie's.
Yeah, Willie's good. Willie's good. Yeah. I'll trade you, Willie's. Who you got?
I got Tread, bro. You want Tread?
What if we do like a little Willie's for Zera swap?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I like Matt Notorious, by the way.
I'll give you dip as well. A 2-for-1. I'll give you
Matt's
dip and
all about
Willie's.
the muzzle velocities. Like how many trays can he offer and hope to sneak one through. Yeah, obviously I'm like last pick, so I had to start picking supports a bit earlier. I got Tread. Look, if we keep getting more Genji fake comebacks, the Hate Watch is thriving, by the way, then we're gonna get some numbers. We're gonna get some numbers from my boy Tread. He's out there. He's on the Zaya. He's putting up numbers.
Songs are going up, at least more maps played, more numbers to put out there. That's what matters. That's what matters. Numbers game at the end of the day.
Young though. Enough of this Lucio stuff. Give me the numbers, brother.
Look at this. I am starting to ramp here later in the season. I'm starting to climb.
Are you?
Maybe I can get to 4th by the end of the season. I feel like top 3 might at this point.
So a week
because I'd have to.
I am 100+ points ahead of you. That is my team.
Yeah, but
will all be dropped from their roster.
Like you're less than half of Johnny in first place here right now.
Okay, well, look, let's not do the math, right? Let's just go off of vibes. We're the Dilducks here of fantasy.
Okay. Yeah. Is that you're going to change your fantasy team name to Dildo?
Yeah,
I think that's
Matt's just going to force a government shutdown of the OWCS broadcast.
There's no way.
Fantasy team.
There's no way I can't get to look. I'm not getting to 300 points. I think we can be realistic there. But two high 2s. I think we can get there.
Yeah, while everyone else is at like 400. But
sure.
Keep it up, bro.
You know what?
Little engine that could over here. Just keep chugging away, brother.
While you crunch those numbers there, Matt, let's take a look at today's schedule. We've already wrapped up EMEA. Again, unexpected results for that team, or expected but unexpected results for that TM versus Genji matchup. Heading into this Nightmare versus TMZ game, I think this is the one where, yes, we expect both, I think, still to be 3-0s realistically, but Nightmare making a statement here, Uber, is important considering the fact that they are still trying to break into that top 4 and are wrestling with Sakura for that.
I think it's very much on the cards for them, right? I'm not worried about Nightmare in terms of making playoffs. Obviously, there are only 2 wins, but their next 2 games against Team Z and then Extinction. We saw what Extinction did yesterday. Look, looking at this team, was expecting them to honestly level up. Chronic is a great player, but Seeker come into this team and I'm thinking, hey, hang on, this guy is kind of cracked. They make some changes into their backline as well, but as Sign Esports at EWC, we were really impressed with them, right? I think with what they were able to show, they kind of, carried the torch for NA in some ways. They obviously have like a bit of a rotation at tank, right? Is it Rhino? Is it Painkiller? What is the plan for these guys? But between Seeker and Rocket, I got Luke Mino just holding it down, the veteran in the back line. I think this team is quality. And for me, the story for Nightmare, Ash, has always been get these guys to LAN and then let's see what they can do.
I mean, fair enough, right? They've always been Lanimals when it comes down to a couple of the names that we see on this roster here. And I guess for me, Matt, I think we also have to look a little bit forward to that Extinction matchup for Nightmare, especially with what they showed up against SSG. And happy days, at least for Rose, with Painkiller actually being on the starting roster for Nightmare this time around. She gets a couple more of those points.
Dire time, baby.
Collusion at all levels of the league against me. You know, they're telling the Twisted Minds to sit KSA, put Painkiller in for Rose's team, but no,
you should just try harder to make people like you.
I mean, look. Well, I mean, everybody likes me, except for you. That
and the league and all the other.
It just seems like it's a you
down.
Just seems like
people like you so much. Why is everyone trying to keep you down then?
Why are you interrupting Ash? She was about to ask a question about Team Z. Don't be mean.
Okay, sorry, Ash.
Hold on. This is not the way I think he meant to try and make friends here, Matt.
It's not the best, Dad. It's not the best.
It's okay. But for Team Z, this is still a very uphill battle for them, right? They're heavily the underdogs into this matchup. We talked about shining lights, I think, yesterday in that Extinction match. You highlighted the DPS. Uber, for the side of Team Z, what do we have to keep our eyes on?
Yeah, look, I think this DPS line is really good. We saw Peace get subbed in. Unfortunately, they got met with a Genji ban instantly. I think that there's still plenty of room to play that Genji. You can make some Genji Tracer compositions work right now, and Genji's such a good recipient for the Zarya bubble. That's what I would maybe like to see from them here. Obviously, this is very, very important game to be taking. So Jutsu is going to start in the roster. A funny snippet we got on comms, Ash, was when Jutsu got asked by a Reaper, and he said, "I don't play that hero." So flexibility is certainly a concern for this Team Z roster, right? Outside of that, I think they're pretty solid, and Ryan's a really good tracer, just generally out there, just a bit of a workhorse. So this team can put it together, but this is a brutal matchup for them.
It definitely is. I think some of the worries here, Matt, too, for Team Z is that it was that Sakura match that we saw yesterday where we were hoping to see a little bit more for them, and now heading up against Nightmare, they weren't able to punch up in yesterday's match the way we wanted to see.
Yeah, and all of Nightmare's map losses come to Team Liquid, SSG, and GK. So, it's not really, you're like, oh, you're worried about Nightmare, 47% win rate? No, they've kind of, run through everybody else. So, yeah, where it feels like they're kind of almost like the gatekeepers of, that top four, right? But like how Mitch said, I think this is a team with Nightmare that probably gets better as we move into, get into a LAN or playoff environment, and the stakes are a little bit higher. But they can't kind of sleep through this Team Z and Extinction game. That is a pretty lopsided chat poll there. That is a 97-3. But hey, look, I mean, I don't blame them, right? I mean, Nightmare, you expect them to kind of take care of business.
This is the team. Nightmare have a legacy of giving the middle figure to partner teams in NA and beating them, right? And placing higher than them. That really gets them going. That's kind of their mandate. So it hasn't been the case this stage. So I think they've really fallen outside of that top three. And, I think they need some serendipity, some things to line up in terms of meta, especially to sort of break in there. Right now, I don't think they're a part of that top flight here in NA.
We'll have to see if those adjustments will be able to be made ahead of playoffs. But before we even get there, we have to get into this Team Z versus Nightmare matchup. Uber, Matt, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ash. Yeah, let's jump in. I was hoping to see Team Z find a bit more of an edge against Sakura on occasion. That series for me was... the King's Row map was a bit of a tough watch, and that it's clear that the flexibility isn't quite there maybe when it needs to be, and it's been 1 day since that game. This is the doubleheader weekend here for Team Z, and they may not have walked in fully prepared, whereas Nightmare, they had the one match against Sakura last week. They've had a bit of time because I think they played against all the top teams in the first game.
Yes, yeah.
They got them out of the way, did come off second best, but there are other teams here that they can take the task to pad the stats a little bit and make sure that they're sitting in playoffs. There's no reason why this team can't make fourth here with a win here and next week. But of course, it starts on Samoa, folks. Nightmare, of course, will be taking us over there. Yesterday, we saw a couple of pretty unique takes on the map, right? I more right now expect to see like a lot of Zaya or Ramatra looks. We saw SSG, I think, try the Sig, or actually, no, it was infected on Liquid. So there's a bunch of different ways you can approach this map here if, and that's a big if, you have the hero pool.
But you mentioned with Nightmare, as we take a look at the top ban heroes throughout the stage here for North America. So you see, obviously, the supports kind of at top, Wrecking Ball, and I know Zarya Reaper have been creeping up over the last few weeks. Are we sure that Nightmare can't, like they play against Team Liquid and SSG week 1? Like a really rough week. I mean, you don't have time to game plan for, either individually, right? You're playing both of them back-to-back days. Like, it's a rough go at the start. Obviously GK takes care of business against them 3-0, but it feels like a team that sure, they might end up like in 4th, right? But would you be surprised if like they were to turn around and like upset like an SSG or something like that in playoffs? Like it wouldn't surprise me that much, given the pedigree of players on the roster.
I'm also probably a little influenced by SSG's performance yesterday, in which Hawk pretty candidly says in the interview, like, I think that we underestimated our opponents. It mentions that he, like, on New Queen Street especially yesterday, there was you should have matched the Ramatra, chose not to do that, wants to play Junk Queen, a bunch of stuff. Like, they're obviously still testing things out, so that obviously does shake my confidence a little bit in SSG, but they're still 5-1, right? 17-6 is pretty good. There's no, like, after GK's lost, there's no like teams that have no map losses, right? GK have lost 3, SSG have lost 6, Liquid have lost 5. So it's chopping up a fair bit towards the top of the tables, and I think a Nightmare can make their way in there. I think their score right now is obviously heavily slanted by the fact that they go up against those top 3 teams in the first couple of weeks, and so their wins, or the more guaranteed deterministic wins, come later on. This is a team that is 4-3 and sitting in 4th place, and that's totally fine. They get a chance to have a crack at playoffs, and it's always a weird dynamic, Matt, when we head into a balance patch, right, at a pretty pivotal moment. There's so much wiggle room for the teams. If they get ahead, they can really snowball an advantage and make their way through the bracket for a good seeding for.
Nightmare takes care of business here in the fashion, we think, right? In that final week, right? Extinction, that one could be a little bit tougher, but like, you're looking like, hey, you know what? They could finish like with 4 wins. They could finish with a positive map differential, right? Like the standings would look a little bit like I think because they played those teams so early, like that's why you have like this like top 3, you have this massive plus 10 map win loss, and then like everybody else on the negatives, where like Nightmare probably gets there, all things considered in the end, right? And I think the one, dude, I mean, if Extinction would have beat SSG yesterday, it would have made like things so much more interesting. It would have made it like way more complicated in NA. They just fall up a little bit short, but seems like we're getting ready to go into games. So it'll be Samoa map number 1. It'll be a Kiri band here for Nightmare, their map pick, and then Team Z, they'll get rid of the ramp. So a little bit more kind of Ramatra play sneaking in here in North America.
Yeah, and I think that this ban also is denying the Kiri Lucio compositions, and it can throw some teams off kilter, as Kiri is just very, very good in these kind of setups. Nightmare, I was expecting to see Painkiller on Zaya. Definitely seems to be his bread and butter. Backline, though, that obviously there's still much to be discovered. Probably Lucio Wuyong here is that's the go-to combination in lieu of Kiriko, sometimes even when she is present. Sick here on the Cassidy, want to see big impact straight away from one of NA's top DPS superstars. And out of the gates we go. It's going to be Lucio Wuyong here. Astro on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, Rocket's going to go play Tracer. I was like, maybe they had a chance to watch that game yesterday and said, hey, you know what? Maybe we play Reaper, considering how much trouble the Reaper gave Team Z. But we'll get a good old Rocket versus Ryan Tracer head-to-head. That'll be a good one. But, Seeker on the hunt, right? Going to be the recipient of these Zarya bubbles at times. Going to be very difficult to deal with.
I think you're trying to just ignore the ball and play for the rest of Team Z. It looks like Hanbei and Cinnabar have pushed up pretty far towards that right-hand side. Seeker needs to really, lean into that grenade, because it's the only form of control they have against this Wrecking Ball, right? To sort of shut him down outside of brief knockouts from Lukmino. But getting rid of Astro early is going to be important, and clearly Astro doesn't feel comfortable in the Wrecking Ball. This is not Nightmare's comp, a hostile comp against Ball at all. But Astro feels like playing around this Winston bubble is better, but it does mean that it's still a hero that can't fight Zarya.
I was going to say, do you feel much better about like the Winston, I almost feel better about the ball, right? Like being able to just kind of displace in and out a little bit better. I know in terms of mobility, we'll see how the Winston kind of pays off here for Team Z, and Astro is just kind of trying to take position on this left-hand side, maybe force, you know, Nightmare back out of the hut, closer to the point.
Jutsu's in trouble. FACEIT is just going to close the gap. This map allows for it, right? Play towards the huts at the edge of the beach. And there's someone like Freya who wants a little bit of distance, is going to have that quickly taken away from her. Ryan straight up losing out here against Rocket. This is getting pretty fevered now as Rocket has the recall in reserve. Zeke has found yet another target here. Team Z are so split, and this is exactly where Cassidy thrives, just finding individual, maybe more sort of stranded or siloed targets. But the dive is always a good option against Cassidy. It's just the damage the Team Z took doing so was far too great.
And you also highlighted it, right? They're so split, right? You have like half of the members of Team Z die pretty early in the fight. Then I know, sure, you get Seeker, but everybody else kind of falls, I know, after that for Team Z in a little bit of a delayed manner. So Ryan, let's see, in position here with Hanbei trying to work on that outside. It's a pulse bomb to work with. Maybe, you kind of highlighted it's really him and Rocket kind of fighting over that, left-hand side. He gets hit with a hinder, going to recall right away.
Yes, back in the fight. In fairness, pulse bomb going to be thrown towards Astro, knocking the Winston low for the time. Oh, Jutsu! Well, he dodges the Deadeye, but not the ocean waves. Apparently, evidently, Freya's kit not very buoyant. That is. Well, that's pretty unforgivable here as you're at 95% and counting for Nightmare. Back on the point there is Ryan, who will look to contest, and Rocket can take that fight and will have plenty of backup. Astro isolated and taken out of the fight, and this first round is pretty open and shut case here. Cinnabar, all she can really do is try and elongate the round, but that's that. Nightmare, wrap it up.
I would have loved to see Team Z, Mitch, come in and maybe play a little bit of a slower type of style or comp today, right? Like, especially kind of how yesterday went, and then kind of seeing this kind of Zarya comp come in yet again, although it doesn't have the Reaper in the mix. Like, I think you kind of know how things go here with Team Z in this setup. So it looks like they're making some big changes potentially going into this next round.
I mean, again, I do think that Team Z might be hurting for lack of Kiriko here. You see that individually, Wuyong a little bit easy to dive on, and a decent target for Tracer as well. Doesn't have that insta-kill, pseudo insta-kill potential, of course, that the Q9s do.
This is interesting though, range. Like getting the Reinhardt with a BAP in the mix. Ryan can obviously swing on Zarya a little bit, and then also now we're Ryan playing the Reaper. So this is a comp, like, okay, definitely plays a little bit slower, a little bit more brawly around that Reinhardt. See how it works out, and right away they get Painkiller.
Seeker might prefer Sojourn here, but against the Reaper, it's nice to have that level of hindrance in Ryan. Okay, at least managed to get something for his trouble there. Rocket does fall. Clearly, Jutsu was on a bit of an off angle.
Well, that's immortality field pretty quick. I don't think they're going to be able to contest it, though.
No, it's a little early, Matt, in terms of trying to fight for the point. There's some serious water bending going on here. Look at the 3 players getting splashed on by Luke Mino. Very, very annoying poke damage to sort of deal with. And that Ryan shield's getting a little worse for wear. Astro has tried to make some space, but fortunately it's Jutsu again comes to the rescue. It's a medium range shot on Luke Mino that tears his head off, and Rocket has to come and at least find an answer. Charge comes through from Astro. Ryan v Zarya. What year is it, Matt?
I mean, it feels like we're back at like a Overwatch launch, pretty much. Except at that point, it'd be the Ryan with the Zarya versus the Ryan with the Zarya. But we'll see with Hanbei gonna have an Ant Matrix here. A really great point to be able to set it up.
Yeah, and Painkiller can't do much about this, just has to hide out of line of sight. Something that Astro can certainly punish, and he looks to do so with a charge. Finds himself a little stranded here, though. And that shield barely holds out, gets him around the corner. Another great immortality field. That Baptiste-Ryan combination continues to deliver. But with Cinnabar down, some of that flexibility for Team Z has been severely limited. And Rocket can, of course, harry Astro down as he has to expose himself behind that shield. Still a scrappy fight. Jutsu has been finding important pickups here and there, and it's allowed Team Z to go almost to 40%. But here's the flip back for Nightmare. Cloud Blast is at the ready.
So let's also see how Team Z goes about trying to take this back, right? Like when they get control early and they can kind of play off the point, it's a little bit easier to kind of keep that Ryan up, right? But like Astro's shield now is a fairly easy target, right? It has to close a lot of space, doesn't have like a sim to TP, kind of get that Ryan into position. Could end up losing a lot of shielding early on as this be a Deadeye here. Oh, Pulse Bomb gets
Who had Tidal Blast? Who carried that in? That's devastating. Oh, that is absolutely filthy stuff. I mean, it's pretty powerful on the Zarya if you want to send her past the Reinhardt shield, but Jutsu had grand aspirations with that Deadeye, but is knocked down before he's able to get it off, and the pulse bomb in the back line. Well, the rest is history. A very good use of some powerful ultimates there for Nightmare. They put them ahead.
And now you're going to have the grab here for Nightmare, right? You can play maybe a little bit aggressive with it. You don't have like that pulse bomb like we saw yesterday. I believe it was Sugar Free. Kind of comes out with a massive one. I don't have that at the moment, but you do have your own beat. You can kind of play aggressive, maybe force the beat out of Cinnabar. She has that active now. And then have a slight advantage when you use that grab. But see Team Z trying to have to take this like long route here up to the high ground. A nice boot from Ninwai, knocking players down.
And Luke goes so low around the corner, has to back up and throw the slam down for the own healing. And still, Lukmino eventually gets picked off. Painkiller's very charged up here. Good presence of mind. Make sure Ninwai gets a bubble so they can get back over the wall. And Seeker, I mean, this guy, just let him go. Do his own thing. He's found himself 3 kills already over the match. Jutsu is the 4th. And Nightmare come alive yet again. That is another unsuccessful attempt for Team Z for the retake. And frankly, Earthshatter is not really going to cut it here, especially if they're forced out of position. Here's the Shadow, definitely dodged by Seeker, back behind the corner. An early Immortality field comes down, but it is Lukmino that's picked up first. Dead Blossom for Ryan. It's tough to pull that off. And I think Painkiller had a track, just peeked around the corner, and Rocket finds another pulse kill on the Lucio. That's an open and shut map 1. Samoa goes the way of Nightmare.
Yeah, and I liked Team Z's adjustments. I just don't know if the Reinhardt is the answer, especially like on a retake, trying to get the Ryan position. The shield is just being burnt down. Astro's just not put in a great position to be able to live. So, like, could you have run a Zarya of your own, right? Play a composition that looks pretty similar. I know maybe without the Wu Young, if you can't play it, to what Nightmare was putting down, because really it's difficult to get that Reinhardt in position to really be impactful.
I mean, yeah, Astro can't spend much time doing damage like he would otherwise want to. And frankly, the DPS gap here is Casimir's. Seeker with 7.6k damage. And now you have a Reinhardt that, you know, fundamentally he holds right click and he's made space for you. Right, in theory, like it's an advantage situation if you're in like a custody matchup, for example. But Seeker is in his Zarya comp, so he's always playing an off angle. He knows he's not going to get the bubbles. He knows he's going to be dependent on to be relatively self-sufficient and do this kind of stuff, right? Go solo towards the edges of the map, find the other Cassidy, or in that case, the Freya, win that fight out, and then come in for a cleanup if it's required. So, you know, he's the kind of guy you can trust to do his job without having to babysit him. He's that experienced. This is beautiful from Rocket, just weaving in some really important moments. That's not the only pulse bomb kill on the Lucio that we see that round. So just a fantastic Tracer showing too.
No, it's really difficult to deal with like Seeker and Rocket just on their own as damage dealers, right? But like when they have the benefits of the Tidal Blast, you have that's a nice fadeaway pulse bomb there from Rocket. The Tidal Blast, then also the Zarya bubbles, right? It's really it makes it very difficult, especially for a team like Team Z, to be able to kind of withstand that type of pressure. We see sometimes like they're trying to make a play towards Seeker, but you're giving up, you know, so much damage like Painkiller and Rocket, and then Seeker is able to just kind of finish players off, has the benefits of, you know, getting some pocket healing and Zarya bubbles, and not an easy target for anybody here to chase down on the Nightmare side of things.
And Immortality field is good, right? Baptiste Reinhardt is strong for a reason, but if you can't actually do anything with those Immortality fields and you can't use them to pivot like into an aggressive stance, and you just buy some time, maybe you're playing off the point and it just stops you from getting nuked down, you're not actually advancing your game plan. There's like an ant matrix that comes out, it's just kited away from. Volcano is the kind of map where there's so much cover for this kind of stuff that, you know, does render someone who's longer range hit scan and, you know, other abilities less impactful. That's why Cassidy's so good here. So the comp is fine, but you don't see Team Z squeeze that value out of, you know, things like the Bat, things like the Reinhardt. The Shadow just misses completely. You can't afford that up against a team like Nightmare, who are playing a standard comp that is kind of built to be good everywhere.
Yeah, totally. And, you know, you kind of see it, especially, you know, there on Samoa, where trying to close that gap with the Reinhardt without having like a sim in the mix, right? That's something that's always kind of impaired with the Rhine. Extremely difficult. Mitch, we got to start playing some Overwatch because FACEIT Season 7 coming up soon. I know you've been looking for a team. You've, you know, filled out numerous applications and you just keep getting denied. So my team is willing to take you in, you know, maybe not as a starter, right away. I think we'll start with you on a, you know, a bench, like, maybe a little 10-day contract.
What do I need to do to get onto the roster? Like, who do I have to beat out to do it? Who's on your?
I mean, you don't have to really. you don't have to really beat out anybody. Yeah, well, look, we're still taking applicants, right? You know, there's still the roster's pretty fluid at the moment.
Did Jack apply yet?
No, I've been wondering why. It hasn't applied. Really, nobody. No, hasn't applied either. You know, I don't know if it meets the requirements, you know, for the team, but
okay. Did Super apply yet?
There's an option. No, there's an option. You could be a sub though. Yeah, you'll have to go to the website that we just flashed up. Go to FACEIT, make sure you register, sign up, and then request to join my team. Right? We don't send out invites. You have to request, and then we kind of look over it.
Gotcha. So you guys aren't really...
Me and the rest of my coaching staff. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's on your team?
I mean, we're looking at a lot of big time players.
Yeah. You got some concepts of a plan.
Yeah, we have. I mean, look, we're looking at salary. We're looking at lots of stuff.
Yeah. What players though are you looking at? Like any?
I mean, look, we have so many applications. We're sorting through them.
All right. Yeah. Well, good luck with that stack of applications. In the meantime, we've got more Overwatch coming your way. Heading into the second map, it's Esperanza. That is a Team Z pick, of course. Lucio. Okay, Lucio banned away. So Cinnabar, might play the brick here potentially. We've actually seen
like
a couple
Winston.
more. Yeah, you are Ana kind of composition.
Yeah.
Ball is taken away, so it doesn't really give you like the easy option to just to play ball into this. I mean, I don't know Painkiller as being a ball player really. So and we saw Astro already try for it in that first.
But don't you just keep playing Zarya into this though?
Yes.
Right. You just keep playing Zarya into this.
I think that obviously there are times on this map where like you maybe wish you have a little bit of verticality, especially if you're having to like play into the high ground, but she seems very good in any sort of neutral scenario here, which there are plenty, especially later in the map too.
And I guess if you were like, oh, maybe we don't want to, maybe you feel the Lucio's essential for that type of comp, like you can play the Diva, right, and just basically play the same type of shell, like with like a Diva Cassidy Tracer, let's say, right, Wu Young, and then just kind of maybe play like Kiri or something along those lines, right? So I don't think this like kind of makes Nightmare pause a little bit and determine like, okay, what are we going to play? I think they can kind of still play some of the stuff we saw them run out with on Samoa.
Yeah, and I think they're probably not even certain that there would be a Wrecking Ball from Team Z if they didn't ban it. But there are a couple of teams that are folding it in, and sometimes you say, I just really don't want to deal with that. I don't want to have to adapt the game plan to respond to a Wrecking Ball. Whether it's like, in fairness, Nightmare were able to handle Astro with just Cassidy on that previous map. That's probably got more to do with the fact that Astro was not fancying it, made a pretty quick switch to Winston either way. But a hero is going to be available here. No Lucio, though, is always interesting for maps like this. When he's available, he's prolific on push maps. When he's not, well, it opens up a whole bunch of other options and maybe just some slower compositions. Maybe you do want to play, I hasten to say, Rush. You can obviously emulate some of what Lucio does with Juno, but we've really not seen much of Juno. The perk changes, I think, maybe you've put people off a little bit. I think that the triple jump major perk is quite nice, but only really relevant if you're being dove a lot.
We've seen it sparingly in the EMEA. I think Twisted Minds we've seen play some Juno at moments, but Juno's kind of fallen off a little bit, and Nightmare potentially an opportunity to play it. So Team Z looks like they want to kind of continue to play some of their Winston style. So you'll have the ability to play the Wu Yang with a Kiri in their back line. We'll see what Nightmare decides to do. We did see some Weaver here yesterday on Esperanza, so the potential to include the Light Weaver, but they're just going to go Wu Yang Kiri, and then like I talked about, right, if you didn't really want to play the Zarya with this shell, you can most certainly swap in the Diva. Diva is really good, especially if you know the other team's going to play that Winston and you feel like you need a little bit more mobility and verticality, right? Diva is fantastic at dealing with the Winston.
And there's definitely room here for a switch to a Reaper at some point. If, Nightmare are finding it uncomfortable for Team Z, just their frontline presence. We know Team Z probably won't play it, or at least won't do it enthusiastically, so watch this space, I suppose, for some of those pivots midway through the round. Obviously, Astro does not want to run into Painkiller if at all possible. Nightmare really favoring just to try and play on the bot here and have the game come to them. They're aware that Astro is behind them somewhere. Now, Seeker is, keenly aware of that fact. There'll be plenty of peel in this backline now. Astro is going to be sent packing here with a handprint on him. And he'll be fine. Just chunked down to half. Nightmare, though, very much uninterrupted. What is that? Cinnabar caught out by Seeker there at pretty extreme range as far as Frey is concerned. Another dive attempt here for Astro, but it's mostly unassisted because Ryan, well, he's dead.
Yeah, Blake Cinnabar, I think she gets hit with like an explosive shot there from Seeker at just an unreal range. I mean, nothing she could really do about it at the moment. She's trying to keep Astro alive, like through the choke, and unfortunately in the line of sight of Seeker. So this will get the bot moving in Nightmare's favor into Team Z territory, as you probably got one more fight here before you're looking at checkpoint.
So Nightmare are getting dove 2v3. I guess they have the 3 players. They have both their supports in position. It looked like Seek was able to assist there. So it's tough. With Astro and Ryan being the only ones that are diving in, they're just getting crushed in the neutral. This Winston comp doesn't really want to play a pitched battle. They want to be the one setting the tempo. And they've tried. Team Z have tried diving twice. And the second time, they even had Astro and Ryan turn up in the right spot at the right time, and they still got beat. So if they can't do something about this Nightmare backline, Team Z are going to get absolutely rolled.
This is the last time when Astro dove in, right? They get rid of that Winston bubble so fast. You see Hanbei's going to use the Kitsune Rush from that high ground. It's going to be answered with Lucamino's here as well, but you're going to lose a lot of players at the hands of Rocket. Going to get the Tidal Blast, knock down Jutsu. So this is going to be the bot just continuing to move here for Nightmare. They end up using both support ults, so benefit for Team Z. Cinnabar should be able to build up towards that Tidal Blast rather quickly. Maybe give it over to Ryan or Astro, but feels like a lot of the damage is already been done.
And I think this is the kind of comp for Team Z and the matchup as well in this game in general that can expose your weaknesses if you're not as confident playing this style. The dive has been a little bit discombobulated. Ryan here is trying to deal with Painkiller, who in fairness is low. Astro, though, gets Seekers, able to dive in. And it looks like there's not a ton of backup. Maybe, Lucamino gets up, Hanbei gets up there. There's a bit of backup for the Winston. But in general, Team Z do a much better job of pulling Nightmare apart. But I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that Painkiller was deep in enemy territory there.
Absolutely. I mean, look, they do a great job. Their Team Z, and most importantly, you don't have to use anything in that fight. They build up, a kind of war chest of ultimates here, where they're gonna need to kind of position these correctly, because you already give up 108 meters, man. It's like an eternity, and we're not even halfway through the round. So we'll see how Team Z goes about trying to win this next fight, where Nightmare is gonna have that front spawn because of the checkpoint. They're gonna be able to get to this high ground, control it really quickly.
Right, that's Tidal Blast there for Cinnabar. Ryan is, managed to get him to knock down on Nenwai, but finally Suzu there for Lucamino saves the day and keeps Wuyong in the game. Astro here's trying to respond to what Painkiller is drumming up on that high ground. Rocket's Pulse Bomb did connect. It's tough for the backline of Team Z, but Hanbei is still in the game. Astro just feels like he doesn't have much to do here, and can kind of see why. Just do knocked low. Those bolts coming in from the Freya, they mean business.
Yep, that's 3 ultimates for Team Z in a losing fight. And I mean, that is such a sick Suzu there from Lucamino, able to keep Nenwai up as, now Astro in a lot of trouble. Nobody able to get within line of sight to keep him alive.
And that's the issue with just the one-to-one tank matchup. At some point as the dust settles, Astro might find himself face-to-face with a Diva and not be equipped to sort of win that particular challenge. Really needs to work with Ryan very effectively. They need to get on that same page. Because Painkiller's just going to go wherever he needs to. And if he has that self-destruct, he's just going to be that much more aggressive, maybe unpredictable as a result.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused for Team Z why they ended up kind of splitting in that last fight. Because Kitsune Rush is here for both sides, is just kind of fighting over mid-map as we get about towards the halfway point. But Painkiller just needs to get healed up, then can get back in the fight here for Nightmare.
Yeah, same to be said for Astro, though. He has to retreat back to the high ground. Of course, it's almost a 100-meter difference between these two. The teams have a lot of work to do, and they're kind of being stuck in this middle part of the map for the time being. And that last fight was a bit of a wash. Both Painkiller and Astro go quite low. This time, Astro can't be kept alive as Suzu, and a timely amp heal from Nenwai means that Painkiller is going to be the big point of difference between these two. One of these teams does not have a tank. And so Nightmare are going to shove forward and again try and add to their total.
Well, you mentioned the spot that Team Z is stuck in. Like, is there a worse spot? Because, like, they are just kind of sat there on the low ground. As Nightmare able to control up high, that's going to be the Tidal Blast. Looks like it doesn't really get much of anything.
It might have been blocked by the shield, or at least just didn't have a huge effect. But Rocket still has a Pulse Bomb to work with now. Jutsu's disruptive shot caught Painkiller out, had him out of mech, and it's an insta-kill, of course, as the Diva ejects into it. So not bad for Team Z, at least able to fight deep in their own territory, but this does not advance their game plan. This just keeps them in the game.
Yeah, a lot of players just kind of from Nightmare, like in the Team Z spawn as the bot is moving closer back towards that middle. of the map. But dude, Team Z, they got to pull off some heroics here. I mean, you're gonna have to see them like what, come up with a checkpoint here, right? At a minimum, with this next fight coming up, you're gonna see the title blast here onto Ryan as looking to try and find anything, can knock anybody down.
All right, well, Team Z have possession of the bot for now. Let's head over to some Nightmare comms and hear how they're planning to just execute on the lead they have.
I can make a secret. I'm playing the secret.
Come on, come on. Win up. Just before. Love rush advantage.
Take damage for your rush. We can touch before check. Checking damage for you.
Okay, purple is up. Stage
I don't see Soja. I don't see. Drone top. I'm gonna go for clip top soon if we peek. Yeah. I'll push Scar, you go top. I'll push Scar, you go top. Ready. 2, I'm going out. Drone. White Bell. 3-1.
Got them fine. Wait away.
I'll push it through. Hang on. Absolutely.
Really one.
Can't see.
That's really one.
I can pick top with Bull if you want to push. Soon. Okay, I'm pushing top, then you stay with Bull already. I'm pushing top in 3, 2, I'm pushing top. Show you Monkey out. Oh, nice.
Checkpoint, close.
Carry on point 2, I'm pushing out carry angle. Carry TP close, no TP no bow on top of Luke. I'm leaning towards cart. I'm getting up cart. She carry. Try my angry chase, baby. I'm really slow, but I could try. Yeah, let's just play front to back, I think. Just control the side and play front to back. Can somebody take left me? I can take a left. It's really hard for me to go left. Monkey left.
I'm backing left. Make a level. Careful.
3 in main on mid. Yeah.
I don't know about you, Matt, but I do not want to be the Winston playing into D.Va and Freya. I mean, you can't catch the Freya. She gets a bunch of free damage. Even if you take the perk that lets you throw your bubble forwards, it just feels like it's an uphill battle. And the D.Va just shreds you up close. It's tough out there for Astro.
Well, we saw even when we were doing the listening where Nightmare is kind of calling out the Winston and Astro's trying to stay alive. Has a primal, but literally just can't live long enough to be able to pop it up in the sky. As the bot now going deeper here towards Team Z's spawn. Nightmare looking for a full map completion, but dude, the Winston is so hard to play into this type of comp. It's really difficult to even kind of gauge like how impactful it could possibly be.
Again, just can't catch Seeker. He gets a Suzu in fairness, so it would probably have been different if not for that, but then is able to juke that primal in Winston. So Astro is not generating enough threat really on his own to get the attention. He's trying to garner. What a pulse, my goodness. Jutsu down, self-destruct inside that small room. All the guarantees Painkiller, another bite of the apple, and a return to the mech. Bots hit 132 meters amidst this fight. Ryan at least is able to take Rocket out, but he has already done his damage. And it's the title blow. Okay, yeah, all right. Well, Power Washer Simulator on the front door here of the Esperanza Castle for Team Z as they are shut in. It's house arrest as Nightmare go up 2-0.
And it's a lot of like we talked about during the, ban process where it's like, all right, like, sure, no Ball, like, no Lucio, maybe you kind of take away some of that Zarya. But you can kind of see a little bit. I mean, at least I thought, like, okay, if you're going to take away that Zarya and they still want to play something that has a little bit of mobility, they're going to go to the D.Va. And if you're going to try and play Winston into it, like, I mean, good luck. It's going to be very difficult. And I mean, you kind of see even with Astro, right? 7 deaths leads the lobby, right? They've almost double some of the other players, where it's really hard, even for the supports, to try and keep this Winston alive. I think like if they matched D.Va in this instance, right, could have looked much different.
Nothing like a quick 2-tap there on a Wuyang of all things. That really opens the fight up. But just watch Astro's health bar here. I mean, even when a bubble, I think Astro threw a bubble down in front of a Kitsune Rush and it just ceased to exist. The focus fire has been really good. And there's one situation where Nightmare are fighting around this point here, and it's the other point actually. Painkiller is inside Astro's bubble, fighting Astro.
Yeah.
And it can't be healed by Luke, who's like trying to break the shield with kunais. Painkiller still doesn't die because there's no focus there from Team Z. They're not both looking at the D.Va, who for some reason chose to fight inside a Winston bubble and still doesn't get punished.
I mean, look at even the kind of clip that we just saw there, right? In the one, like, D.Va is, like, I think in the 5v5 world, like, just really good in terms of dueling, like in those kind of like one-on-one type of scenarios, and especially against the Winston, right? Being able to kind of like use the boosters to like potentially even knock the Winston out of the bubble, like just the raw damage output from D.Va, and then like the micro missiles. It's very difficult for the Winston kind of stand toe-to-toe with the D.Va and try and fight that. It's like almost impossible. So you kind of see where that gets us in terms of a result as a Nightmare with a 2-0 lead rather quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and you can see the damage numbers here are pretty even, right? Astro was able to do a good amount of damage. But it came here and there, and it was really distributed across multiple targets. And unfortunately, like the Astro Brian combination were not able to meet their win condition, which was to get onto one of these backliners and ideally remove the Wuyang if you can. There was always the Susu instantly for the Wuyang, the Kiriko damage, right? I think like Luke Mino on one of the dives actually kills both the Tracer and the Winston as they try and go in. While Seeker is already playing towards that backline anyway because he's Freya. So it doesn't take much for him to just look at the ground and see that his backline's under some Winston pressure and then blow him up. Maybe Winston Tracer alone against that kind of backline isn't even enough. And you banned Lucio in that map if you're Team T. So you are really trying to like limit the mobility of your opponent's backline. But there were so many...
you could also... You could make an argument they would have been better off just banning the Zarya and letting the Lucio go through, right? And having, at least kind of the optionality of like, kind of playing around that Winston or like kind of giving the Winston a little bit more mobility to kind of like get out of dodge. And at least you would have known like, all right, we're going to see the Diva on the other side.
Yeah. If I'm trying to play Winston, I'm probably banning the Diva. I mean, you can almost accept that the Wrecking Ball is going to be in the game because you still get to, go by your game plan. But when you're against the Diva, she wants to interact with you pretty frequently and disrupt you. So Peace comes in here. Please don't ban Genji. No.
I mean, this says they're probably going to go to Gibraltar, right? I mean, this is kind of the same subs that we saw yesterday, from Team Z. So, yeah, I mean, you go to Gibraltar, you just ban like so, okay, let's say Team Z wants to protect the Genji, right? Like you have to ban a DPS and then just kind of leave something open there for Nightmare. So we'll also see Squid come in here for Nenway on the Nightmare side of things.
Okay. So subs first and then bans after. So curious to see what the plan is here. I mean, if they know they're heading to Gibraltar, we might be looking at like another Brig run back or something of that particular flavor. I mean, on the lastly on the Esperanza topic, it's tough to ban a Zarya on Esperanza. Like you just,
it would be a little bit of a throw of a ban, right?
You sort of can't do that. So Watchpoint Gibraltar is going to be the map. Now we saw Peace on this map have a really solid game, I think, yesterday on the Hanzo. Obviously, we felt that might have been because Genji was unavailable to play, right? Genji definitely feels like a lock for this kind of map. Just gives you the verticality and mobility and just the capacity to clean up a lot of those kills that you're often looking for. It's not in vogue right now, but nor is Watchpoint Gibraltar. So there's plenty of room to play like a different looking composition here. And I think we even saw like Hanzo mirrored into, I think, Lethal even played it, if I'm not mistaken. So you have some of these options here, but whether or not we sort of get that Hanzo might depend on what these bans are. And again, these teams have the chance to make those bans after seeing the rosters, after seeing the subs.
And I wonder, like if you want to play a like an Ana kind of composition here, do you see potentially like a Kiri type of ban, right? Getting rid of the cleanse. On the other side of things though, like would you can ban Genji, you can ban Hanzo, I mean a bunch of different options. So it's actually going to be interesting. So Team Z gets rid of the Freya, so that protects also some of the DPS pool, right, while taking the Freya away from Seeker after he had a great game on Esperanza. And Nightmare says, hey, you know what, we actually like not having Lucio in the mix, so let's just run that back.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that also might influence why Squid got subbed in for this game. This is also a Widow map for Seeker on occasion, right? One of the sort of DPS players, I feel like that has always had a pool that has been a little bit outside of what is like the vogue. Like there's been a lot of Ashe mixed in at times for Seeker, and the Widow definitely can come out here. There's opportunities for it. But with no Lucio, obviously, slightly less mobility, at least team-wide mobility, of course. Right now, of course, it is the Overwatch 2 anniversary. You can play Classic. Excitingly, and there's a bunch of event challenges in the game as well to get yourself. You can also get a Legendary Loot Box in there, so well worth checking out. The limited time modes are rolling through, so like a lot of the old ones. If you like the Mass Res Mercy, you can go for that one. They don't have the Shield Bastion, sadly.
That's too far back.
That's
like
beta. Was it beta? Yeah, I guess it was.
Yeah, you're aging yourself here. That is beta. That is thing.
No based.
I'm not even sure they were like 240 hertz monitors back then. No, but
actually,
no, probably not actually.
It's been 10 years.
Which is wild to think about, right? That it's been that long. I know, obviously, with Overwatch 1 and then Overwatch 2. So, kind of relive some of those fun moments. I mean, you kind of see that Mass Res Mercy. I remember the game came out, just playing some games with some of the COD bros, and the con that kind of sticks in my head is Maven just screaming at all of us at like 4 a.m. Die on the car, like just like begging us to die so we could just fly in.
He's so funny. He's such a sweaty game when he locks in, man. It is hilarious. Okay, here for your viewing pleasure, we have
that Roadhog skin was elite.
Yeah, a number of different skins. In fact, of course, this is the season 18 mythic skin. Yeah, it looks pretty imposing.
That looks pretty sick.
I mean, the low angle camera shot definitely adds to that effect, but yes, I hope to see you out there in game on the Quadzilla with the mythic skin.
We saw this on a lot of our casties the other day. Little mythic weapon skin. I feel like they've kind of ascended. They're starting to hit like a new level here with I know some of the skins, and I know you love this collab. I know it's one that
big fan of Thieves.
It's actually one of the collabs that I know. I was like,
it's actually one of the only like anime products we both know about. I remember when you started getting into it, I was like, bro, you're getting weebified slowly but surely. So it's a rare anime thing that Matt is actually up with, but yeah, that's great. Obviously, I really enjoyed it. I won't lie, I jumped straight in and picked them up and locked those skins in. The Wuyong one is obviously super nice, especially with the Galaxy weapon skin. It is good. Anyway, Gibraltar is on deck.
That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to fire it up, buy the skins, and then you start cranking a few games. You're like, oh, okay, I'm back.
Yeah, low-key back. Seeker on Hanzo on defense. Okay, so it is going to be something of a sniper flavor. Maybe not the one I particularly expected, but obviously, no, Hanzo's very powerful. The fact that he has virtual scatter arrow returns to the game with that perk option, and he's rocking the Mickey D skin. So Seeker, he's a ball
stopped. Custa needs to be stopped at all costs. He's gonna get us full scatter arrows back.
Dude, I mean, I heard that he's planning a Zen perk that actually pops Transcendence for no reason.
Just like it's like a a WoW talent that just randomly gives you like combustion every once in a while. It just
except it uses all your ult charge.
You just randomly just get Transcendence every once in a while.
Yeah. It's probably a deeper cut than we're really allowed to go for in this day and age, but there you have it. Out of the gates come Team Z. Ryan, just a brief pause on the Widowmaker. Obviously back to the Tracer. Wow, Sombra Tracer. So a lot of disruption here for Painkiller. Now there's a bit of risk associated with dropping down at all. The hack is relatively short-lived, and obviously Painkiller supports have LOS to him. And again, big damage coming out. Doesn't seem to matter because Pieces just cease to exist, and I don't even know if they know what happened.
I mean, there's such a great amount of healing resources with the Kiri Wuyong here for Painkiller. Like the damage output is not crazy. Where even if you get hacked, you're not exactly like worried about it, right? You're still going to be able to kind of fight through it, and you have cleanse. You have all of those kind of resources at your disposal to be able to work with. So like it's not like you're getting hit with a bio, but even if you did, I mean, you have the cleanse to be able to work with. So Nightmare controls high ground here right away. I think this might be tough for Team Z to get things going. I would have loved to see Peace come out with a Hanzo, maybe try and take Seeker in that long-range battle.
But hey, you can dive Hanzo as Winston. You can actually...
Yeah, but you need to live long enough to get in position to dive.
Yeah, I mean, and these bubbles cease to exist as soon as Storm Arrow gets used, right? That's the problem, is that the window for Astro to actually like claim that space with that amount of utility is really limited. Just the burst damage that Hanzo can put out, and well, the bubble don't move. It's pretty easy to hit, so that'll get popped pretty much straight away. Card is laboriously moving, but Astro doesn't feel confident in committing to the underpass, and having Nightmare invariably drop down on them, so Card still sort of in position. Painkiller went down to contest it, but now Nightmare will have to allow it to advance somewhat.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're a Nightmare, there's no reason to kind of like have Painkiller be down there and fight here in this type of position. You kind of back up and, force him through this choke. This is not the type of playstyle that a comp with like a Sombra Tracer would want to play, right? Being down there on that low ground, having to fight through it. So that's going to be the Kitsune rush here, just layered right over where the payload is trying to move through the tunnel, which will give a fight win here for Nightmare. They're actually going to invest the nano here on Astro. What are you going to get out of this?
I mean, you can cycle this into Primal, I think is the plan. It is not pretty, and it's awkward. Looks like Tidal Blast was given us. Oh, Seeker and Astro got knocked down on the way through. Still, you can pick yourself back up. Surely, you've got to get the Wuyong here. Squid, obviously, though, is in his mobility form and is trying to surf on away. Astro taking sweet time there, finding anything, and Squid's going to win it out in the end. Well, that's devastating. And And if anything sort of is a nail in the coffin for this dive comp that Team Z are playing, that moment might have been it. Not to mention the fact we've only got about a minute left here on this attack side for Team Z. They've got an EMP. They do have ultimates to work with, but so much got invested just now into Astro, and he couldn't find a singular kill.
It was Nano and the Primal. So they use the Nano, and Astro goes to the high ground. It's actually a really nice use of the Tidal Blast there on the Seeker, so doesn't exactly want to kind of stick around Seeker for long, and then ends up using the Primal, trying to go after Squid, but just some elite movement, going from the low ground to the high ground, and then not able to chase. It's that's a rough scenario.
Yeah, time's getting short now. Team Z, this is their last chance, potentially last map of the series now if they can't make something big happen. It's an EMP that cleanses instantly in Seeker. Well, eye on the prize. Piece is popped as soon as they drop down. Nice pulse for Ryan, one of the few kills we've seen Team Z get on this map. And that'll open things up a little bit more for them. It does mean that those Winston bubbles now a little bit harder to remove, and Painkiller was just trying a token attempt at a stall here. Nice little pulse there on Astro, but that will be handled, of course. Suzu's there. Winston bubble also to protect. But Nightmare been able to stall this game out.
Yeah, but you're going to have a Kitsune Rush that you're going to be able to overlay right over the point. And look at this, they split here on the Team Z side. It's going to be really difficult to keep these players standing.
Nice by Painkiller. They see an opportunity to go after Peace. They go for the Genji, but it's only for a short time, and it is very short-lived. Brutal stuff. Team Z absolutely clocked here on this attack side. Nothing to write home about from their progress. Only 52 meters. They're in the underpass. That's not going to be enough.
It's going to be a tough hold. It's not an ideal spot to finish because for Nightmare, right? Especially playing that Diva that's a little bit sturdier, you can kind of play maybe at that cart, and like the Winston can't exactly kind of jump down and hold that position. So you're going to gain a decent amount of just kind of payload progress for Nightmare already off the rip. Is yeah, Squid's kind of popping off.
Holy, okay, not too shabby at all. And you can see once again, like Astro is putting up good damage. Winston certainly can do that. But only one elimination, only one pickoff. Between the Winston and Tracer, you have to generate a little bit more.
This also isn't too surprising of a result, right? How I talked about where Nightmare in week 1 has to play SSG and TL, loses to both, but takes a map off of both. Otherwise, like, they 3-0 Dildogs, take 3-0 Sakura, like, they're just kind of, taking care of business across the board everywhere else. It's just those top, 3 teams they've had a difficult time with, where Geeky, obviously they were kind of running through everybody outside of the TL game the other day, but the other game, so you played really in week 1, so you're probably not like a fully fleshed out team by then. So it'll be curious to see how Nightmare fares during playoff time.
Yeah, and they basically secured their spot there. Stuff had to go horribly wrong for that not to be the case. Painkiller is on the hog, folks. Squid on the Life Weaver as well, so a little bit of a different take here. Nightmare know that they really just need to round this corner, so this is
Mitch, tell me about this comp. What's how are they trying to make that? What's the logic behind this one?
Yeah, you are trying to get your Life Weaver perk online. It's 600 anti. That's kind of it, really. Yeah, or you just like pull the hog out and sort of go back in and pull it out and back in, like with his Life Weaver. So Seeker's gonna be brought back into the game, can control this high ground. The res obviously pretty good for tempo. Seeker just needs to make sure can stay alive long enough, but you've got good Winston bubble pressure. Winston does not want to dive anywhere near Painkiller, and Seeker's also not any more of a nice target. At some point, Team Z have to drop down, and when they do, they have to deal with this Roadhog. They have to deal with Seeker as well when he starts to get involved. Ryan's already been picked off.
Astro's also in a really rough spot. I think going to make it back over towards this card.
Oh, the dragon comes out.
Yeah.
Talk about dragon. It looks pretty, but that's all. It's just adornment now for a map that Nightmare have planted the flag in Gibraltar. And so the series goes their way. It's a comfy 3-0.
Yeah, and look, as I mentioned, pretty expected result from Nightmare, as they've been taking care of business against everybody outside of that, big top 3 at the top. Team Z, I would like to see them adjust a little bit more from what we saw like yesterday. Obviously a short turnaround, but to have some of those comms that didn't really work yesterday, trying to kind of like bring them in. Obviously we listened in yesterday, didn't feel comfortable running the Reaper, but could have been some other things they could have done to potentially give themselves a little bit of more of a chance.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Team Z just committed to playing this Winston dive comp, which is fair enough, but man, you've got to be so on top of it. You've got to be so relentless. And I also think like your macro calling needs to be pretty sharp. It is It's just hard. I think Team Z are playing a comp that is hard to pull off against Nightmare on defense,
which is a comp that's going to be punished by a ton of teams, right? Especially with playing Diva and Zarya and even like ball comps. It's a comp right now that is just kind of set up to be punished by a lot of other things going through the meta.
And even some of these elite teams, in the league and globally, could play this comp, but often choose not to because it feels like it puts them at too much of a disadvantage. So tough there for Team Z, but these are the kind of lessons that you have to learn.
We're back already, Ash.
As expected, it makes that extinction matchup pretty important.
Yeah.
It definitely does. That was a quick 3-0 there for Nightmare. This is what we expected, though. I think that we do continue to see kind of where Team Z struggle as far as that lack of adaptability and flexibility in their hero pool that you had talked about there, Mitch. But for Nightmare, I think to have this strong statement that we expected go through for them is something that they definitely needed when they are wanting to break into that top 4 and continue to show that maybe they can punch further up into the top heavy bracket here for NA.
It's top heavy. I mean, this is just a requirement, right, Matt? I'm pretty sure like Nightmare just have to get through these last couple of weeks with strong showings. They know they're probably going to land like 4th in playoffs, and they're thinking already, I think, ahead to those matches.
Team Z. Oh, that's Cap. Team Z and Extinction, right? That game will happen next week. Like, Extinction probably takes that one. Then you have that Extinction versus Nightmare game. Like, I think both those teams could be a little interesting for the playoffs, where Nightmare, we've seen some of these players play against some of the guys in the top teams in the past and like put up some pretty good performances, and then they play them early on. We get a meta shift. You never know what happens. And I was super impressed with Extinction yesterday, even with Hawk saying that SSG didn't really kind of play well at all, which I think we all would agree with. Still, Extinction kind of hitting that next gear and giving them a run for their money definitely made me look at that team a little bit closer.
Well, as we talk through our DHL series highlights here for NA in this matchup between Nightmare and Team Z, let's continue that conversation about that Nightmare and Extinction matchup that's going to be coming up, right? Because I'm kind of curious to get your thoughts here, Mitch. After what we saw from Extinction up against like SSG, are we now expecting that matchup to be maybe even closer than what we would have initially anticipated before week 5?
Well, I can tell you for sure, Nightmare are not going to walk into that one underestimating them, right? I think that Extinction have the boon of a couple of weird maps in their pool that they like to bust out. And one of the few teams that are picking New Queen Street and also Gibraltar. And those are the maps that actually, beat SSG on. So you're thinking about your map pool and, you just got a chance to have a crack at Gibraltar. You just want to make sure, I think, that your approach to some of those more off-the-wall maps is pretty buttoned up at this stage. You have an entire week to sort of prepare for that. And then once the groundwork is done, you just do what you've always done, lean into a really good backline with redundancy, as Squid can also sort of sub in, and let Sequin and Rocket just go to town. Reiner and Painkiller both looking really solid. We've got some good Zarya play, got some good Diva play from Painkiller. So this team is sitting pretty, in my opinion, for now.
I do think, though, Ash, where, Nightmare, it's their only game next week, the one against Extinction. So they're clearly going to go look and be like, hey, Extinction gave SSG a run for their money. Like, we can't overlook this team. Like, we actually have to, put together a game plan, watch their VODs, see kind of what's going on. Where, SSG could have came in yesterday and a lot like how Hawks did, completely overlooked them and just, almost got caught off guard. I don't think they're going to be a lot from the Extinction side, just kind of catch, Nightmare sleeping. Extinction's got 2 games that week, too, right? So they're going to play against Team Z a little bit earlier. So even more of an opportunity for Nightmare to kind of scout a little bit. And they're going to come into that game fully prepared.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can definitely imagine. I think for Team Z, though, now it's also that conversation of, okay, they're essentially locked in for that promotion relegation area of the rankings, and they have a lot to take away, I think, from the matches during this regular season of what can definitely be worked on, maybe some of those comps, some of those hero pools. But now that this is all wrapped, let's head over to our winners interview that we have with Rocket from the likes of Nightmare. 1, congratulations on the win today, and 2, I want to get straight into talking about next week, to be honest. I think that we saw Extinction go and take it honestly closer to SSG than we expected. I don't know if you got the chance to actually watch that matchup. But what are your expectations now on the side of Nightmare heading into next week's matchup? How are you guys looking to prepare? So looking at Extinction is a little bit of a dark horse now in NA.
I think you definitely hit the nail on the head. I think they're arguably the strongest of the lower half teams. I think they put on such a significantly great showing yesterday, especially Vision and King. yeah, I mean, we watching that match did not expect them to, take it to SSG as well as they did, but especially considering it's our only game next week, we're going to do a lot of prep to make sure that we can just throw that team. We had a really difficult early season in terms of like our schedule. So we really want to, take every map we can and make sure we can secure the best seed possible.
Now, Rocket, you guys have always, it feels like, taken a significant amount of pride in knocking the partner teams down a peg in the games that matter, right? Obviously, it's a rocky start for you guys, but you've had a bit of runway now to get set and prep for playoffs that you will, of course, be participating in. So how likely is it that we're going to see that again? What is the vibe check, at least, on you guys looking at those top 3 teams and maybe licking your lips a bit for a crack at them?
I think it's very likely. I mean, I think we scrim all the top teams, in NA and EU, and we do decent in scrims. We're definitely competitive with every single team. I think we were a new team, straight up when we came into those first couple of weeks. We didn't have a lot of time to mesh, and I still think we did, significantly well. I mean, the EK match was a struggle because of the consistent disconnects. But I think going into playoffs, we're going to be very, very confident and. Nightmare's always taken it to the partner teams, and I think we have that underdog energy. We have that, win at all costs energy, and I think, there's a lot of passion here, and I'd be surprised if we didn't take it to at least one of them during playoffs.
Yeah, I gotta ask. You mentioned it. How difficult is it as a new team? You come in week 1 and you have Team Liquid and SSG on the schedule, and obviously you guys have bounced back from there, but not exactly set you guys off on the best foot with the best vibes for the stage.
No, that was. I remember when we first saw our schedule, we were like, "Come on!" I feel like every single time, like of all the teams, we have to play a doubleheader versus, arguably at the time the 2 best teams. Whereas like everyone else's doubleheader, like they have to play like a top team and then the Ducks, right? We have to prep for the 2 top teams back to back. The first match of NA. And then we get like a little break week, and then we have to play GK immediately after. So we legit got thrown right into the fire. I like I said, I wish we could have won those games, but everyone's so confident, after having more time to scrim. I mean, we were really only scrimming for 2.5 weeks before those matches as the new version of Nightmare. So I think given time, and you can see it now, but given even more time, we're gonna do great things in playoffs.
I definitely believe it. It's been great to see how Nightmare's developed and how you guys have adjusted to the meta with the new squad here. Congratulations again on the win today, and good luck in your matchup next week. Thank you so much for the interview, Rocket.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
Great interview, great insights, but taking a look at our standings here now as well. This is Sakura now knocked down a peg outside of that top 4. Nightmare narrowly avoiding that lower bracket run, but it is definitely what we talked about there, Mitch, with Nightmare getting that insight from Rocket as well, with how they're definitely not going to be underestimating Extinction going into week 6.
Yeah, I mean, I love getting Rocket on comms. He reminds me of Jake sort of back in the day, really well spoken, and he's a pretty introspective guy. And I think that we talk a little bit about this record maybe not being the most stellar, but I don't know what coach is going to be able to prepare you for like a TL and SSG in the same week when they play so differently, and they've got different looking rosters coming out of the break. So I'm gonna give him a pass on that one for sure. I always want to see these guys disrupt and upset that the hegemony at the top of our NA ladder, and they do it consistently, and they do it at LAN, which is what I love. So hopefully we get to see them make it to LAN, right? And that is going to require them to maybe win an upset or 2 on the way.
It makes me feel more confident about them though, Ash, right? I mean, after you kind of see it from the outside, but then hearing Rocket talk about it, it's like, yeah, we're a new team. Everybody gets like team at the bottom and then team at the top, and our double headers, and they're like, hey, guess what? You get TL and SSG right off the rip. And like they were able to take a map off of each, and then even kind of looking like, okay, they had a match the next week against the Ducks, then guess what, right against GK. So 3 of their first 4 are against that top teams, and now that they've had some more time to gel, you gain a little bit of confidence, the meta shifts, more scrims. They're a team that's going to be a problem, I think, in the playoff.
I think it's great signs of life for the playoffs, just to be able to warm up into it, into where matches really start to matter for the World Finals. And then, just being able to continue on. I think it's a great great mental from the team. They've definitely had the right mindset as far as like it being that long-term project. But it is the wrap up that we have here for our first matchup today between Nightmare versus Team Z. But before we go on a quick break, I want to remind you guys to create a FACEIT account to start playing, improving, and earning rewards in Overwatch 2. You guys can get started at FACEIT.com today. There's been some sick rewards. I think there's that, what was it, an elusive gaming laptop that we talked about previously, Matt?
The legendary gaming laptop. And look, you just have to play. So like people like Mitch, right? They can log on. They don't have to win. You can just kind of play through participation, and you can earn some sick rewards.
You definitely. Are you going to take that, Mitch? Though you're not winning.
I mean, I guess I don't have to, which is kind of nice. But I mean, if I'm joining Matt's team, I'm definitely not winning. My application's still pending. So yeah,
we're like ducks. We're vibes based.
Vibes based, very exclusive vibes based apparently. But we're gonna throw to a quick break before we come back with our last match of today: Geeky versus Dildux.
Sorry I'm late. Let's do this.
Widow's up top. I'm on point, dude. Genji, you want Nino? Okay, guys, lock in. It's overtime.
Let's stagger.
On me. Yeah, I'm dead.
Down. My ult's ready.
Xander. Dead.
Pushing. I'm pushing.
No, pull back.
Hold car. We're down.
That was so bad. Yeah, we suck. Yep.
Let's try something new.
Diving back line.
Nah, I'm dead.
Widow's down.
Matrix, battle.
Oh, no.
I got pulse bomb.
Back on cart. Come on, back on cart.
Oh, going in.
Stop the cart.
Oh my God! Ah! Go to Mortal! Do you see that?
Making their OWCS World Finals debut, please welcome to the stage, Team Phoenix!
Are you ready?
Yeah. I'm ready.
Quack, quack. We're back. Okay, last matchup of the day. It's going to be a vibes-based one between GK and Dildux. I think that you look over towards the GK that ended up losing in their matchup yesterday up against Team Liquid. We know that they're going to be angry off the back of that, but this isn't really the match that we're looking for them to really pull out all the stops in, if you will. I think it's just about maybe just having fun for both of these sides here, Mitch, heading into the last match of the night.
They're going to be the Hulk when he picks up Loki and slams him into the floor.
Yeah, okay.
Over and over.
We should.
Okay.
But don't be mean. Don't be mean to the Dildux. We should allow them though. Like we should have a special kind of thing where like in Jeopardy where you can write in how many things you wager, like points you wager. We should allow them to just wager like maps, like turn map 1 into worth like 3 maps type of thing. Like we should have some type of like crazy type of component like that. But hey, GK, they come off a loss yesterday. Ash, we talked a little bit about it in the pre-show. We expect them to be pretty pissed off today coming into this game, which is not what the Dilducks want to see.
No, definitely not. I think no matter what, though, we know that GK was going to make a statement in this matchup as well, but definitely more fire lit under them since they got that first seed in standings stolen out from under their noses in such a close match that they had up against Team Liquid. I think that when we look back at that matchup that was between these two teams there as well, we did see moments where GK were falling a little bit flat. Team Liquid absolutely pulled out all of the stops, but I felt like we saw like some crazy like comp changes there as well. All the times like hero swaps in that matchup too, just really showing the flexibility of this team here, Mitch.
I mean, yeah, I think that honestly, like they have insane peaks, this team, but they just weren't able to deliver that consistently enough. In that last map where Tree was basically operating 120% for the entirety of Suravasa, like that last fight starts with him just smashing lethal out of nowhere. It's like a cross map, railgun headshot, insta kill, nothing more to say. And at the other game, like they're like rage quitting, like GK getting the heck out of there. Like that was a very frustrating map for them because I think that I feel like every time a fight starts, they're like a player down. All of a sudden, it's just that individual flair. There's room for that level of expression on these kind of comps right now with the Freya, with the Sojourn, and they were on the wrong end of it, but not on every map. That's just the way the game goes sometimes. I think they've got that skill in spades. They've also got great cohesion, and they're probably going to employ that pretty mercilessly in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to be on the receiving end of that as Dilducks. But for this squad that we're talking about next, let's actually take a little preview into some of the vibes and memery that we're expecting to see in their comms.
Ash one.
Wait, you're actually in there.
Both here. They swapped Lari. Bro, we can unironically fold this if we they troll too hard and we just like. Let's just randomly lock in right now and just fold. Thoughts?
Okay.
What if we randomly just lock in right now? Thoughts? I think that on top of just like the singing, like the trolling that's going on in the comms, it really says all that you need to know about Dilducks, Matt, this vibes-based team. I think it's so important that they're able to have fun knowing these matchups are so tough.
I'm not a coward. I just opened up my browser and I took all of my channel points, accumulated every single one that I have, and I dumped them on the Ducks. I'm gonna lose them, right?
I think we know why your fantasy team is doing so poorly.
But there's always a chance. There's always got to be one, right, Mitch?
You know what, Matt? I'm joining you. 12,800 points on the Ducks.
Yep. Oh, I had 33,500 on the Ducks.
Oh, bro, you've been lurking. I'm putting on the Ducks here. Yeah. I'm gonna pump up those numbers a little bit on the prediction there. I mean, you can't dislike these guys. They're a ton of fun.
It's hard.
Yeah. And
let it ride on the Ducks.
I want them to win so we can interview them. I reckon they won a game like earlier this year or something, like maybe even last year. And we got an interview from them. It was great. That won't be this game. Be this game. But
we're invested with channel points now.
Yeah,
could be this game.
Just want to point out that they play TL after this, so it's not like things get any easier for this team.
No.
The odds of a map winless 0-7 are looking a 0-21 map score are looking pretty high right now.
It's looking high. It's looking high, that is for certain. But at the very least, they're still keeping the vibes high alongside all of that as well. And I do also love to see the fact that, you guys are in, you know what? Screw it. I will also go invest my channel points before this game starts. Yeah. We're going to pump the numbers really quick.
This is how people get scammed. Like it just one person just kind of gives them a little bit of hope. And then you're like, you know what?
This is how we saved AMC from bankruptcy, dude. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's get Dilducks out of chapter 11. Baby,
we're doing our own GameStop, investment, but with the Dilducks here.
All right, we got it from 3 to 5% just now, gang.
I think
that's a win. I think that
we were at 6. So I mean, there's some people who are pretty heavy on the other side of this, but
I think we need some more believers in chat. But let's just see how this matchup is going to go. I can't wait to hear more of those Dilducks comms in this game coming up. You guys enjoy.
Oh, you better believe we've got some listeners up for you. Oh, don't you worry about that, folks. All right. Here we go, guys. It is that time. I think many people have waited for this. I don't think the anticipation for this match is going to be nearly as high as the Dilducks versus Quick Esports show match, but it's going to be pretty high.
We got to be a part. We got to be a part of that. I don't know how. We got to be a part of that show match.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to muscle in on any action, but yo, if that game needs any commentators, I'm down. I'll just keep it in the background, but I'll do it.
Yeah, we don't know when, we don't know where, but if we need to be there, we will. that one's got my interest. So all right, we get a GK ban of the Kiri, and then a ceremonial Roadhog ban here out of the Dilducks.
Yeah, ceremonial indeed, and just an amazing tank protect band. You know what I mean? Making sure that whatever they sort of want to play is going to be available to them. The Kiriko here banned away. We might just see Lucio Wuyang from these guys, and we know GK in terms of Wuyang play might be, or they're definitely the best team in this region at making extensive use of just how powerful that hero is right now. Where some of their contemporaries might prefer Lucio Kiricomp, so maybe just go back to something that works a little bit, something with a bit more of that utility. Not GK, folks. They are locked in, and UV is going to be putting on a show for us again.
He is sick on the Wuyang. I mean, just fantastic on that hero. You would have thought potentially, well, it's a ban here of the Kiri early on, right? So DK kind of protects it. I fully expect the Dilducks eventually they will get rid of that Wuyang as DK. They make such great use of it. As looks like here we're gonna see a Reinhardt Hanzo Reaper setup here out of the Dilducks.
All right, now is Karma's Frothy Philly or is that a different player? Do you know?
Let's see.
I need to know. I don't think they matter.
Karma's is a different player. Yes.
Okay, different player. That's a shame. Pull one out for Frothy Philly. Okay, we're off to the races here. Races are going to find Ultraviolet, but it's a Reinhardt Reaper Hanzo composition here. Okay, so a lot going on here in terms of their setup. Ideally,
you could have stopped at a lot going on here.
Yeah, I'm trying to piece it out on the fly.
I did see somebody, Ash said, wait, I didn't realize they were 0-5, and they put their points on the Dilducks. I knew going in. I saw somebody, he got in with us 100 points on the Dilducks. Right now,
you gotta get
100K. Sorry.
Okay, 100K? Yeah,
100 wouldn't be that big, but 100K on the Dilducks, so... we're all riding hot on the Dilducks right now.
We're in the business of lighting channel points on fire for a good time. Is what we do. Baz has played. Okay, Ball now.
It's the hope, though. It's the hope. Yeah. So now we're on Ball. Ball made Reaper with a Moira here.
Who's diving with the Ball? How are they securing these short fights with the Moira Lucio comp that they need if they don't have someone to link up with the Ball? Okay, well,
look, you're thinking too deep into this.
I mean, honestly, if I thought a puddle, that might be too deep, but that's fine. Dilduck's comp, obviously, look, it's going to leverage the individual. I'll say that much. The main against the Ball, I guess,
you'd want them to play something that could potentially like slow the ball down, right? Be a little bit, like in the Cassidy. Maybe you kind of play some of that Sigma that we saw yesterday. It looks like the alternative here for them, though, is going to be like kind of like fighting dive with dive.
Why does this feel like the last day of school? But like everyone turns up. I mean, I went to a uniform school, so everyone had casual clothes, and like there were no lessons. We just put like Studio Ghibli movies on the projector all day. That's what this feels like. Just like we're letting our hair down, having a bit of fun with it. You know what I mean? I'm fine with it. It's hard to call the overarching win condition. I do like the Genji switch for Juice, though, so at least you got something to go in with the Ball. But well, Bass is popped very early in the fight.
I think the Genji makes a lot more sense with this type of comp. It'll be Kappa letting the mines over the point here. Is Redx just trying to get down there, get a touch without getting blown up, as trying to get some of these other members back in the fight.
All right, Razor picked off on the point there. This UV damage is going to keep coming in, and frankly, it is never ending. 2.9k top damage on the team for Ultraviolet. Again, just flexing those Wuyang muscles. Really dominant showing. Respecting, of course, the minefield, which was actually deployed while the Ball was low to the ground. So obviously not much spread on that. Regardless, the coconuts fall, and so do Dilducks in this first round.
Not an ideal start, but there's always an opportunity to change some comps up here for the Dilducks. I don't know if I loved that one there. to kick things off. The Echo in the mix could be a little bit different. They're gonna get an Echo there. Could change things up a little bit, but take a look at some of the stats. And UV, I mean, just still kind of farming.
So this time, one time only, we are going to spend the entire round listening to Dildux comms. So sit back, put your feet up, and enjoy.
Thermostats.
Wait, where are we rolling out? Where are we rolling out? Lock in.
I'm opening my blinds.
Lock opening your blinds?
Yeah.
Our traces are okay,
Is this sunlight? I'm walking right down. What's up, off? Blue right. Who's here? Got me. Go. 2 seconds. 1 second. I can look. I want him. You rotated? They're walking to me on left.
Wounded, Cap.
Woo? He's one. No wave. Kill Boo. They're literally killing this guy. I'm not even joking.
No, bro. It's actually impossible to give him fucking everything. They know exactly what we're gonna do.
Or maybe we need to find a new target.
Right side, bro.
Who's the new target?
What if we just randomly go for lethal? Just randomly go for lethal.
Just randomly go for lethal.
Yeah.
Let's. Oh my God, let's just fucking kill lethal. Hello? Bro, he's actually easier to kill than Ultraviolet. I guarantee you'll be easier to kill. He's just gonna keep walking in. I'm dead.
Well,
wow.
I think we need Lucio if we want to kill him, bro. Wait, maybe it's just Wu Yang and I just shoot it.
Yeah, wait, this is your practice with Nugi to fire. Okay, off.
Wait, this is coming in clutch, bro.
Ball slamming? Hack ball. Fuck, wait, I just hacked the ball. We can kill Kuffa low key.
Oh, I'm dead.
Wow.
You see one? No, he's not, bro. EMT alone. He's just OP.
The Halloween theme just came on the White Girl Wednesday playlist. Like, Snodcred put it in here. How long ago? Okay, he has the perk where he does more damage, and I'm scared of him. Like, can we try and get him at least 2 deaths, bro? At least.
Yeah. I'm done. Just box slam. On the Freya. No, bro. That hero's too many movement abilities. How's that balanced? Bro, what is that shot? Like, this guy just did unreal shots on the Yang, by the way.
Ball! I literally virused that guy. The wing's closed. He's closed. Yo, I'm here. Wing fucking one.
Frey one.
I got him.
Frey one. Out of my head.
You got him? He's legit dead.
Frey one.
Baz live. We can actually win. Baz.
Yeah, no, I'm living out. Yo, what if we locked in right now?
No, what if we randomly locked in right now?
Let's
start trying. Frey one. No re? Or what if we legit... Bro, I'm good. We're good for another kill, bro. I got EUP. I'm good for another kill. I have convalescence.
Yeah. I'm ready when you are.
Yeah. Frey there. Spam ping. Yeah, bro, why are you going Widow, bro? Woo, back me.
I can go.
I'm ready to go. You need to go. Here.
I can't carry you, bro. There's a guy.
Hold on. I'm trying to get him. Possible. Get him.
No, we got. How did he get fucking beat?
How did he get? Because how did he get?
My job has never been easier, and
I've never felt better about a channel point investment than I do right now.
Yeah, it is the best loss I have ever incurred, and Dildux might feel the same way. That's GK taking away. Do you even remember what happened in this round?
They were trying to lock in. They were trying to get locked in. It seemed like they got a little locked out during that, and then they tried to lock in about halfway through again, but they never really got anything going. They did call out Juice for playing the Widow, which look, the Widow with the ball on the other side is gonna be quite tough.
How do we fill the time between the maps with analysis? Well, look, Dildux achieved their, like, I think their aim was to try and kill Ultraviolet twice. Problem is Ultraviolet killed him like 12 times, and yeah, just ends up basically playing DPS and out DPSing most of his DPS. So that's pretty impressive.
We did see some wild comps from the Dildux, though. Starting things off with like the Reaper May Ball comp. You did see Baz do some work. Baz being able to kind of like live, get in, disrupt for a little bit. It's just weren't able to kind of coordinate anything around their own ball.
No, I mean, there's definitely a lot of voices on the Dildux side of things, and the game plan there obviously is to.
How do we get them to land? I'm already past this game. How do we get the Dildux to land?
Okay, so the thing is that you, in the past, Matt, you have gotten a team jerseys, which is really impressive.
Yeah.
This time, you're going to have to get a team flights. So I don't know.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, that would be what is required.
I committed to the jerseys that last time. I don't know if I can I don't know if I can do that.
I'm just saying, the best part of that story
I want them to be there.
They took your jerseys off immediately to reveal the NRG ones under them, which is kind of sad, really, if you think about it. But anyway, I think this probably tells most of the story. When you have a Wuyong on your side that's like outputting DPS level damage and the enemy team has a 008 Widow, MIC getting on the phone to him, that's going to cause this disparity in numbers.
I do see a tweet from the Dildox provided by Crystal, our senior producer, there, that they decided that they will be running it down on UV because they believe that he has been stat padding his fantasy scores on the Wuyong. So that is they are trying to single-handedly tank his scoreline.
Which of us has it? Which of us has the
UV?
UV.
Not me.
Well, that's fine, folks. Anyway, I want to remind you of this one because if you want to get to OWCS World Finals, unlike Dildarks, Cargo's here with a special delivery. You can win yourself a trip to the OWCS World Finals at DreamHack, sponsored by DHL. All you have to do is predict your EMEA and NA Stage 3 champions for a chance to win this awesome adventure. And here's the best part. You can do what we just did. In the chat, with our channel points, you can predict Dildarks to win NA, and you could still win. In fact, your odds of winning are just as high as someone who predicts Team Liquid. That's the beauty of it. So
rumor
let
has
us know your thoughts.
Rumor has it Cargo can also turn into a plane, and he may be the one bringing you there. Actually, I don't think that's true whatsoever. I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
he
I'm not sure
can't
if like marketing at DHL want this sort of misinformation peddled about.
No, well, look at how Cargo is. I mean, he's a happy little robot down there.
He does need to do what like the Morgana does in P5X and turn into a bus. You know what I mean? That would be kind of sick. I want to see what that looks like. Cool. But as far as we know, Cargo is not a transformer. It's just a very subtly robot. So get your predictions in. Doesn't matter who it is that you predict. Being right is not an issue. In fact, it's not required at all. That's how Matt Murillo lives his life. So give it a try. Give it a spin.
That's why I took all of my channel points and put them on the Dilducks. We
had to pump the numbers up, just like UV is doing. And unfortunately, they haven't stopped him from being a fantasy.
Think about if they won the return on those channel points.
Yeah, no,
it'd be pretty good.
I think there was like 3 million on the other side, so it would be pretty immense. And I'd have so many more Dildax games to just spam channel points and lose them all.
Right.
Because at this point, it's a lifestyle. It's not even really a min-max decision that I make.
And now you got the chat spam and fly the ducks to Stockholm. I cannot commit to that. I committed to the jerseys because I knew the jerseys would be a cost-controlled experiment. The flights and lodging of an entire team, I cannot swing.
Well, the only problem is
I apologize, Dildax.
Philly is going to book business class because they're like that. So that's kind of the issue there. We'd love to see, of course, Dildax at Stockholm advancing as players on a competitive Overwatch team. Not really on the cards at this stage. They are still map winless in OWCS.
They should give them a co-stream area and let do a Dildox broadcast. They get kind of like just vibe out.
Yeah, and they can and when the Halloween theme comes on the White Girl Wednesday playlist, they can pump it.
That was wild. Where do you think they take us here for map number 2?
Let me think. Let's do something really funky. Well, we've already seen kind of like some of those less picked maps are already kind of getting picked up here in NA. Let's go to Queen Street.
Oh yeah, new Queen Street. Maybe a little Hollywood action.
Yeah. Those two in Gibraltar are like the 3 sort of off the wall maps that a couple of teams are picking at the moment, but there's no sort of intellectual basis for like our predictions here. Geek aren't going to get to pick a map in this series, so we are basically flying on vibes in terms of trying to discuss what we should expect from their map pick, from their bans, from their overarching strategy in game, from their individual positioning. Nothing. So just want to point that out. Okay, so we actually have Kings Row is being locked in. I
like it.
In our next map. Now bans, interestingly, we have Zarya being banned, but I think Geek and Junkrat.
Yes, it is. No, you're right. It is Dildux's team 2 in this instance, so they get rid of Junkrat here. Obviously, really worried about the Junkrat potential on the other side, and then the Zarya is gone at the hands of Geek. So we'll jump right into Kings Row. We were looking for something a little wild, but maybe GK. See, this is how they have to kind of get these wins, right? You just kind of bait the other team into the craziness.
And try not to descend into it yourself. If you do, maybe, that's also fine, but Torb from Lethal. Now, this is a legendary map for Torbjorn. Such moments as Defran jumping off of it will be forever etched in history. In a professional game, of course. So we are going to have Torb turret set up. This is tough for Trace to play. It's one of the things that obviously causes her and Genji a lot of issues. And the Hog for Cuffer. So maybe a bit of a letdown of the hair for GK, but still a comp that has a very solid core. And we'll see what Dildogs have for us now.
Well, I mean, without Junkrat in play, there's obviously a great opportunity to play some Roadhog.
Yo, what was that?
Okay. Yeah,
the Jagged Wall in TP combo gets them up and over straight away. They've got a Torb of their own.
Yeah, that's a pretty sick play there from Dildogs early on, and then Baz finds Lethal, and UV in a little bit of a 1v1 here, actually going to come out on top.
Okay, well, yeah, UV going to keep putting that damage out, and Baz can't do much about it. Hiding around the corner also doesn't protect you against Wugong, but Dildogs are up on the point there. Pretty fever trading, still 3 up for the attack side team now, and EK have to unravel this slowly. Baz is quite threatening, and Ultraviolet has had to give a little bit of ground as a result. A reposition there as Admiral handles Red X. Now Baz wants to have a crack at it. Admiral may be able to win that fight as well. Yep, Baz was low by the time he got up onto the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Baz did a great job of creating a lot of space. It was a really nice setup off the start. I thought the hazard was pretty good as Juice just kind of a little bit of a drive-by there on UV as UV's trying to get to the low ground. A nice TP up high here as Juice just trying to control this area for the Dildogs. So Baz will also now match a Roadhog head-to-head here against Cuffer.
Yeah, we like that about Dildogs. Always ready to switch their comps. Even if the initial one was fine, Hazard looked like it could definitely do some work in controlling this high ground, but as it happens, Admiral is 1v1ing a lot of people right now on the Kiriko, as is Ultraviolet. And there's a hammer kill, folks. We have a Torb v Torb hammer kill. Lethal with the big iron lays it down.
Yeah, it looks like he's kind of maneuvering here, trying to find yet another hammer kill. It's Lethal deep into the... he's deep into the Dildogs backline here. He's got to be careful in case anybody decides
out of the way.
to shoot back at him. All right, so they get Carms out of the way.
All right, here we go. Razor and Lethal, hammers only, folks. Boom. The most honorable of duels are big hits here from... Oh, okay. We do at least allow that. Nicely done. Razor wins the hammer duel out. Good timing off that cooldown. It doesn't amount to much, obviously, because all of GK are going to back away now and control this choke outside of spawn. Do it again. You won't.
I'm also being told
what the heck?
The Dildogs strategy is to remove all the Australian heroes, which is, you know, as an Australian, I mean, I'm sure you feel you know, Australian at times as well, but it's a real Australian. I mean, that hurts.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. I'm definitely going to assume that's because of Cupper and not me. Juice was asking if Wrecking Ball was honorarily Australian because he's from Junkertown, so they wanted to obviously ban that. Still, okay, Death Blossom there for Juice finds the one.
Fight win here.
Yeah, throw the beat in as well. We're off to the races. We're going to have ourselves a checkpoint here by the looks of things. Lethal eventually will fall. Tidal Blast here. You might just try and win this. Yeah, okay. Maimone with the knockdown. Red X is going to be toppled, but there's going to be a cap behind all.
You know he's going to be
DK have to give it up.
Yeah, so Dildogs, even throughout all the chaos, right? It's a nice sound barrier there, Red X, and they just kind of push on through. So they will continue the map. Oh, a nice hook is Baz put together some you know, pretty nice plays, whether it be on the Hazard, the ball, or now the Hog.
And we're being saved by the bell. It's the Dildogs listening. Lock yourselves in.
Shake it, shake it, shake it. I've amped in 3, amped in 3. They're done. Can we walk? Yeah, amped in 3. I'm baiting right side. You missed that road curse. Never missed that hook, bro. He's too clean. Bro, Cubba's the skinniest hog I've ever seen. Alright, shake it. Alright, shake it. No! Oh my god, bro, why are you hooking? Because I tried, I really had luck. There's a tracer on my screen. You're just healing, you live! Shake it. True.
Bro, this guy's a hog noob, bro. I'm gonna say.
That's boring though, bro. That's boring? You killed yourself. That's boring. Hello?
Oh my god.
They're gonna be flashbacks with Clash and Connie.
Clash and Connie?
Bro, it's lethal.
I'm flanking, bro.
This time it's not class, bro. It's
Connie or lethal, bro?
Bro, can we get off Reaper? I need it. Oh my god, jab. Empty. Bro, I'm gonna kill you after. Those two understand. That's my fucking hook, bro. These guys are tryhards. Rush. Oh my god. Speed me, I'm in for you. No! You freaking body block me, Baz, you fat ass. No way.
Okay. Well, an unsuccessful series of pushes leaves Dilducks with the cart stranded in the middle of the map, and apparently surviving is boring.
I mean, look, I kind of dig it. You get these fights over with quick, whether you win or you lose. I like the strategy, but I know they actually made a pretty good amount of progress there through the second part of the map. Carm is coming up with some long range Kiri kills, but I was going to say Lethal's going to be a handful to deal with now on the Soj at this part of the map.
All right, Juice there is going to be caught out. This is a real push up for GK. Also, I love this. I tweeted it as well because our senior producer put it in chat. Juice is showing his playlist that he's listening to, obviously, in Discord. The track right now is Carter Ray Jepsen.
He's just vibing.
Yeah, that is a vibe. I haven't ironically listened to Carter Ray Jepsen in a hot minute.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's probably been a bit for me as well. Can't say that I kind of, toss on Ray Jepsen. Was that a death blossom there?
Maybe. It's kind of giving, hey, I just met you. This is crazy, but join my team. Let's go 05 maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. You just come up with that off the top, or
my Ghost Rider normal.
I was gonna say they must be back on salary.
They haven't been on salary, bro. What are you talking about?
I don't know. We're on the street.
On the payroll.
You were cutting corners there with the Ghost Riders for a bit. But
listen, it's tough out here, the economy. You know what I mean? Ooh,
3-person beat.
All right, trying to blast, avoided by the most part. Still, pressure on Redix is immense. From downtown.
Nasty.
Yeah, UB sends that blast all the way after Redix. So Dilducks here. Honestly, a decent start. You said Reaper to just get some kills. It's pretty fundamental Overwatch. Now, well, we got the Hanzo. We got the Venture. And we got a fat L here on this attack side. At least it's looking to be that way on Kings.
I liked when they were playing the Hazard off the start. It was like pretty serious looking, and then they kind of like went away from it to play some Roadhog and some stuff towards the end. But that's where the payload will end. Maybe there's a chance. Look, hey, you get a long point A hold, right? You kind of get towards that choke. Maybe you steal one. There's a chance.
Well, our ultraviolet abuse report is coming in, and yeah, he's being abusive out there on the Wu Young. 9k damage done, 3k healing. Admiral also just kind of popping up. These guys are taking a lot of solo fights. Admiral as well, the self-Suzu and just go down with the knives. Did a lot of work. So Dilducks, that is an iconic Reinhardt skin. Shout out to Swoosh. It is going to be a Mercy Zenyatta composition. This is actually not that bad, really. It lacks raw healing throughput, but damage is there in spades.
This is very like an old school type of comp, right? Original hero cast here for the Dilducks.
May wasn't an original hero.
She was in on launch.
I don't think so.
Yeah, it was like they added May and then three other heroes in one kind of swing during beta. I believe it was like May.
I remember the cinematic, so I thought it was like a whole.
No, I actually want to say it was like a May.
Look at this.
Yeah, this is kind of nasty right outside of the spawn.
Thing of beauty.
It was like a May. I want to say they added May Genji Diva at the same time during beta.
I love that little trap play outside of spawn, and Dilducks aren't hanging around. Oh, I see what Bass is up to. So he's stuck on the corner here. Craps down. Waiting for Cuppa to step up. Yeah, he's going to be checked for. And
I think Cuppa's found him, though.
And the Bastion's going to go to work here. Red X, though, picked off, chased down by Admiral. The Zenyatta always a bit of an easy target in scenarios such as these. Still, though, struggling to peer in over the top of that Reinhardt shield. Red X is brought back into the game. But now they're down there, Mercy. Oh, Carms did his job. Managed to get that res off.
I will say,
himself.
If Bass is trying to hide in the corner there, maybe not the yellow Mayhem skin. It sticks out a little bit.
A little striking. Yeah.
Yeah, little bit of a serious comp here from GK as Couple play the Doom for just disruption here, especially against the Rhine, as UV without any fear just kind of pushing up here.
Now he's padding his stats. I mean, if the plan was to prevent that from happening. Oh my goodness, Cuppa knocked out of the sky. What a charge there from Baz, and he's 14 health. He is not going to survive. Juice puts him out of his misery. What the plan is here for Razor? Drop down, try and fight Admiral, who Suzu's himself, and tries to take the Bastion in single combat. Lethal chimes in, of course. That's about as big a time bank as you're ever going to have on this after this first point take. So GK are looking to make the Doomfist work for them and get the job done here.
Yeah, it looks like you'll have Baz set up on the high ground, but let's go to a listening with GK as they try and finish off the map.
I've got 6 deaths, bro. I gotta play safe.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Sky's in.
Where? Oh. I'm the safe Doom player.
Cuppa mentioned he was 6 deaths.
Sounds like they're confused. Bulldogs has him on the ropes.
Yeah, they've got him rattled. That's definitely going to be critical of the third map.
Where is Spencer? All right. At least he takes out UV. He's trying to make it out of the spawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it happens after the buzzer.
UV did 10k damage this game. Bro, this guy's stats are booming.
Yeah, they're kind of wild, right? I mean, just in general, like even over the course of the week, he's been kind of farming on the Wuyong.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably a pretty good way of demonstrating it. It's tough to run it down on the Wuyong at the best of times. I think we saw Dildux attempt that on Samoa, right? Try and play the wrecking ball, try and get at that backline as often as possible, but there's always a Suzu there from Admiral keeping him alive. Tryhards was the insult throughout the game. Of course, Dildux may be forgetting that this is currently the highest level in North America, at least, of Overwatch. I would not dare suggest any outside of the region it would be.
We should send the Dildux to play in OWCS.
Look at this. This is exquisite, by the way. There must have been a hammer miss at some point.
Oh, look at the strafing. Look at the tech. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he was moving like the wind out there. Get that boy some skates. Holy. Then we end up at this comp. So we get a Venture Hanzo.
And then we end up here.
Yeah. Flash forward, I guess. It's a Reinhardt comp to Camp Spawn, which worked really well. It's charge here from Baz that cleans up Cuffer, and then the Bastion emerges. After that, the cat's kind of out of the bag, and you can see that the HPS from Mercy isn't enough to prevent the Zen from getting taken down. And then we get a bit of a Doomfist comp, Lethal playing the sim. It's still a pretty serious GK comp, I think, outside of maybe some of the tank choices. So ultimately, yes, it's a dub for GK, but morally, I'd like to think Dildux are very much on the high road.
We've casted both regions for an extended period of time in a Dildux quick esports game. What is the result of that? I think it's hard to judge the Ducks because I can imagine the Ducks like lock in for a game like that.
Yeah. All you need to do is lock in for a map, honestly, and you can win the series right there and then. It's, I tend to think, though, that, Quick Esports probably win that. I just feel like, EU's obviously look like a pretty strong region right now. That team have been thrown down. I think it would be funny if we actually saw these two teams play for the first time seriously against each other and only against each other in an inconsequential game. If they did, who knows what might happen? The universe.
That is kind of like the where they just kind of all throw in the marbles. So I guess Quick is only one map in EMEA as well, right? So that comes against Gen G. They end up taking a game off of Gen G a little bit earlier on in the season.
And I want Quick started seriously. You know what I mean? I feel like they were, at least trying to look for their first games. If I remember, it's just been a tough run for them out there in EMEA. So Dildux, well, reasonable minds may differ on exactly like what their approach has been like here. They are, of course, still map winless, folks, for those tracking that particular stat. And Team Liquid await them in next week's matchup here. So Dildux definitely living their best lives here, getting potential opportunities to get experience against some of these top teams. But I think it's safe to say they're making the most of it.
Yeah, it's look, they're building a brand. They're fan favorites. Everybody's super excited for these games. And I can imagine that they, eventually they will come out on the right side of one of these games. It may not be this one, it may not be the next one, but people are going to be just losing their minds.
Yeah, I also
it's going to be like a Super Bowl win.
It's worth pointing out as well that like Dilducks don't just end up in OWCS by
no, they didn't just like
they actually 3-0 Dreamland in their lower bracket of the promo relegation to get here after actually losing in 5 maps to them. So these guys are you know, they can absolutely play, but we're watching them up against one of the best teams in the world who have like that LAN experience. Of course, GK are also approaching this game, I think, pretty seriously. I think it gets harder and harder as time goes on to have that same drive in a matchup that's constantly being dragged into the mud, into chaos. But they know these wins are important for them now. They are 4-1, so they just need to make sure you know, they are well positioned for the playoffs.
I mean, look, EK knows what they have to do here, right? For Dilducks, I am also impressed with how the stage has gone for them. Obviously, they qualify in, so they're good enough to obviously make it through. But just the when you're on I'm sure you've been on lots of teams like this that that don't perform well, but it can be tough to kind of keep the vibes going. This is a team that there is nobody who is down, nobody who's kind of not having an excellent time during this.
That's why you're impressed. You're impressed that they have kept the vibes.
They kept the vibes high. Yeah, it can be easy to just kind of start to just kind of get a old sad and whatnot as you start to lose some of these games. But they have kept the vibes high. They realize they're a fan favorite. They know that a lot of people tuning in for their enjoyment.
Well, so far, so good in that metric. Here are your
Somebody said fly both teams to Sweden. There's a good chance. Look, I don't need to fly both teams to Sweden. There's a good chance that GK is going to be there. Dilducks, look, I love you. I can't fit that bill. You gotta help yourselves out there. I mean,
we can crowdfund it. We can crowdfund it.
Somebody said let's crowdfund it. Hey, I'm down. I'm down. It's just if I say let's bring the whole team, then all of a sudden it goes from 5 players. All of a sudden they all have social media managers. The next thing you know, we got like.
But mate, it takes a whole village to go 0-7 OWCS, mate. These things don't just happen.
You need to stop that right now. The Dilducks, I hope they get there. Be awesome to meet them, vibe out. They're gonna have to figure out their own way.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. You got yourself into OWCS. You can get yourselves to Stockholm. So, DK Esports going with a Sigma look here. We actually were seeing a little bit more of this yesterday, and I know they considered folding it in, but Cupper trolled us for a moment. It's going to be the Diva.
I was gonna say, what's in your cup? I was like, that is Diva. That ain't Sigma. It's like,
are we doing that? Wait. Oh, it's the Halloween emote.
Yeah, it's Halloween. Where 76 is like a zombie.
Is that a default Mercy skin? Unreal respect.
Yeah, it might actually be like the little Overwatch 2 one. I can't really exactly tell.
Oh, the poly count's too high for the Overwatch one.
Yep, they are
just they are walking out of spawn, mate.
They're walking down GK Esports.
Okay, and the Kadushi didn't pull out. They got the decent on cover. Huge, bro. That's it. They walk out looking as non-violent as possible, non-threatening. You get a trade, a 1-for-1, you get a res. That's tempo, baby.
It's like, if you ever watched wrestling back in the day, it's like when Ric Flair's on the ground, like pleading, like for the, don't hit me, and then he, low blows him out of nowhere. It's like, hey, we're all friends, and then all of a sudden,
roll over exposure belly to produce a knife. Yeah. Oh man, that is too much. All right, Baz is on the Sig. Lethal obviously can play around.
That's a wild spot to play Venture from.
Free damage. Baz can do it. What's he going to do? Put a shield up like a parasol? I don't think so. It's too much coming in from the front. Lethal! Oh, he's not a coward.
Baz isn't going to use a shield.
No, I respect it, honestly. The Discord Orphan is in, though. Dilducks have got some pretty disgusting damage output. Unfortunately, well, when it comes back their way, they're not quite as resilient to it. I think this GKR don't have any Suzu or any defensive utility of that nature. It's all damage, all go. Right now, though, it's a red light for Dilducks right outside their spawn.
Yeah, it's UV gonna tile blast there. Doesn't knock anybody down. And the Dilduck's not able to get onto the payload at the moment. This is going to be a Kitsune rush on the high ground from Admiral, so it's going to be really tough to keep Karmaz alive playing the Zen here. Yeah, you know, not a lot of teams playing Zen at the moment.
Here's a question for you. Would you rather watch the last place show match between Dilducks and Quick or Crazy Raccoon and Falcons in the grand finals?
I've watched Crazy Raccoons and Falcons in the finals about 55 times.
Yep.
I might, you know. Okay, well, look, like, is it a LAN match? Like, what's the stakes on the line?
Okay,
if
well,
it's
let's
like a
say we made it
regular
LAN as well. Yeah,
if it's
we'll
a
make it
regular season, kind of like Falcons, Crazy Raccoon game, you know, I might opt for a little bit of Dilduck's quick esports action.
I think you're not the only one. I think that says a lot about us as a community, that's for sure. We're here for a good time. Basically, with the tectonic shock from a very aggressive angle. Trying to wrap around is Juso with a tactical visor, much of which is stifled by the defense matrix, and Kappa follows it up there with the rocket boosters. In he goes. Might have found himself in a bit of a compromising position now, but a self-destruct would allow for a remake opportunity. Are you going to flux Kappa? Really? Bro, not only are you banning all the Australian heroes, now you're just trying to spend whole ultimates on a baby diva.
Yeah, if you're wondering, Jungle Queen is the hero ban this time. So no Queen option here for GK.
I just wonder, what did Australia ever do to them?
Well, isn't I mean, I think it's just because Cup is Australian, right?
So yeah, wow, they're really trying to go the psychological angle on him. That's crazy.
And we're Australian too, so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they mind too much about that. Look at this guy, UV. It's like an obstacle course for these orbs. Trying to wrap them around shields. Well, yeah, like I said, guys, the stat padding's going pretty well still for your boy UV. So if you got him on your fantasy team, just be very pleased with yourself. You definitely would have kept him on there this week, knowing he was heading into a matchup like this. So Dilducks, we're always looking for that special moment where they lock in.
So in our fantasy, we're only allowed to, you know, make 2 roster moves a week. I want to see if I can get an exemption to pick up the entire Dilducks roster for next week.
Oh, okay. I kind of respect it. I would let you do it if I was the commissioner, which I'm not. But I reckon we can petition to get that done.
Baz is in a really rough spot here on the Rhine. He might make it back to the spawn.
Okay.
Well, he makes it back to the spawn. The issue is nobody makes it do the payload. And yeah, that's where it'll end for now.
And watch them just rinse people in promo relegation and run this back.
They will. I hope they do, to be honest. I hope they go like absolutely like wild in promo relegation and they make it back.
Well, folks, we're not long for this map. I'm going to be honest with you. This is Dilduck's last stand in this series.
Is that like a food bowl on the toilet bowl?
Yeah. I mean,
who does like what is that?
Well, it's post-apocalyptic outback, I guess. So I don't know.
Yeah, but
like,
still, there's got to be some like manners exist, I assume, in the post-apocalyptic outback.
Manners? It's ruled by Junker Queen. What manners?
I forgot you're a lore aficionado now.
Oh, yeah. Newsflash, guys. Junktown is ruled by Junker Queen.
Yeah.
Mitch
is opening up his binder of lore.
I'm really not current on lore anymore, to be honest. It's getting out there. It's like Grey's Anatomy. It just gets more and more out of control as time goes on, right? People getting killed off, like just all these trysts being uncovered.
Who's been killed off?
It's like Shonda Rhimes is writing the Overwatch lore. It's just getting out of hand.
I don't think any of them have been killed off, but.
Well, they thought Reaper was dead. There's that. Turns out he wasn't.
That's true.
Here's a charge across the map. Baz. Nice
look. I like it.
Nice.
I like it. Calculated risk there. There were 3 players there. There's a pretty good odds he was going to connect with at least one to get a kill. Unfortunately, he didn't.
I mean, you're just not factoring in the individual agency of any of those 3 players that he's charging towards very obviously across the map.
Well,
I mean, if they were bowling pins and stood still, then yeah, you're right.
I would say it's kind of cringe they moved out of the way.
I think it's pretty try-hard, actually, to dodge that charge, but that's just me personally. Cart's been left behind them.
Are they going to try and farm fantasy points by leaving the cart?
That would be crazy. Now, Admiral says, okay, I think we're done here. We're going to get out of the game, and we're going to close the book on this one. It's GK Esports with a 3-0. And I just want to point out that I'm a 34-year-old man getting paid to talk about a match like that. honestly,
do we get our channel points back?
Yeah, I mean, no, we knew what we were getting into. We knew what we were getting into. I just want to point out, I'm living my best life right now, and it's okay if you're jealous. Ultraviolet, 7K deeps.
Man, I'm down 33,000 channel points now. That's rough to look at. But
you ever wonder like how you got here? Like in this.
What do you mean?
Like how?
No. I fully understand how I'm here.
And you were a nightclub host, and now you're commentating Dildux versus Geekay on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, no, that I mean, I could have predicted that probably, 10 years ago. This is to be expected. The Dildux, though, unfortunately, today is not the day. One day, it will be the day. Today against Geekay, it is not that moment. Now, against Team Liquid coming up next, you never know, right?
I mean, I would like to see Dildux back next year. Like I mentioned it before, in promo relegation, they fought their way through legitimately, and they did a great job. I think coming in a game like this, I don't even know where you start to, prepare against a team like Geekay. You obviously need to make sure that you can fundamentally stand on even footing with them before you start to think about the bells and whistles, Ash. And unfortunately, that requirement isn't there for Dildux.
No, it's not. Unfortunately, Matt, I don't think October 12th is going to be their day either, but that's okay. That's okay. There's still that promo relegation available. Dildux, they've come back into OWCS time and time again. And this is a team that, despite the losses, despite going 0-6 now within their results, they've also built up like quite a fan base within OWCS. They have so many supporters, like such a vibes-based team, and I think that that's like a really big thing that we can definitely look forward to with this squad, Matt. That's what it's all about, community.
Yeah, and they do play Quick Esports on the 10th. I think we should lobby for us as a team to broadcast that a little OWCS after dark. Kind of Friday night lights going on. I know get a little Dildux Quick Esports action in. There's a possibility they win that one. It feels like they got to get one to kind of keep the dream and the aura alive. Where it feels like, at least in my opinion, I'm curious on yours, Mitch, I think there's probably a better chance against Quick than Team Liquid.
Yep, no, for sure. I mean, these guys at this point, I don't think are that invested in, trying to win their remaining match, which is fine. I do wonder, like, if there was a point they sort of come into OWCS and thinking, all right, we're gonna lock in, as it were, and then at some point realize, guys, I think maybe we're just not gonna get
some of those early on. You start to look at the pathway, and it's like, all right, well, we pay SSG, EK, and Team Liquid, and it's like, well.
Yeah, it's much in the same, not quite the same way as what Nightmare had to deal with, but their schedule is really like backloaded with these really tough matches, right? So, if you don't find success against those other middling teams in the league, that you kind of know, like you got a good understanding of like where you are on the pecking order, so to speak. Dildux, they'll be remembered, maybe not for the right reasons, but it really depends who you ask, because having a good time playing video games is popular. It's what we're here for. It's a bit of fun, and I'm glad we got plenty of listen-ins from them, because to capture the essence of what this Dildux team is, it's hard to do. It's hard to explain it to people who don't know. You just got to be there.
It's very true. I don't think Aura is anything that they're going to have to worry about missing going forward there, Matt, considering the way they walked out on Junkertown there as well. Definitely not an issue that we see for this team. But for Geekay, I think that this matchup, while it wasn't an important one for them, it was kind of that precursor heading into week 6, right? Just being able to still have fun and be dominant in this match ahead of that game up against SSG. But we will get that opportunity to talk with Ultraviolet in this winner's interview that is coming up in just a moment. Congratulations on the win. It's been a while since the last time we chatted, UV, and I was actually kind of curious. We got to listen in on both your comms and Dildux comms. We also know that Dildux was particularly trying to focus you to tank your fantasy points this weekend. I wanted to get your thoughts on like fantasy, how that was working out. We even heard Kappa saying like, guys, I already have 6 deaths. Like I can't get any more. How invested are you guys in fantasy?
Yeah, no, that was definitely like all we were thinking about. I was surprised, like first fight, seeing like Lucio just come at me full speed. It was very funny, but I think it kind of backfires almost, because like if you get close to me, I can do so much damage. So, but also like I died like a billion times, so maybe it worked.
I mean, I don't know. You kind of farmed him. You had like 10k damage at the end of that last map, so I don't think the stat padding is slowing down anytime soon. I think yesterday's game was probably pretty frustrating for you guys. The way it ended as well. We obviously saw you guys sort of leave lobby, and obviously tough to go out on Survivor sort of 0-3 in the way that you did. You know, jokes aside, obviously we had a fun match here, but what was the biggest takeaway for you guys yesterday? Because I feel like you're walking into that game thinking, we're going to flatten these guys. We've not lost a map yet. We're the best team in NA. And then things kind of go wrong.
I think we like started that series really strong, but like things kind of just like slipped away from us and like smaller mistakes started like adding up. But I don't think we're really too worried about it just because it's like a regular season game and like it affects like the seeding a little bit, but that's all. I think we're still like a really strong team. I think it like showed us kind of like some things that we need to like work out and flesh out. But I think like at our peak, like when we were playing at our peak in that match, like we're still the best team. We just need to like keep that level.
UV, congrats on a tough win today. Obviously, you guys are going to be in the playoffs. The Dilducks, though, have their own kind of version of the playoffs. Super Bowl coming out. They're going to play against Quick Esports. You got any thoughts on that game? I know you guys play SSG next week, which is going to be a crazy match in its own right. But after the Dilducks game that you just played, how do you think they're going to fare against Quick?
I'm rooting for them. NA is better than the U, and like they didn't ban Wu Yang once that whole series, so like I love them.
He's not Australian.
Hey, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a very interesting ban strategy this time around. I have one last question for you. I know we're talking a lot about that GK match that you have, or that GK versus SSG match that you guys have next week. I don't know if you actually caught the match that they had up against Extinction yesterday. How are you feeling about how Space Station Gaming are looking currently, especially considering how close that was up against Extinction? And there was even a world where Extinction could have taken the series.
Yeah, to be honest, I actually like didn't really catch that match because we like lost the game and I was like, okay, SSG plays Extinction next. Like it'll probably be like a quick 3-0, and then like I get a message like, wait, it's going to bat 5, tune in, like look at this. But I think I'm not really too worried about that game. Again, like I think we have like a really high level, and if we like continue to play at that level or can consistently play at that level, I'm not worried about any team.
Well, you are absolutely farming in the server today, so I don't think there are any too many concerns on our end either. We're expecting a close matchup, but definitely wishing you the best of luck in next week's game, Ultraviolet. Thank you so much for the interview, and congrats on today's win.
Thank you.
Great to be able to throw in some memes, get a little bit of insight into week 6 here as well. But as we wrap up the day, taking a look at these standings, Matt, this is about what we expected. Dilducks, unfortunately, still not able to win a map throughout the regular season. And for GK Esports, it's really that battle of 2nd and 3rd place right now up against SSG.
Yeah, I mean, Dilducks, they have another shot here against Team Liquid coming up, but I think this is kind of going for NA like as expected, right? I think Nightmare's sitting at, even in terms of the map differential, and then 500, obviously a 3-3. Them against Extinction, that'll be a good game, but I expect Nightmare to come out on top of that. And I think like if I was like, it's interesting because a lot of those teams in the top 3, they're probably only thinking about each other. Like Nightmare's kind of lurking in that, obviously Extinction kind of catches SSG off guard. I don't think Nightmare's going to catch anybody off guard in that, aspect of like, this roster kind of comes in completely unknown, but Nightmare's going to come in, know exactly who they're going to be playing. They're going to be like scrimming a lot of these teams. I think they're a really dangerous team in playoffs.
Yeah, I echoed that. I think that, we talked about the mitigating circumstances around Nightmare's start to the season. They're a solid team. I do wonder if they're going to be as strong as they were, last stage, right? I think that like Seeker's obviously a great addition to the team, but they lose Chronic, who's just been a part of that roster for a while and really settled in. So I got high hopes for them. I want to continue to see them disrupt that sort of hierarchy like we talked about, take it to the partnered teams. But I think that these partner teams are also getting better and better. You've got to keep up with them.
Yeah, I definitely do. If you guys missed out on earlier today, as a reminder, again, it was 3-0 sweeps across the board here for NA, with Nightmare taking that win up against Team Z, and then GK now taking that 3-0 up against Dildux. But now talking about week 6 as well, what we're anticipating for the final week of the regular season here of OWCS. When we take a look at this schedule, I think my eyes get drawn a little bit more towards the likes of NA. I know that we are focusing more on day 1 here, but that GK SSG matchup is really the giga banger for Saturday there, Matt.
Yeah, it's the biggest game there on Saturday, probably without a doubt, right? Look at Extinction versus Team Z. That should be one that see if Extinction can kind of like play at that same level yet again. And then Europe, I mean, look, Gen G versus Alcacia is a pretty good game. Then same with VP Peps. We probably kind of have an idea about how some of those results are going to go, but still, those should be all pretty competitive games, those first 3.
Yeah, I mean, Alcacia have locked that #1 spot up at the top. Gen G, I mean, I want to see what they can do in that game. If, today's match wasn't a fluke, then maybe it's more competitive than we'd otherwise expect. And I still got hope for Peps. They're 2 and 3. Breaking into the top 4 is unlikely, and VP are looking pretty strong, but there's a lot of questions still to be answered in both regions. And what are SSG up to? Are they going to shape up and lock in because of the sloppy stuff yesterday? But it's an important game.
It definitely is. I think that it's going to be really interesting to see. My curiosity also with EMEA is if Gen G is going to be able to maintain that consistency that we saw earlier today, like what they did up against Twisted Minds. But that is a wrap for OWCS this weekend. It was a pleasure having the both of you on the desk with me. And thank you so much to everyone at home who has been tuning in to watch OWCS as well. We'll catch you next weekend.